And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in his out, his in-betweeners, and Sonic, the knobhead. Let me just confirm. Yes, I can hear myself coming through. Johnny Jeopardy, how you doing, my brother? Thank you very, very much indeed. And I just want to address the elephant in the room right now. People keep asking, or people keep complaining or arguing about the colour. Okay, so I just want to make it very, very clear. Okay, this is blue, not purple. Right, now moving on. What do you think? What do you think? Do you think it needs a cut and that? I've got to go to the, I've got to go to the salon and get it done. I'll probably get it done when I get my nails done. But there we go. How is everybody? How are you all doing? First and foremost, because at the end of the day, these live streams are for you, but not for me. This takes up several hours of my life. So these live streams are for you. So tell me what you've been up to. Let me know in the comments what you've been up to. It's Rob, it's fucking blue. Look like Prince Harry's murking. Oh, fuck off. Come on. No, I'm not on the Bud Light. I'm on the brandy and Coca-Cola. It's my natural colour when I let it grow out. See? That's why I like to keep it shaved most of the time. It's not blue, it's reddish pink. Come on, guys. What have you been up to this week? Anything interesting? Has anybody been into trouble? You know, that's always interesting when people have been in trouble. Let me say hello. Let me go through the chat and say hello to people. Right, so we've got DJ Sonic. Hello. Tiffany Lewin. Stitch, Peter Bishop, Crafts and Other Stuff. Welcome. Rubber Chuck, hello to you. Rob W, of course, we've seen you just now. Hello to Roger. Who else we got there? We've got Kaz, good evening, young lady. Cosmic Gypsy, Clarkson Cross, good evening to you. Loafer Sheffield, it's too hot in my man cave. I'm wearing one of the wife's thin, airy summer dresses, also a bit of lippy and some high heels. Strangely, that does not surprise me. I don't know why. You know, it's nothing you've done per se. I just had a feeling, you know. But it's, you know, do what you want to do, mate. It's, you know, it's entirely up to you. God, my hair's getting in my eyes. Who else have we got? Matt Walker, hello to you. KP Nuts, good evening. Bearded Vet, hello. Grand Wizard, I think, can't remember. Peter Bishop, I think I say hello to Peter Bishop, I can't remember. But hello anyway. Paris in the Philippines. Johnny Jeopardy, who was kind enough to drop a super chat in there. Thank you so much. Actual coverage. Rob C. Toria, hello. FL Mackenzie, good evening. Michael Castrian, welcome again. Hibu, John Spence, Legal Activity, good evening, gentlemen, or ladies and gentlemen. I don't know whether you are or not. Mr. Nobody, Blue Bottle, who else we got here? Anybody else? Brummy, good evening. Mental Health, Lost Souls, hello. Kaylee Connolly, DJ D, Miss Cat. Oh, hello, Miss Cat. Hope you're well. Nice to see you. Thanks for jumping in. Mrs. W, and that is it, I think. If I've missed anybody, then my apologies. I probably will get round to seeing a comment from you if you get chatting in the comments later, and I will try and at least speak to everybody where I can. Oh, my God. This, I'll tell you what. I'm glad I don't have hair in this weather, that's for sure. That is horrid. That is horrid. Oh God. Hot. Klaus Anal Schwab. How you doing? Great name. Oh dear. I've been all right, thank you, Brummy. Scotty G. Good evening. Yeah, come on, guys, hit that thumbs up, please. If you're in here, even if just for a short time, if you like the channel, if you like what we do, if you like these live streams, hitting that like button is something really simple you can do. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps to push the channel and some of the content out to further audiences, and it helps me grow the channel and get the message out to more people, and hopefully more people onto live streams when we get round to doing it. Hello, Fiery Blaze. Hope you're well. Danny Austin there, is he? Danny Austin, say hello. I didn't see you comment, but I just saw somebody mention you. My bad. If you're there, hello. If it thunders and lightnings, I'm gonna have to go and stand outside for a little while because God, it is fucking roasting in here, like properly. I've got the back door open. I've got a window open in all the rooms apart from this room. I am in front of some lights, obviously, and I've got the monitors here, so it does get a little bit warmer in this room. But I don't have the window open because the microphone, the microphone picks up the noise from upstairs, so it'll pick up the noise from outside. So I try not to have the windows open in here. Even a fan in here would be noisy, so I try not to do that as well. We will be doing normal process tonight, guys. Skype will be open shortly for any calls for an hour or two, and then we'll move on to the panel like we normally do. But I just want to address something, if you guys don't mind. Well, even if you do mind, it's my channel. I'll do what the fuck I want. If he was on here, not last Sunday before, if he was on here then, and he was watching, you would have, I think it was a Sunday, you would have heard me talking about I had pins and needles in my left arm and the left side of my face. And I was asking people if I sounded slurry talking, or if my face looked like it was drooping and that kind of thing. And everybody that I spoke to, I even phoned a few people up, and everybody said no. But I had the pins and needles, the numbness in the left side of my face on my left arm. That was on a Monday night, actually. Yes, it was on a Monday night. On the Tuesday, so I can't remember what the live stream was for now, but it was on a Monday night. On the Tuesday night, it had been 24 hours and I still had it. So as some of you know, I called 111 and they said that I need to go straight to the hospital. I said, nah, don't want to go to the hospital. There's a walk-in centre near me. I can go there. And they said, no, from what you've told us, you need to get into the hospital right away. So I said, well, I can't get there. I could, but I said, I can't get there because I didn't want to go. And they said, no, we'll send you an ambulance then. I was like, oh, bloody hell. So I went, all right, fine. So I thought to myself, well, I'll get an ambulance. It's not going to come when it's busy. She said it could take a couple of hours, so I thought, well, they're not going to be busy when they come and get me. So I won't be taking the ambulance away from somebody else. So about 20 minutes later, I had a phone call from the ambulance service and they wanted to triage me on the phone. And the woman on the phone asked me some questions and she said, right, I'm not going to triage you fully on the phone. She goes, from what you said, we need to get you in. So she said, I'll send the ambulance on blue lights. So the ambulance came and got me, took me to the hospital. Anyway, long story short, because I've taken up enough of your time talking about this already at the moment, I was in hospital for the night. They said, right, we do an MRI scan in the morning, but you're not going home. You have to stay in. So I was like, oh, I forgot it. Reluctantly, I said, okay. They didn't do the MRI. I've still got hair on my head. They didn't do the MRI scan the next morning. In fact, they didn't do it at all that week. I had to go back on Sunday, but they did keep me in for 4 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, and I came home Friday. I went in on the Sunday for an MRI scan, and the beginning of this week, I had a phone call to tell me that the MRI scan did show that I'd had another stroke. Now, I didn't think it was a stroke. I said that they were saying it's a potential stroke. I didn't think it was because I didn't have any of the other symptoms, which they tell you to look out for. The F for the face, A for the arm, S for the speech, and T for time, isn't it? So I didn't have any of the other symptoms. I could still lift my arm, although my arm's heavy anyway since the strokes that I had. But it turns out, as I say, that they said that they found evidence that I did have another stroke on that Monday, which makes that my fifth stroke. But my point is, I've had physio. Yeah, it wasn't the week before. It was the week before that, wasn't it? I can't remember now. I'm lose track of time. Anyway, I've had physio this week. Physiotherapist came out this week, and at the beginning of the week, and I spoke to her, and she said to me that a lot of people are recently presenting with having a stroke without having the face and the arm issues, or sometimes the speech issues. She said that she's dealing with a lot of people that are presenting after a stroke or having a stroke at the time without the face and the arm or the speech thing. She said, like, they might have a nap in the afternoon or something, or they might wake up in the morning and just feel disorientated, have a headache, not know what's going on, that kind of thing. But a lot of people aren't actually presenting with the full range of symptoms of a stroke. So I want to say that if you get anything like that yourself, okay, if you have any issues with it can happen on the right hand side. It just for some reason seems to happen more on the left hand side, and I've had 4 on the left hand side. I don't know the first one because I didn't know that I had that. But if you yourself have an issue with pins and needles or numbness, especially if it affects your face at all, okay, it's slightly different with the arm because you could just be sitting funny, which is what I put it down to. So if you're sitting funny and your arm goes dead, if your arm and leg go dead, then I wouldn't even wait. If your arm goes dead, move, see if it goes away. But for your sake, just be vigilant with things like that, because they're not presented, or lots of people aren't presenting with the full range of symptoms of a stroke. And I want people to be safe. Do you know what I mean? I don't really care about myself, to be honest. Hence why I do have brandy tonight. Although not a lot, because I'm going to get told off. But I do have some brandy tonight. But I want people to be safe, and I want people to be aware that, if you have something like that, don't just ignore it. Pay attention to it. Don't act if you don't have to straight away. If you're not worried about it, say if it's just your arm, like, be a bit more, give it a bit more time. But if it's anything else more than that, just please be careful. Just in case, I don't know, there's something in the water. You know what I'm saying? So, so I want you, as I say, I want you all to be careful. I want you to just bear that in mind. God, the sweat is running down my face here tonight. No, Nikki, I haven't. No. I've not. That's why I just said maybe it's something in the water, because there are people on here that have had it, but I haven't. I won't. maybe, you know, maybe they're mixing it in with a fluoride and chlorine in the water. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, just please be careful. And if you know, if there's anyone around you as well that has any of those symptoms, especially if they're a bit older. I don't know how old you lot are, but I mean, I'm 45 next week, so I shouldn't even be having 5 strokes. Do you know what I mean? But my health isn't ideal, shall we say? So I do need to try and do something about that, although it is difficult. But anyway, moving on. I just wanted to get that out of the way because I wanted you to be aware that not everybody's presenting with all, especially more recently, not everybody seems to be presenting with all of the symptoms of a stroke, which means that it might get overlooked. So please be vigilant with yourselves and with other people is all I can say. So, God, it is so hot. I might have to go and get a cloth in a minute to mop my brow because I've sweated my arse off. So what we're going to do, I've not tested this, by the way. So this hasn't been tested since the last time it was in use, the Skype. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, I'm hoping that it is going to work without an issue. So we're going to give it a go. Good evening, Andrew. Hello, Blue Bottle. Sorry, my apologies. I don't think I saw you there. Or did I? I can't remember. Hello, Chalky. Right, how are we doing for likes? 62 likes, 128 people watching, apparently. I'm sure you can do better than that, folks. Get on that like button. Hit that thumbs up, if you will. Even if you don't like me very much, just hit the like button for the advice that I've just given, because that's got to, you know, that's got to be worth a like or two. Yeah, well, you see, Rob, I don't think smoke, when people say, oh, smoke going to give you a heart attack, I don't think it will. I mean, it might go towards it, for example, but, you know, if people say, well, I smoke, but I've not had a heart attack, or I smoke and I've not had a stroke, I think there's lots more that's involved, but we get told, oh, well, smoking will kill you. You know, I know people that have smoked all their life and lived to 90 odd years old. Do you know what I mean? Not that I'm saying that you should smoke, by the way, YouTube. I'm not promoting smoking, by the way. Let me just make that clear, because I don't want to get done for medical misinformation. Oh dear. Hello, M3UEC. Nice to see you. Good evening, animal rights. Right, so I'm going to get, oh God, sweat is literally running off me. It is ridiculously warm in here. So I'm going to, let me click that. Oh God, I've got to change some settings. Bugger it, I forgot. Hang on. And no, that's not the right one, is it? Is that it? Yeah, there we go. Just open the window. I can't. I mean, I do have a front garden, but it gets noisy out there. So I'll go and get a cloth in a minute. I'll answer a couple of calls, and then I'll go and get a rag, and I'll mop my brow with it. Okay, so bearing in mind, whoever phones in first, we are using you as a guinea pig to see whether or not this still works. So let's hit the button. There we go. It should, but let's see whether or not we can. 0151 528 9590. You want to give us a ring? You want to talk about something? Anything? Share a story, whistleblow. Still waiting for some whistleblowers. Talk crap or call me names. By the way, if you are whistleblowers out there, we will respect you for blowing a whistle if you want to share some information. And we will keep you anonymous. So if you don't want to share a name, then you don't have to. Do you know what I mean? So, but yeah, share a story, whistleblow, talk shit, call me names. Have I seen AB's audit of today and the game changer he has put in place? I haven't, no. I haven't. Right, okay. Ah, right, Skype isn't working. Right, okay, caller on the Skype. Just bear with me a second because it ain't working on the computer. So let me try something. Quit that. And see if we can get going again here. Skype. What did I do last time? Because we had trouble last time, but what did I do with it last time? Why is it not ringing this time? It's not even showing that you're ringing. That's, oh, now it shows that I've had a missed call, but it didn't show you actually ringing. Now that's peculiar. I would normally do that if I've set my status to away, but it's not. It's active, which means it should ring. Okay, can you hear? Can you hear that, guys? Can you let me know if you heard that? No worries, Retro. Thank you for calling, and by all means, you can call back in. Well, yeah, right, yeah, too loud. It's not even up as loud as it normally is, Holly. I'll turn it down a little bit. Why is that not going through? It's not. It didn't even show that you were ringing, which is peculiar. But I knew something was going to go fucking wrong because it always bloody does. And I've just reset Skype. I've just turned it off, like literally signed out and opened it up again. There we go. There we go. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello.
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 Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Fantastic. It's Retro. Just missed you earlier.
Hello, Retro. Just 1 second, Retro. Just to make sure that everyone can hear you as well.
Okay.
They said they can hear the ringing, but just want to make sure they can hear you too. Can you let me know, guys, in the comments, please? Yes, fantastic. How are you, Retro?
Not bad at all. Just ringing. Have you seen the latest AB video?
I've not. No.
I think it's a game changer. He was walking past a cop shop, and he pointed his phone. I'm not sure if he took a photo or not. A bloke came out, didn't identify himself, but unlike AB, he just played it daft for, I don't know, 5-6 minutes, and then turned. I need your ID. I didn't know who you are. Are you detaining me? Everything else, and they turned as well. Straight to. Oh, sorry about this, sir. We just wanted to know, sir, what you're doing, sir. And it's turning auditing into an art form. I think he's a clever lad.
AB's not stupid, you know. He really isn't, and he can mock people without realizing so easily. I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't think any auditors are stupid. You got so much guts to do it.
Yeah, there are. Well, I have seen some over the few years that I've been on here that will go out thinking it's going to be easy, thinking it's going to make them money, you know, not even doing it for the right reasons, just doing it to earn a few quid. And you know, doing a really shit job of it when they've just not even bothered to learn the laws properly. But
yeah,
you know, AB. Oh, fuck me! There he is. It's in the comments.
Oh, fantastic!
He's talking about today's video, or AB.
It was the video either today or yesterday. The one that I saw today, and I can't remember even where it was. But when he was walking along, and CID chap came out, didn't ID himself. AB said so many times, "Are you detaining me? You're detaining me." And you know, no, can I leave? And he said no. He didn't say that you could leave or you couldn't leave. Nice to meet you, AB. Anyway, along the line.
Yeah.
But yeah, when he switched it, it was fantastic. And I need your ID. You've done this. You detained me illegally. Bang, bang, bang. And then he started calling him sir. The copper started calling him sir. Then they backed off. Then they went into their little house. It was fantastic. Like I said, I haven't got the guts to do it, but I've got so much time for the people who have, especially AB and everyone else, to be honest.
Yeah, does a good job. Keeps them on their toes, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. Another thing I'd like to say is about, it was a while ago, about 15 years ago, I went out of a copper.
Right.
And she was asked to lie in court by her colleagues. And, well, she wasn't asked, she was told. And basically, if she didn't lie in court, they wouldn't back her up next time she hit the panic button on a radio. Which
kind of makes perfect sense, to be quite honest.
Yes. Yeah, so she jacked.
I mean, to be honest, I mean, look, we're all, when we're all in the shit, we all, majority of us will try and get out of it by saying, look, can you, maybe say that I wasn't there and say I was there instead or whatever. Do you know what I mean? We've all tried it at some point in our life, you know what I mean? Maybe not with the police, but in circumstances, shall we say. But when you're the police, the people who should be, above all, trustworthy and honest, and it's going to court, for example, and it is going to change somebody's life forever, then lying in any way, shape or form to affect somebody else's life is fucking is out of order, and
of course it is.
It should be dealt with in the utmost of severity.
Of course, and the sad thing is, we look at the police and my it's always said it's a few apples, but it may be a few apples, but the apples that aren't bad should shoot out the apples that are bad, and they don't.
Yeah,
because it's this bullying with its sexism and its misogynism within the police force, and the blokes at the top and the blokes in the middle, the blokes at the bottom just bully everyone else. We all know that, but for her to have the guts to say no, fuck it.
Well, fair play to her. If she turned around and she said no, then fair play to her, because there's not many out there that would do that.
No.
In my opinion.
Yeah, I'm with a fantastic lady now, someone else, but now she's the county. I don't know what the term is. The woman who marries people. For civil marriages, she turns up and she's the person who oversees that. And
oh right, yes,
another responsible job, but you're not lying in court about it.
Yeah.
That was my point.
Well, interesting. Thank you for letting us know. And amazingly, you start talking about AB and he pops up in the comments. I reckon he watches all of these just quietly in the background. I reckon he's on here every week watching in the background.
I hope. Well, I was going to say I hope so. I don't know.
Somebody mentions his name and he's like, oh, me, I'm here.
Well, it may be an AI thing or something, an algorithm thing that he's got. And he might have a big computer room at home with satellites and all that sort of thing and watching the world.
Maybe.
Or maybe you're AB.
AB.
Anyway, nice to chat to you, mate.
And you, Retro. Thanks for calling in.
And AB, nice to meet you nearly.
Look after yourself. Cheers. Thank you. AB, you can always phone up without giving your identity away, don't you? So if you ever want to call in, mate, on a chat about, I mean, I've not seen your video. Maybe you want to talk about the video that he's talking about and what was said, what was done. And it might interest people to hear before they go over and watch. So, right. Hello, Nicole. How you doing? Actual coverage. Hello. EA Audits. Hello. Obviously, AB, we've said hello. Rogers Rents. Brent the Gent. Sean. Who else have we missed? Brady Vibe. Jack Door. Hello. Common Sense. Good evening. And if I've missed Gary Bridges, good evening to you. If I've missed anybody else, EA Audits, hello. If I've missed anybody else, my apologies. Paul Essex, hello. Oh. Could this be AB? Who knows? Hello.
Hi. It's
hello.
It's Charlie here, otherwise known as Medway Hospital Protest.
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you.
Good. I thought you was going to be. I thought you was going to be AB for a minute then.
Oh, I'm sorry to disappoint you. No, I'm not AB. God bless him. No, it's only me. No, so I just kind of wanted to tell my story, if that's all right.
By all means.
Yeah, because I joined your thing and become a member.
Thank you.
And this story goes back to 2008, right? So you're going to have a lot of minutes out of me. So basically, right, I left this fella and I had his baby and we got a flat on our own. And because I'm disabled, I went to social services and I got some care, thinking this is the right thing to do. What a middle-class idiot I was, right? I should have stayed well away because all we got was like a lousy 10 hours a week and a lot of stress in return for it, right? Because what happened was that my ex was ringing them behind my back and making all sorts of accusations about my mental health.
Right.
And so one weekend I went away on the train and I stopped my carer and said, I'll see you on Tuesday.
That's a swear word. Close.
Oh, yeah.
See you next Tuesday, isn't it? Sorry. See you on Tuesdays, not quite.
No, I didn't mean it that way. No, the social worker was, though. Anyway, but yeah, so I got away on the train and then my phone rang. It was like, yeah, okay, who is it? It's the social worker. She goes, where have you gone? I'm like, what? I've just decided to go away for the weekend. What do you mean, where have I gone? We just want to know where you've gone. And do you know what they've done?
Go on.
They'd reported me to the police as a missing person.
Okay.
Even though I told the carer that we were going, we'd be back, right?
Right. How old were you at the time? Could you mind me asking?
35.
Right. Okay.
So, you know, there's no sort of, I'm a grown woman, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And they hadn't said I have to tell them where I'm going. It wasn't like there was any sort of danger for the kid. You know, she wasn't on any at-risk register or anything like that. Okay. It's what they call child in need. So I had like a budget that they gave me to spend on care.
Okay.
Right. It's only 10 hours a week. They come in the morning, help us get washed, and then go, sort of thing. And I looked after the kids for the rest of the day.
Right.
But then, you know, I noticed these carers behaving a bit strangely, right? And in the end, I got the records. I put in a subject access request to Lewisham Council.
Right.
And when they came back, and it took ages, it took a year to get a copy of these records, they had been getting the carers to write a weekly report about me. Right. And what I've been up to and all the rest of it. And it said all these things like, oh, she's put weight on. Oh, she's lost weight. And, oh, it means she's on drugs because she's lost weight. And, oh, she says she might try internet dating. She must be lonely. We've got to watch her, sort of thing.
Okay.
And, I missed part of the story. Sorry. That if when I came back from this weekend, they said, oh, we want to do this parenting assessment. I'm like, what? What for? They said, well, you're a missing person. I said, but I answered the phone. Why am I a missing person? I'll come back.
Yeah.
Well, we're just a bit worried about you, and we want to do a mental health assessment. So, I mean, I didn't know what the hell was going on. This made me feel really nervous. And so I said, yeah. And the woman came round and she talked to me. I think one of the things that they were concerned about was my interest in things like David Icke and being a truther, right?
Okay.
And they sort of couldn't get their head around it, right? Anyway, this psychiatrist came over and interviewed me. And do you know what? She said, you're fine. You're just a bit interested in X-Files kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And she said, I don't find it a problem. You seem to be, you don't have any thoughts of harming yourself or anyone else. That's absolutely fine. I'll report back and that. So she did. But they sort of still didn't leave me alone. I passed that mental health assessment. And the other things that I got back in the records were that a particular social worker had been looking at my Facebook page all the time. Okay. It was a particular one. And it didn't say, I look on it now and again. It said he was looking on it several times a day.
Okay, that's a bit freaky, isn't it?
It was, I'd be
questioning their behaviour.
Yeah, it's like, I want to look at his hard drive kind of thing. What a weird bloke, right? Anyway, so given what was in these records, the red mist descended a bit, to be honest, right? Because basically they were spying on me. Yeah. They got the carer that I was paying for with the money they'd given me. So it was a business arrangement between me and the care agency. They had no right, actually, legally speaking, to be talking to my carers and stuff, but they were.
Right.
And I got really annoyed, and I composed this email to this bloke from, the social worker who was watching my Facebook page all the time. And I sent it to him, and I CC'd it to about 150 people at the council that he worked with, which is probably a bit of a daft thing to do, but I don't seem to be one of those people who can resist poking the bear. And he didn't like it, right? Of course he didn't like it. I took the piss out of his electric bicycle that he had because it had really tiny wheels. Right. I didn't like it. So I told him to, stop looking at my Facebook page, and was I going to find him looking in my wheelie bin and all this kind of stuff, Right. And, he seemed to lack my sense of humour somewhat. So, do you know what the next thing was that happened?
Go on.
To try and cut a long story short, they put me under police surveillance because I'd made this joke about, finding him in my wheelie bin, looking at my rubbish and stuff. And they put me under.
How can I justify putting you under police surveillance? What do you know anything about that reasoning?
I assume it was entirely vindictive because I had embarrassed him in front of his colleagues, and Children's Social Services work with CATE, which is the Child Abuse Investigation Team.
Right.
So they have their set of police officers that they work with all the time. So I think they brewed up between themselves, this plot. And to be honest, for them, it was a wheeze, right? They had a great time. They had an absolutely great time tormenting me. They would cut my Wi-Fi whenever they felt like it, cut my phone whenever they felt like it. When we went out, they came into the flat and broke stuff. They had my post. They had some warrant on my post, although, to be honest, since I've sued them, I've never actually seen a warrant. So I assume this has been done without a warrant. And it was absolutely horrible. It was terrifying. It was the worst 18 months of my life, right?
Have you done a subject access request to the police?
Yes.
Right. So in that, even though if you've got police that work specifically with social services, that should still be on the National Police computer database. All of that stuff should be on there. So you should be able to get that information because there has to be a reasoning. If the police haven't got reasoning, if a copper needs to survey somebody, they've got to get authorization. They can't just make a decision on their own. So they've got to get authorization from a higher up.
Supposedly. Because imagine this. Imagine if you're working in the sorting depot, right, at Royal Mail, and, ring, the policeman's there and he's saying, I want this person's post. are you going to say, excuse me, officer, have you got a warrant? Or are you just going to take it at face value because he's a copper? And, I think most people just go along with police and say, yeah, don't they?
It is, but it's slightly different. If the social or the carers were asking the police to do something, that's the police have got to account for their time, or supposed to account for their time. So if somebody needs to be sitting outside your house watching you, for example, they have to get that authorization from somebody further up the chain. If they haven't got that authorization, so if you've got evidence that they've been watching you and there's nothing in there that gives that a reason as to why they're watching you, then that's a breach of professional standards at the very least. Plus a breach of, I would imagine, a breach of GDPR from the care agency, and
it is, yeah, totally.
That's just the least.
Well, so this is what formed the basis of the of my court cases, right? So the one against the council, and these, bearing in mind, these court cases took like 8 years, right, a piece. So the council one, I got lots of documents out of them. And I'll tell you something that is really shocking. One of these documents detailed a meeting between the social workers and the police, where they were talking about a post I'd made about Donald Trump and gun laws in America. And in response to that, bearing in mind, this is from my private Facebook page, where I only let a handful of people on it. So they've been managing to watch that somehow, right? And they had said, because it was about the guns and gun laws and that, they said, we're a bit worried that she might have guns, or even that she might have ammunition.
Right, okay.
And I'm like, what? That's crazy. It's totally crazy. Dan, I know you don't know me. I am I'm now 50 years old, arthritic woman. I'm a bit of a rebel. Before I got ill, I was an academic in computing. I'm hardly athletic, and I'm not some sort of Russian spy that knows how to strip down a gun and put it back together in 30 seconds. That's not me. Yeah. So I don't know where this came from at all.
That would be like the police come knocking on my door looking for weapons because I watch some of the American YouTube channels where they shoot things.
It's ridiculous.
It is. It's madness. That is definitely in no way. I genuinely can't imagine a judge, for example, signing off on any kind of activity that would allow them to sort of come into your house, for example. And I'm not suggesting you've said they have come into the house, but you're saying that there's kind of evidence that they've spoken about these things, which would be completely useless talking about in, how can I put it? Yeah, talking locally, i.e. talking to your colleagues, is different. But if they're police, if these are people looking out for your welfare, they're not just talking locally. They would have to escalate something like that. And there's nothing there that I could see that a judge would sign off of to allow cops, I'll be able to come to your house and have a nose about just because you've got some posts on Facebook. If you're not talking about guns yourself, no. I love pulling the trigger on my AK, you know what I mean? Stuff like that is a bit different. But
no. This was literally, it was about gun laws and should Americans be allowed to keep their guns, and that was it.
Yeah.
Right. And I said, yeah, I think they should, because America is not the UK. It's not the same. They've got bears over there and stuff. You know what I mean? It's a totally different country. But anyway, so that gives you an idea of the sort of nonsense they've been saying about me to justify what the resources that they spent on doing this. I mean, I could go into in great depth that 18 months and how awful it was, not even being able to ring my doctor if they didn't want me to, because they just pull the plug on my telephone services, right? And it was awful. It was actually quite frightening, right? And it wasn't until both the court cases were done that I could completely prove it. But for the police one, they just said that they had lost the records.
And
lost the records, and the judge allowed them to get away with this.
Right, which yeah, I mean, judge probably, you know, his mate, chief of police, you know, buddies at the lodge and all that stuff, probably said to him, listen, you know, one of the lodge meetings, listen, we got this problem. Need to get, you know, it's going to get me in shit. What can I do? I'll just fucking tell him we've lost it or whatever. Do you know what I mean? There's the conversations that go on in those places must be a gold mine. Do you know what I mean? To the wrong kind of person in there. But I mean, so when it comes to public services like the care, you know, run by the council, for example, and things like, and social services, I hate social services. I hate social services more than I hate police. Okay.
Yeah.
And to give you an idea of the kind of things that they do that they shouldn't do, I done a subject access request a few years back about my kids. I hadn't spoken to my kids for ages. You know, their brains have been getting filled with all sorts of shit. Anyway, it turns out that I'd done this subject access request a couple of years before I'd done the subject access request. In the paperwork, it showed that the social services took the mother to court to have the children removed. Okay. Judge turned round and said, where's the father? And they were like, well, he lives in Liverpool. They've all had, even social services have had my phone. I've had the same phone number for God knows how many years. Okay. So, the judge turned around and said, right, you need to inform the father. Nobody informed me. And all the kids, she had my 2 plus another 6 that all got farmed out to other family members.
Oh.
Right.
How long did they not tell you for? How long?
Oh, it took me about 3 or 4 years to find out, and I only found out because I've done a subject access request.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And when I tried to make a complaint about it, weren't interested. Even the local government ombudsman wasn't interested. And this goes to show you how corrupt it is.
Yeah. The ombudsman's a waste of time most of the time.
It's sickening. But I mean, I've been watching the comments as you were talking, and there's quite a lot of people in the comments that are saying that's, you know, a very similar thing, and that is, you know, they're trying to get like a protection order to get kids off you and things like that. And I'm not saying that to you know, to frighten you or anything like that. And we know, you know, there is call me tinfoil hatter or whatever you want, but there are millions of kids going missing every single year. Okay.
Yeah.
They don't get talked about. They don't get mentioned. They don't get reported on. They don't get looked for. Okay. And they are being, in my opinion, they're being traffic places, you know, and they're being, I'm not going to go into what I think is happening to them, but it's there. Yeah, it's on the internet.
They may be, I don't know. But Dan, can I tell you the rest of the story?
Go on.
Because it never ends, right? You know, I've been doing this hospital protest because over the last 4 or 5 years, I've been really struggling to get healthcare.
Mm.
And I thought it was just that the hospital's crap, because the hospital is crap. Everybody knows that hospital's crap, right? But my post started going missing again. The complaints department had made me several appointments, one at a different hospital, right? And the appointment letters went missing, which is just absolutely typical for what used to happen with my post all the time. And even still did happen, 2016, I've got all the complaints that I put in with Royal Mail, because my post that I kept, you know, arranging for myself different, you know, hearings for the court cases kept going missing.
Yeah.
And it's happening again. So I missed an appointment, and I got the letter that says, whoops, you've missed an appointment. We hope you're okay. But I didn't get the one that said you'd actually got an appointment. And to be honest, I think they're still meddling because I looked on the internet the other day, and the police can talk to your hospital consultants and your GP and all the rest of it. They can, if they consider they've got a reason. So I think they are sneaking around in the background, it would explain a lot about the behaviour that I've experienced over the past 4 or 5 years, talking to my doctors and telling them, don't listen to her, she's bloody schizophrenic or whatever it was they thought that I was. She hasn't really got any of these illnesses at all. That would explain a lot. You know, it's absolutely horrible.
Well, your doctor, your consultants, your specialists, whatever it is, whoever it is you say, we won't go into it. They have a duty to you to keep things confidential. Now, if you can prove that the police know something about you that only the doctor knows, and it wasn't you that told them, you could go and you could take that to the GMC, General Medical Council, that they have given that information over. Now, to be fair, anybody in that position should never give information over without a warrant. In my opinion, they should never give information over without a court warrant. I know in some cases you have that, you know, if somebody is at immediate risk of danger and it's blatantly obvious they're at immediate risk of danger, then it's slightly different. I think, you know, you've got a moral duty as well as a, you know, the duty of keeping things to yourself, like private.
Yeah.
So you do have a moral duty sometimes, but to just share, just to share information with people, from what you're saying, just seems that they're sharing just random bits of information at will, without an actual reason for doing so. They're
trying to mess it up so that I get so ill that they can take my kids.
How old are your children? Do you mind me asking?
They are 8 and nearly 15, so right. I don't think they would stand a chance with the eldest. But, you know, it's just to cause as much trouble as possible.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I mean, it isn't really a subject that I deal with generally on, you know, in most cases. But I have dealt with social services. I mean, I was under social services care till I was 18 because I was fostered.
I'm sorry to hear that.
No, don't be sorry. Look, to be honest, if I was kept, if the family if my paternal parents kept me, my life would have been much, much different to what it is now.
Okay.
So I'm glad, and the parents that brought me up, although we've had our issues between us, you know, I love them to bits, and they are my parents for all intensive purposes, you know. So you know, it couldn't have worked out better for me in that respect. So, you know, there's no need to be sort of apologies that I was fostered. But I've dealt with them for most of my life. I had to deal with them when my 2 kids were born, because when I left their mum, and now I sort of deal with them just through other people's issues with them that people need to talk to me about when police are involved in social services. So you know, it's not something that I delve into very often, but I do kind of touch the subject now and again.
Well, I honestly believe that this is totally malicious. I wouldn't be at all surprised if it's still the Met, because I only live in Kent. I'm not that far away, you know. But the other day I did have a look and read the guidelines that are supposed to govern this particular type of situation. And you're right, you know, the police can do it if there's been a car accident, you know, a road traffic accident they have to report on. If somebody is likely to harm themselves or other people, which I'm not. I was perfectly fine, to be honest, right? You know, so anyway, that's it done. I've come to the end of my tragic tale.
No, listen, we're all, as far as people like the police are concerned, we're all nutters and we're all a danger when we don't simply comply. If we don't comply, they must be mentally ill. They must have a mental health problem. You know, because you want to keep your rights intact, you're mentally ill. Because you don't want to be abused, you're mentally ill. You know, it runs through the whole system. If you don't just comply, then there's something wrong with you up here. And, you know, that's a very, very dangerous way to look at things.
Yeah.
So what is it you're up to? What are you actually doing at the moment? Because obviously you call yourself Medway Hospital Protest. So what is it you're doing in regards to that?
There's videos so I try and update my videos. Last week I didn't do any protest because, I finally managed to put 2 and 2 together and realise what exactly is going on. With really all the posts going missing is what's finally sort of made me realise what's going on. So I didn't do anything last week. I was in too much of a state of shock.
Right.
But I shall be back to protesting. I'm finding when I put videos up on certain social media, the posts are being taken down now.
Right.
So it's getting a lot harder to get attention for the situation. I'm going to have to look into what I can do legally and make a whole bunch of new subject access requests, I suppose, to see what little rat's tails I can pull out of things. It's like a big ball of string. When you get loads of paperwork like that, eventually you can tease out a few little loose threads, things
Yes.
that don't look quite right, and documents that are missing. So we'll just have to see what I can get out of it. And I've sued them once. Obviously, they want me to sue them again. Where does this end? I'm going to waste my entire life suing people.
They don't care, though. That's the problem, right? It's not their money. It's not coming out of their pocket, whereas we have to pay. When it's a civil or something like when it's a civil case or something like that, we've got to pay for it. The people that we're taking to court, the people that we're trying to hold to account, don't have to pay out their own pockets. They don't give a shit. Yeah,
you're damn right.
So we pay for our own legal fees and we pay for their legal fees against us. I mean, is that fair? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, taxpayers got deep pockets, Dan.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, and half of them don't realise, where their money's going, which is really very tragic. They see someone like me, and I'm a scruffy protester-looking kind of person, and they immediately assume that I'm the one that's in the wrong anyway. So,
yeah, well, it's not everybody, because a lot of people that watch this channel, and there's a lot of people on here now that know that protesting is what people do. Right? There's very little more we can do at the moment. Do you know what I mean? So we have to make as much noise as possible. But there are people out there who protest about things that really don't matter that much, considering what's going on in the world. And these people live off of mummy and daddy, live off of benefits, and not the benefits is a bad thing. I'm on disability. Okay. So, but they purposely don't want to work, and they want to live on benefits so that they can protest rather than getting a job, going to work and protesting when they can. They just want to protest, and live off of benefits in order to do that. And that's not the way to go about it, because you're absolutely wiping the system out that's there to help genuine people. Whilst you're there supposedly trying to make a change as well, but no, I mean, fair play to you. As I say, people on here, there's lots of people on here that understand where you're coming from. I've been watching the comments go by. I don't know if you can see the comments or not, but there's a lot of people that are watching.
Yeah, I see the one about Kafkas. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Like, the family courts are a complete mess, really biased, and everything that's written about everyone is a total lie, more or less. Yeah, it's bad. Anyway, it's some sort of source of comfort that there's infinitely more truthers out there now than there was in 2008 when I first started looking at all that stuff. So that's better. Yeah, that should make me feel a bit more optimistic.
Well, we've got a great community here. Yes, there are some people that aren't interested in being part of that community as such, and there are people that will just come on to be dickheads occasionally, but the majority of people that watch this channel and get involved in the channel are worth talking to in one way or another. Talk to people in the comments. If you see a comment that stands out to you, make friends. This is how I've got to where I am now, and I've made some absolutely amazing friends on here just through reaching out to people who have commented on my videos, and and I've built some really strong relationships with people on here, and I encourage everybody to do the same thing. There's no point in arguing and fighting against ourselves when we've got the system fighting against us.
Well, listen, Dan, I've really enjoyed talking to you, and I wish your channel all the best.
Thank you.
I'll stay being a member. I've got to get on now.
No worries.
So I won't chew your ear off anymore. Thanks for talking to me.
No, you're welcome.
Cheerio,
Thank you for
mate.
calling in. You take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye now. And that was an unusual conversation to have for the channel. We don't normally have conversations like that, but it was interesting. I know some people said it was an interesting conversation. I think some of you were getting involved in the comments there as well. Oh, hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hello, Dan, you very salty man.
Hello,
Jack.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Good
Bit
stuff.
tired from yesterday's excursions, but I'm doing okay. I've got a lot to get through, but it ties into that previous caller.
Okay.
You've just had. If there's a common thread between what's happened to her, what's happened to Boris Johnson, what's happened to Nicola Sturgeon, and something else that I'm about to talk about, and that is the New World Order will not tolerate even the slightest criticism, especially from one of their own, never mind you and me and the previous caller. Why do you think they went after Boris Johnson, the Standards and Privileges Committee? It's not that they cared whether he did anything wrong or not. They've done far worse than him.
Yeah.
No, they went after him because he delivered Brexit in name only. And Brexit in name only, not a real Brexit, just a fig leaf one, a letterhead. They wanted to punish him for that.
Right,
also, Nicola Sturgeon, she agrees with them on everything except one tiny detail. She wants Scotland to be directly ruled by the EU. She doesn't want Scotland to be ruled indirectly by the EU via Westminster. So they don't care about the £667,000 that's gone missing. They just want to get her because she doesn't want Westminster as a middleman.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest,
And,
600 and something £1,000 is nothing compared to what they milk off anyway. So I think you're right. I think there probably is another angle rather than the money.
Yeah, it shows you just how petty and just how paranoid the powers that be are.
Mm-hmm.
And it reminds me of something Carrie Fisher said in the first Star Wars movie that was made. The more you tighten your grip, the more slips through your fingers. And that's what we're seeing now. They think that if they can tighten their grip, things are going to stop slipping out. But in reality, more's going to slip out.
Yeah.
And they're too stupid and too desperate and just too arrogant to realize that, or maybe they just don't care. Maybe they know no better. In any case, they're out of control and they need to be stopped. And another example of this pettiness is what's going on in Swansea at the moment with a small business near the city centre called Cinema and Coffee. Now, Cinema and Coffee, you may have heard of them because they refused to implement vaccine passports a few years ago. And it all went to court, and the media demonized the owner, even though she was a single mother who was providing for the local community and did a lot of charity work. They went after her. They tried to bankrupt her. She's facing severe financial pressures. The newspapers, particularly Wales Online, which is a nasty, corrupt piece of shit, are trying to imply that she's sitting on tons of money and has siphoned it off somewhere, or innuendo like that. And now someone has made a complaint about there being too much noise coming from the building because one night a guest DJ was brought in, even though it's directly next to other similar businesses
Right.
that are far more popular and far, far louder. They haven't got any noise abatement notices, but this one has. And the one that has just so happened to oppose vaccine passports and have Katie Hopkins as an act.
Right. Okay.
That's how petty they are. And the people who are arraigned against this poor woman, Anna Redfern, are the council leader, Rob Stewart, a.k.a. Runaway Rob, who's good friends with Geraint Davis, MP, a.k.a. Groomer Geraint, who's currently suspended by the Labour Party for sexually harassing 5 women, including a 19-year-old staffer.
Right.
And
fucking
so
going on
these are
it's going on everywhere. This inappropriate touching and chat and things like that is going on everywhere. It's I can't understand how prevalent it's become.
But this Geraint Davis, he's a nasty little odious creature. This was a man who somehow managed to become MP in Croydon until the people of Croydon finally got fed up with him and kicked him out at the 2005 general election.
Right.
He then somehow managed to pull some strings and get elected in Swansea as an MP. And he looks like an armed robber from an episode of The Bill. In fact, when he was kicked out of Croydon, the Labour leadership were absolutely devastated because he was the perfect toady and yes man, and they did everything they could to get him back into Parliament because they knew, bring back capital punishment for misgendering someone. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's. He was that sort of guy. I mean, if they brought forward legislation to execute people who eat bananas, he would do that without batting an eyelid.
Right.
But the local constituents are turning against him now. Apparently, somebody spray painted the word "sex pest" on his constituency window.
The thing is, more and more people. It's slow. It's slow, but it's steady. More and more people, more and more general members of the public are having their eyes open to what's going on. It is slow. In fact, I think it's too slow. But it is happening. It is happening.
Yeah, and even his fellow Antifa turned on him now. They want nothing to do with him because they can tell he's a bad smell. And that brings me to the next point, which is there's a huge controversy in a place called Llanelli. Apparently, the government are trying to house a load of asylum seekers in the Stradey Park Hotel.
Right.
And this is causing a lot of problems locally because there are already a lot of problems with destitution and housing shortage. They're trying to ram this through, and they're trying to portray the local residents as racists. They're trying to make it all about an independent media news organisation called Voice for Wales. They're saying,
yes.
Oh, it's not about housing shortage or any of that. No, it's all about Voice of Wales. They're stirring up hate because they hate immigrants and, hate. That's all they're about. And first Antifa tried to call everyone racist. Then they put out this disingenuous letter claiming to be the Llanelli branch of Hope Not Hate.
Right. Terrorist organisation.
Yeah. Put even Jerry Adams to shame, that lot. And they had a little protest yesterday. They refused to engage with the media, call everyone racist, a few disparaging remarks about their old mate, Geraint Davis. And you have this one particularly entitled little shit called Lee Walters, who's an assembly member. apparently blocks everyone on Twitter who asks him a difficult question, runs away from constituents when they challenge him on why he's an absolute useless idiot who works against the interests of his constituency. But then he goes around housing estates in what are considered reliable Labour areas to inform residents, you better not be supporting that Voice for Wales lot. They're racist, you know.
Everyone's racist if you don't agree with with that particular narrative, you know, and it's such an easy word to throw around these days that it gets used like some people use the word fuck in a sentence. You know what I mean? It does. Yeah. It does not have the same meaning as it used to have. It's like when a child says sorry all the time, but then goes and does it again and again and again and again. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Eventually, it just means nothing anymore. And proper racism, not the shit that we hear about all the time these days, but proper actual racism is bad. Okay, not this shit.
Well, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of proper racism. And this, a Russian national was eaten by a shark off the coast of Egypt.
I saw the video.
And some bright spark went on Twitter to say, "Oh, there is some good news. A Russian national was eaten by a shark."
Right. Yeah.
Now they don't know whether this Russian was a Putin supporter, whether he was actually in the country because he didn't want to be conscripted by Putin. No, they just, that's racism right there. Because he was Russian, it's okay to hate him and be glad that he's dead.
Well, I'll be honest. I'll be honest with you, and some people might not like me saying this. I don't actually think myself that I would class that as racism, and I'm not knocking you for your opinion. By the way, you should, if you've watched this channel long enough, you'll understand, where I'm coming from. I think to say that you're glad somebody might be dead is an immoral thing to say. It's an out of order thing to say, but I don't think that I don't think that it comes under the same banner as proper racism. Nobody is making, in that, how do I put it? For me, proper racism is actually treating somebody, as not part of society, right? So having somebody, how can I put it? Giving them the shit jobs just because of their color, right? Solely just because of that, or because of where they're from. Okay, but telling somebody that they're a dickhead, telling somebody you're glad they're dead, saying that you're glad somebody else is dead, although it's out of order, for me, I don't think that reaches the level that I would consider as racism. And I'm not knocking you for your opinion, because we've all got varying levels of how we see things. Do you know what I mean?
This is the difference between us and them. We can have an intellectually honest and civil disagreement, not even a disagreement, just a difference of opinion, and we can appreciate where each other is coming from because we're arguing in good faith. The other side, they don't believe in nuance. They don't believe in being honest or treating people with respect. Yet they're the ones who are screaming, be kind, and we need to have honest conversations about race. And when it gets down to it, they're the most racist and rude gits you can imagine.
Yeah. So I just want to respond, Justin. I don't know if you're being sarcastic with that comment or not, but calling someone subhuman is racist. Again, for me, right, I don't come from Liverpool. And if somebody in Liverpool said to me, fuck off back down Essex, you fucking Towie prick, for example, okay, that, I know I'm not a different colour, but I'm from somewhere else. Do you know what I mean? Just because you're not from a different country, it doesn't matter where you're from. If you just say to somebody, for example, oh, fuck off home, will you? I don't see that as necessarily being racist. You can't say it's racist to sell somebody to go back to another country, but it's not racist to sell somebody to go back to another county because you don't like them. Do Do you know? As far as I'm concerned, it's all the same. And if it's not racist against me, it can't be racist against other people. In my opinion,
you brought up another interesting story inadvertently. This James White character. Now, by all accounts, he seems to be a thoroughly unpleasant individual. But let's be charitable here. We live in a system where supposedly we shouldn't convict people if there's a reasonable doubt. Now,
that's right. Yes.
That football shirt he wore yesterday. Last week.
During the week, wasn't it?
Sorry.
Yeah, because I mentioned that on my.
Yeah.
I mentioned that, I think, on a live stream. I think.
Yeah.
But go on. Sorry,
now,
carry on.
Oh, my battery's dead. I'll speak to you again.
All right. No worries. Oh, should have plugged it in. Well, yeah. I mean, look. DJ Sonic come from Scotland. He's coming down here for my birthday next week. Apparently, whether he does or not, it depends on how well he behaves himself. But if he comes down here and he gets on my nerves, I'll be telling him to fuck off back to Scotland. Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hello, mate. You all right?
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, I'll just turn this down a bit.
No worries.
If he comes down here and he gets on my nerves.
Hang on. Yeah, that's better. How are you, mate?
I'm not so bad. Yourself?
Yeah.
Good.
Please, you said something about Surrey the other day. The police down there. They're getting worse in Surrey. It's unbelievable. It's me, fridge and microwave.
Yeah, no, I know. I remember your voice. Don't worry. Yeah, the Surrey one was there's a copper who's got 3 counts of harassment against 3 colleagues.
Yeah,
but they don't want to mention his name, and they're not going to give us the reason why they won't allow his.
Yeah, they never do, did they?
So, yeah, interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Oh, good. I'm just trying to tell me what's back on the phone. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, it's just one of the things, I think.
Yeah,
how's your week?
It's not going to change. It's just it's just going to get worse and worse.
I haven't heard from Simon. It hasn't been on Saturday. Unusual.
He's been about in his Discord. I don't know what he was doing last night. I can't remember what I was doing last night, to be honest. Oh yes, I can. Yes, I can. I had a night off and I was watching Vikings.
Oh, it's a good film, that.
Yeah.
I was watching. What did I watch? I watched The Longest Day.
I'm not sure if I've seen that or not.
Have you ever seen the film Gone in 60 Seconds, the original one?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not the one that was on a couple of days ago. The original one. There's no CGI
the original, yeah.
Proper, yeah. I've got that. That's pretty rare to get hold of. And it's something about that many years ago when I was at they filmed the Full Metal Jacket at Basil Barracks.
Right.
I was an extra in that.
Was you?
Yeah.
Ah.
We painted. You see all the curbs painted grey.
Oh, I can't remember specifics, but I know the film.
If you look at it, it's good. It wasn't bad money in them days. I think it was about 50 quid a week, which is a lot in them days.
Yeah. In
the 80s, and we painted. We had to paint 200 beds, and it was 150 pioneers, and you had to put your raffle ticket in and so you get picked up. So they wanted 100. They wanted 80 pioneers. 80 pioneers. All we did was just do the pings, paint the beds, make the sets up, and all that. We did no guards, no duties. That's all we've done for about 3 months.
Yeah.
That's right. And if you look at the end of the trail, there's a Bedford lorry on the right hand side, and we're all sitting on the Bedford.
Oh, okay. I'll keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's getting bad. Leatherhead's just gone to bits. There's nothing there no more.
Well, I wasn't in it, but I did do the music for a part in Essex Boys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to work in a place called Central Park, which was a nightclub in Southend-on-Sea. It's not there anymore. And I used to work in there. It had a restaurant in there as well. And I used to work in the restaurant until a certain time at night, and then I'd finish there and I'd go out and I'd work in the club bit. Well, they needed the club for a part in for a scene in Essex Boys. Blondes, the nightclub.
Oh, yeah.
If you've seen Essex Boys, there's a nightclub in it called Blondes. And it was that nightclub was the club that I was working in, and all it was is it's a stupid thing, really. But I say it's it's a bit of a claim to fame. All the extras were in there dancing. They didn't have any music; they were all just supposed to be dancing. Right? I was going to add the music in later, and none of them were in sync. Like one of them was bopping while the other one was not. Do you know what I mean? And they couldn't get there was no rhythm for them to dance to. So I used to do warm up for the DJ occasionally. So he had his bag of records there. So I said to him, look, I said, if you need something for him to dance to, I'll do it. So I got his records out and I've done the music for that bit. So, yeah. So that was quite
when we were, when we were at the mob, they were saying about it's all changed now. The police using tasers and all that, and you think, well, I can bet you 10 bob that the police today, you look and see all their body armour and their weapons and all that. So yeah, know where that comes from, and all that. I think everybody says about the lady was saying about the earlier on, which she was quite a good thing like. But when you think about it, every shotgun and weapon in the UK, in military or civvy, comes to where I used to work.
Right.
And I go, oh, don't know about that. As soon as you mention explosives and what do they know about explosives, I go, oh, don't know about that. But when you work there for say 5 years, every inch, nut and bolt.
Yeah.
In the old days, we studied. Do you remember the old Ford Transits, the old Sweeney used to use?
Yeah.
When I used to get robbed.
Yeah, cracking vans they were for jewelry heists.
Yeah, well, we had the old Ford Transits. It had a 12-gallon tank one side, petrol, and a 12-gallon tank the other side at 24 gallons. I used to shoot up from Kyneton up to Mountain Mulberry. We did a job, and we had one of our jobs going back a few years. Was the Shah of Oman.
Right.
Go up there, and when he left the Shah of Oman and come back down, he wanted to go to Harrods, just go shopping. So had all these bits and pieces. He went out and hired out 15 Ford Transits.
Right.
So he was there on a job. We were training our odds and sods. And he went to Harrods, went shopping, and 3 months, 9 months before he was left, the sergeant's got so the corporals and the privates below got like a watch or something like that, So the sergeant's got watches, and the staff sergeants and sergeants, corporals and lance corporals and privates below got gifts like I've still got it in enjoyment. We got a Rolex watch each.
All right, okay, nice.
We were just the fucking gophers, just blow things up. Mountain Mulberry's not bad, but place now, mate, is unbelievable that people see a thing on the paper the other day. The Afghans have come over from Afghanistan, and now they're going. It's some of the stuff's too small for the people that are here. Well, we've rescued you from Afghanistan and all that. So, and they said, well, they're too small, or we can't do this, you can't do that. Well, and when you've got, these asylum seekers are doing voluntary work now. I see, and I think, going around picking up litter.
Oh man. Sorry, I'm just somebody's mentioned something in the chat while I'm talking to, and I don't mean to be rude. It's just if I didn't answer them when they say it, I'll forget, and it's just talking about my hometown. So it was just something that brought back some memories to me.
Yeah, Man City did all right.
I don't know. I'm not big into football these days. I don't have the time for it, and I stopped. I used to follow Chelsea. That will get me abused by a few people in the comments, no doubt. But I've not had a chance. I've not had a chance to follow football, any team, for God knows how many years now. I couldn't even tell you who plays for them anymore and who doesn't. I've just given up on it.
they're just, well, you know, they're just down the road from there, Ryan.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things I just don't know, mate. It's just not working out as things. I went for that job at you know where, and it didn't last long, and I just got so fed up with it. I was doing 6 a.m. till 5, 6 o'clock at night, and I did just under 10 days. I just said that's it. I just punched out. You know, I'm not going to say where, but it's a joke. They a lot of youngsters there.
Oh,
they're all still in Cotton Mall.
Yeah,
you know. And they want, I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say the name of it. My governor wasn't impressed when he see me, like, so I'm not really bothered. But they want to cut my benefit and all that, you know, because you were a naughty boy and all that. I just told them how it was. They didn't have enough people to even train them how to do the road sweeper.
Really?
That's all I'm going to say. And my DWP man, he's got absolutely mental. You know, but they're a big company, but they're not the and they're not perfect. Put it that way. I'm looking at a job. Well, Grandins are looking for people, so I'm giving that a go.
Who's that?
Grandins.
I've not heard of
refuge people. A big company that they when they do if you go down to Staines,
right?
They're a family-run company. They're a big company in London. They're front bulkers and all that. And that's where when the Metropolitan Police all tip up with all their guns in the watchtowers and the lightings. That's where they go and burn all their drugs.
Right.
At Staines. You know, I mean they're a huge company. They're a family-run company. You know, but other firm I used to work.
Sorry, Fridge. One second. Stony Zero was in Southend. It was at the back of Southend Airport, towards Eastwood. If you know Eastwood. Sorry, go ahead, Fridge.
We had the things down there where they used to go down there, and the stuff they used to, you know, the burn, like, it's unbelievable. You know, it's. I mean, stop the fuel protesters. They really are getting a joke now. Where that young lad was trying to go to work and arrested him. They've lost it. You know.
Well, they've started. See, I saw a post earlier. I can't remember where I saw it now. I think it may have been a news article or something. But Roller City, Paul Essex. I remember that as well. But they're clever. I'll give them that much. The Just Stop Oil are clever. Because what they've started doing now is, rather than walking in the street, because walking in the road is, you know, disrupting traffic, because you're walking in a road, bearing in mind you shouldn't be walking in a road, that's what pavements are for, can get you nicked. Okay, so what they've started doing now is they've started riding bicycles, but very, very slowly. So although they're still disrupting the traffic, they're not, you know, being on a bicycle in the road is what you're supposed to be. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be riding a bike on a pavement, and you shouldn't be walking in the road. So what they're doing now is they're riding bicycles in the road very, very slowly to disrupt the traffic. And that's the way that they're dealing with the law changes, so to speak, which, again, it looks like they might have to think of another way to abuse the legislation. Because
Yeah,
as much as I think it's fucking stupid, and the way that they protest generally is an absolute waste of time and destructive. They are clever in that respect.
I think they haven't done themselves any favours, really. End of the day.
Yeah.
You're still going to hurt. You're still going to get tankers. You're still going to get 40-foot tankers driving aviation fuel and petrol, and to work. And people want to go on holiday, and the cyclists can't do this, can't do that.
Of course.
I mean, they're even changing the law on cyclists now, aren't they? I mean, the kids, the two kids that got killed on an electric bike, and the other young lad got killed on an electric scooter.
That's right.
Something's got to give. Something's got to give, because more people are going to get killed.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you said. You tell youngsters, you tell the school kids, oh, we don't know that. We're not doing that. We can't do that. Can't tell me to do that or do this or do that. So when's it going to stop? It's going to stop when someone.
Kids have got no respect.
It's going to stop when some. No, got no respect today. And when they get killed, that's it.
Exactly. They've got no respect, and they think they're invincible. And one of the reasons I've said this recently, one of the reasons I think they're invincible is because they're not allowed to be punished properly anymore. When I was a kid, if I'd done something wrong, or if I was going to go and touch something that was hot, rather than disfigure myself, my mum would smack my ass, or she'd smack my hand. Right? She'd start by smacking my hand, right? And that would hurt. And I go, fuck. And she'd go, well, you'd get a lot worse if you actually put your hand on that. And if I carried on doing it, I'd get a smack on the arse. And I would learn that a little red handprint for an hour and a half, right, is far better than melting my fucking hands to an iron. Do you know what I mean? And I learned the consequences of my actions, whereas now people don't learn the consequences of their actions. Even going to prison is a fucking holiday for most people.
Yeah. And you've got the big companies like Amy Custodial. I don't think G4S do it anymore. They're a joke. Our detention centres are getting, Heathrow and all that. Thinking, well, why should people like me? And you'll probably agree with me. There's brothers and sisters of mine that are sleeping out in the streets, rough, and yet all these refugees that get internet, and some of them are even complaining about the food in the internet they got.
Yeah, I saw that video.
What?
Last week, I think it was.
The BBC did a platform about the guy. I thought, yeah, really? What's going on?
And I would genuinely say, if somebody said that to me in this day and age, somebody said to me, that they were staying somewhere for free, being given all the amenities for free, having their food paid for, and all that kind of shit, and they said to me that it was crap, I'd tell them to go fuck themselves. In fact, I'd probably tell them to go home. So if you don't like it there, then go back wherever it was that you escaped from, because you don't like it there. If it's that much worse over here, fuck off back to wherever you were originally, because clearly that's far better for you than what you're being given and handed on a plate here.
But how far is it going to go? There's like you said, there's a ball of string, and you've got to draw a line at the end of the ball of string. Someone's going to either go and get killed, and when they do, a field protester is going to get killed, and that'll be it. Well, that's it. I just okay, sorry. You're dead. So you come back and say, I can't do that. Well, sorry, you can't do the job. Why are you doing it? Why are you actually going to go out? I mean, they tried to stop the farming. Look at the farmers that go farming and all that.
Yeah.
I was complaining about the methane and all that. Well, I'm sorry, but there's big companies in this country. I'll mention one of them. I used to work for them. Do you remember an orange company called Tropicana?
Yes.
Right. You're on the same line as me. Tropicana used to be owned by Cargills.
Right.
Do you know who Cargills are?
I know they own. Well, they're like somebody. They're like fucking Johnson & Johnson. They own fuck loads of stuff, don't they? It's like a. I think Cargill's is like the parent company of about fucking 50 other companies that they've brought. I can't remember what else they own now, though.
You're on the right line, but you're on the wrong. You're barking at the wrong tree. Cargill's is a family-owned company,
right?
And they're the biggest wheat growers in America. They're a private family firm, but they own they own Tropicana, and all the farmers in the UK. You see them going to the tankers going up down Leicester through, that part of the world. They own the big grain bunkers that they see in the UK, the silos and the farms.
Yeah,
they own them.
Right.
Tropicana is one of their offcuts.
Okay.
It's orange juice, commodity brokers and all that. I used to be at Cobham. David, I mean, they were commodity brokers. This wasn't far from. The Cargill's place used to be not far from Chelsea's training ground.
Right. Okay.
And absolutely. I mean, down here, you go over the other side from Leatherhead, and it's a totally different world. Elmbridge. Got the football players down there. You had Frank Lampard. If you go the other way, you had Michael Caine in Leatherhead. You go over towards Guildford, you had Oliver Reed, Virginia McKenna, a place up in Guildford called Abinger Common, and Oliver Reed used to go up there. It's just Leatherhead's just died now. Dorking's not got much better. Epsom's not too bad, but there's nothing in Leatherhead.
It will get worse. A lot of people will fuck off from the UK and go to other countries to run their businesses. This is why some of the biggest companies. Yes, we've got big companies in the UK, but some of the biggest companies, their headquarters aren't in the UK. They may have a headquarters here, but it's not the headquarters for the companies. They fuck off elsewhere, and it will get worse. More and more people will pull out of the UK to go and run their businesses from elsewhere. And we'll just be left as a little island of fuck all. Even though most innovation around the world came from here in the first place, what have we been left with over the centuries? We've got fuck all left.
Who else have you got up here? You've got KBR, Brown and Root and Toot. You've got Unilever, they're pulling out in November. Dorking, you've got Johnson's Scarab, a German company that make Johnson just got taken over by a German company. There's not much else. And you've got Guildford. Down towards Portsmouth. Go up towards Epsom and Tolworth, Addleston. You got Croydon.
Yeah,
and that's it. You're right. You're on the. I don't know. I just don't know. I look at it and I think lovely little place. I've got my own little flat here and all that, but they just don't want to work. And you got beggars in Leatherhead's got a fair bit of money, but you got beggars on the street. You think what's going on here?
Sonic. I think. Sorry, Fridge. I think Asda is owned by I think they're Pakistani or Indian brothers, two blokes. I think they own Asda's now.
Oh right. Oh sorry. Yeah, go on. Asda's,
no, it's right.
Yeah, we got that.
DJ Sonic asked a question or said that he thinks Walmart owns Asda's. I know they did, but I think that it's some brothers, either Pakistani or Indian.
Yeah,
brothers
two Pakistani, but they got one up at Tadworth at Epsom. Yeah, got one up there. And they also has, I think Asda's went into thing with another company earlier on, a retail company in they private, I don't know, the petrol station group and all that lot. You got the M25 junction line where I am, and you got further up, you got Colham Services. You got Colebrook down there. Leatherhead is a brilliant place for logistics, for a hub, but nobody wants to put in. No big logistics company wants to come in. I don't know about that. Mole Valley Council, absolute useless council.
Yeah. Well, they've all to be honest, the councils are shit anyway these days. There is not a single council that I can think of that is doing what it should be doing for the people of that constituency, if you want to call it that, whatever they call it. I don't know any council that is actually doing what is right and what is wanted by the people that live there. They all go against what is voted for and what is asked
they
for.
do.
They don't care. All they're interested in nowadays is lining their own fucking pockets still, making sure they stay in a job so they get a nice cushy pension at the end of it, whether that means lying, cheating, covering up or whatever. That's what they do. And sadly, it's getting worse and worse across the country because all the councils are going that way.
I mean, look at the the two Scottish MPs that just got arrested. They're going to go to jail, which they should.
Well, Sturgeon's just been arrested, didn't she? I think she got arrested today, and she's been released.
Yeah.
I know they had the treasurer was arrested, and somebody else was arrested. I can't remember who it was now, but yeah, there've been a few arrests, but they've all been released as far as I know. And it'd be unlikely. I mean, look, at the end of the day, right? The people that work in government know that they're never going to get done for what they should get done for, right? Things might go to shit and they might get pulled up on something small and get publicly humiliated for something small. But all the major things that they do, all the deaths at the hands of the governments and all of the poverty at the hands of the government and all of the embezzlement at the hands of the government, all of that stuff gets overlooked for more minor stuff. As somebody was saying earlier, 600 and something £1,000. They don't give a shit about that. Okay, they don't care about that. She'll never go to prison for that. She'll never go to prison anyway. None of them will. And this is one of the benefits of being a fucking politician. Unfortunately, is you literally have some kind of diplomatic immunity, even from the system where you come from. And it's an absolute piss take. These people need to be up on charges of fucking treason, as far as I'm concerned. The majority of them, they're never going to happen, though.
No, that's true. It's like everything else. It's the cyclists want to. Well, can't do that. Why? I mean, they got the oil protesters were on their thing. A cyclist went straight through, and they complained about that.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, when you think about it, it's a bit naughty when you've got people saying, well, we got loads of cyclists in, down my part of the world, but not doing anything.
No.
You can't. There's nothing in Leatherhead no more. There's a few good calves. You've got the odd Wetherspoons there again. You've got Wetherspoons at Epsom, but anything else, absolutely. Well, you've got 2 cash point machines. That's going out the window. So, if you can't do it, they're going to withdraw. So, like Simon says, we're going to be I won't. I'll still use my card, but if it comes for cash will always be king.
Yeah, well, I hope it is. They're going to try, and I mean they have tried, and they'll try even harder to try and get rid of it. We've got to stand firm, and if they turn around and say nowhere's accepting cash anymore, make sure you withdraw all your money from the banks beforehand. And then when a place says we're not accepting cash anymore, which is going to be difficult because so many places now are putting signs up saying cash only because of the charges they're getting. But before the banks crumble, before your banks get shut down, you need to withdraw all your money. And when you need to buy something, you go there with cash and use that for as long as you possibly can. Trade with people. Don't buy shit from stores that don't want your money. Trade with people that have got something that you want and pay them the cash, and you get the goods from them. Yeah. Even if that means trading with your neighbours, right? There's a Facebook marketplace. I hate Facebook, but there's a Facebook marketplace, for example. You need something, you go on there and say, oh, fuck it, I'll have that, and I'll go and give somebody the cash for it. Do you know what I mean? And that's how we keep cash alive. Yeah. And then you go into your shop. Everybody goes into their shop to get a week's worth of shopping. Go up to the till when they say, right, card only. And you go, well, I've only got cash. And they go, oh, so we can only take card. You go, right, fuck you then, and walk out and leave your trolley full of stuff there. They will soon learn that it's going to cost them a lot more money and a lot more time and effort to have to put all that stuff back on the shelf than it will just to turn around and say, okay, we'll accept cash.
I think it's going to get to the point where people. I mean, one of my neighbours down the road, he's got a classic NG. You know, that MG white.
Yeah.
Lovely little car,
like a little stag, like the old stags.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. And as soon as you go towards Chessington, there's Carnes, and I can't do that. We charge you £12 a day and all that. Well.
Right.
It's nothing to do with. He's not even in London. He's not even in Surrey. He's in London. And because his old man was a bus driver, all the bus drivers voted for him.
Yeah.
So it's got to end sometime.
Right.
You know.
Fridge, listen, I'm going to have to wrap this up. I've got about quarter of an hour, 20 minutes to get another call in.
Okay, mate. Take care, mate.
Listen, thanks for the call. As always, appreciated. You look after you. Next week, I might not be on for a normal live stream. It's my birthday weekend next week.
Happy birthday for next week, then, mate.
So
Go for it.
I'm probably going to be recovering on the Sunday, but because of the fact that it's been confirmed that I had another stroke week before last. I need to take things a little bit easier. I know that I'm always on here and I hate not putting videos out. I absolutely hate it. And I can promise you that when I wake up in the morning and I haven't got to come in and do a video, I sit there bored out of my skull and it's horrible, which is why I tend to do videos still, but I have to learn to try and cut down a little bit.
You know what they'll have to do to you, didn't you?
Go on.
Send you back to a BA system for a refit.
Yeah.
Well, send you back to Sellafield.
Yeah.
That's what they do when they decommission me. I'll see you, mate. Take care, mate.
You look after yourself.
Mate, bye.
Ta-ra, mate. Ta-ra. Right. Yeah, look, I know stop smoking and drinking, but do you know what? We're only on this earth once, aren't we? Do you know what I mean? And it will cause me far more aggro mentally to I mean, I can stop drinking. I only drink once a week, you know. Smoking, I wish I didn't smoke. I do, which is why I tried vaping. In fact, I've still got one here, which is why I tried vaping, but it didn't help me to cut down. I was actually smoking more because I was vaping and smoking, and that didn't help. So I've been told by medical professionals to do one or the other. If I'm going to smoke, do one or the other. Obviously, preferably not smoke, but I'm a smoker. I'm addicted. There's nothing I can really do about that. And mentally, it will fuck me up more not to smoke because of the stress that it will give me and all the rest of it. And the drink, I don't have to drink. I've gone weekends where I've not drunk. Do you know what I mean? I gave up for 7 years once, didn't touch a drop. But I enjoy it now. You know, I like having a drink on a Sunday. I like sitting here with my friends in the chat on here and having a drink, you know. I'm not an alcoholic, so it's not going to affect me like it would an alcoholic, obviously. And most people drink. Most people drink more than I do. But there we go. EA audits. Listen, we'll have to have a chat, mate. Listen, get in touch with me on my Facebook or on the email in the description or whatever. There's lots of different ways to contact me down there. Get in touch and we'll have a chat. Maybe we do know each other. I've not been down there for 20. Well, I've been down 3 times, I think, in the last 20 odd years. But I grew up in Southend. That's my stomping ground. So yeah, man, get in touch and we'll have a chat. Every time you want a ciggy, have a wank and you'll soon get fit. I need a ciggy now. You really don't want me to have a wank while I'm on here doing a live stream. But there we go. Pap, what's my thoughts on investigating every burglary? I think it's a great idea, but I think it is a platitude. I think it is just the system, the police and the Home Office pretending that they're going to try and do something that they know they'll never be able to do. By saying it, a lot of people, a lot of the general public will just go, oh, brilliant, they're going to attend every burglary. And then when they don't, they're going to turn around and say, oh, yeah, but we tried. It's just that we don't have enough police to do it. You know, there'll be excuse after excuse after excuse as to why they cannot do it. But I think it is. I think it's just that. I think it's a way to placate the police and to make the public think that they're actually trying to do something which they know and I know is practically impossible for them to do at the current way things are standing. I've said it before, the police, you know, I like America in the fact that if somebody phones up the 911 in America and says, right, there's somebody standing on the sidewalk with a cardboard banner saying fuck the government or whatever it might be, and the police will go, I'm sorry, that's free speech, we can't attend. Okay, and they'll put the phone down. Here in the UK, the call handler will go, oh my God, somebody doesn't agree with the government. We must send all units, you know, and send fucking 2, 3, 4 units to go and deal with somebody standing with a fucking banner just because one person doesn't like it. It's ridiculous. And this is why we've got fucking so little police doing fuck all when it comes to real crime. Thank you, Carol. Appreciated. Hey, Dan, what's happening with Fluke? He's AFK. I don't know what AFK means, Carol, I'm afraid. No, all I can think of is rude words. Away from keyboards. Oh, is that what it means? Oh, to be honest, I've not seen or heard from him for at least a couple of weeks. So I don't know. I'm afraid I don't know what's going on. Oh God, now I feel old. I didn't know what AFK means. I know what LOL means. I know what BRB means. Oh dear. Am I sat on a commode pushing King Kong's finger out? Not right now, I'm not. The police don't want to investigate themselves. No, they don't. And unfortunately, there's nobody out there that wants to investigate them properly either. Yes, we get the odds thrown under the bus by the IOPC, but they've got to look like they're actually doing their job. Otherwise, they'll get disbanded, wouldn't they? So they do have to throw the odd one under the bus. But yeah, it just doesn't seem like anybody wants to do the job properly these days. Clarkson, if you want to call in, mate, and have a chat, by all means. Roger, is Mrs. W about? I've not seen her in the comments tonight, I don't think, unless I've missed it. In danger of becoming a good man. Like, I'm a wanker. I'm a wanker and an arsehole and a racist, apparently. What else am I? Conspiracy theorist. A fatty, which I am. I'm an alcoholic, some people like to call me. What else? There must be some. What else have I missed? No paranormal channel. These phone-ins on a Sunday are to discuss anything you want. You can phone in and talk, as it says on the screen there. Look, talk crap, talk about anything you want, or share a story, or even if you just want to phone up and call me a fat cunt, you can do that as well. So, yeah, by all means. If you want to talk about something other than the police, this is the place to do it on a Sunday. When's the cancel crinkle live stream to pay for your birthday bash? I was actually talking about this to somebody the other day. Do you know that particular incident last year? Now, I couldn't go out of my way to set something like that up and do that because I'd feel really bad, right? To say, let's have a live stream just so we can kick somebody off. That, you know, that's a wanky thing to do. What happened that day, a couple of months before my birthday last year, was fucking ideal. Was it last year or year before? I can't remember. It was ideal. You know, he just popped up. Somebody said, here's some money to get rid of them. And, you know, they'd give me the money. I couldn't give it back to them because I'd done it through Super Chat. And it takes a month for it to get to me. So I couldn't just go, here you go, have it back. So I had to just accept it and kick him. But I certainly couldn't do that on purpose. But that was a cracking day, that, my birthday last year. Wasn't it, everybody that turned up? Brilliant. I've not spoke to civil disobedience for a few weeks now. Who just asked me that? K Peanuts. I mean, we could let Richard Upton on and kick him off for Super Chats. He deserves it. Yeah, well, we'll discuss that when we open the panel up, Badger. So about another, well, if I don't get called in the next 3 minutes, I'll open the panel up. Happy birthday for the 16th, for the 26th, Silas. But yeah, no, I mean, I'll be paying for drinks this year. I have a few pounds set aside through Super Chats and the meager amount I get from YouTube. So I'll be paying for a few rounds at least. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Hello, darling. It's Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen. I'm sorry to shatter your illusions, old chap. You know, they're slightly effeminate chappy off the television, the interior designer.
Right.
I'm sorry to shatter your illusions, darling, but I've just been on the Durex colour chart. Yes, the Durex colour chart, not the Durex one. And I'm sorry to tell you,
it's blue.
That shirt you're wearing, it's blue. Purple pout.
I knew that was coming.
Purple pout or prancing prick. Can we have a poll in the chat, please, folks? Put 1 in the chat if you think it's purple, and 2 if you think it's blue, and we'll settle this once and for all. I thank you. Goodbye.
Wow. Thank you, Lawrence. It's fucking blue. And I'm going to prove it's blue because when people come round here, well, not here, but when people come to Liverpool for my birthday, I will show them it's blue. It's blue. The colour might look a little bit off on here, but it's blue. You're not going to have purple and that light blue because that's, you know, they don't match. It's dark blue and light blue. Oh, fuck off, all of you. Look at you all putting 1. Oh, dear. Oh, here we go. And we got another. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Brian.
Hello there, how you doing?
All right.
Good. Nice to hear you.
I'm trying to turn you off on my phone a bit.
No
I'm
worries.
okay, thanks, Dan.
Good stuff. Glad to hear it.
Yeah. Did you say you haven't been too well? Like, you know, I hope you're feeling a bit better soon.
Well, it's one of them things, you know. I mean, my lifestyle's not ideal, but then after the first 3 strokes,
Yeah.
It's a lot harder for me to be as active as I once was, which really doesn't help. But you know, such is life. Look, these things happen. You know, I'm not looking for any sympathy from anybody. So you know, just being honest with people and let people know what's been going on. You know, but fuck it, got to keep living our lives, got to enjoy each day as best we can, haven't we?
Yeah. I haven't been on the live feed for a bit, like, you know, the live stream, because you know, I've either had friends here or I've been feeling down. You know what I mean?
No, it's no problems at all. Listen, you're not obliged to be on when I'm doing a live stream. It's nice when people are on, but life happens. You know what I mean? Life happens. I get it. But listen, you know, if you're feeling down or anything like that, and you need to chat, you know, or I hope you know that most people in the comments are pretty decent people. And if you need to just phone in and talk shit, that's what that part is of my banner. Talk crap. Even if you just need to talk about anything just to get stuff off your chest, or because you're bored or lonely or whatever it might be.
Yeah, I suppose it's, you know, it's cause like I'm 58 now. 59 March, like next year, yeah. But like I live on my own as well. I know you do. Like, I get depressed, you know, quite a bit. Cause, you know, I mean, I have my friends around and that, like, but I get depressed, like, because, you know, living on my own and that, and I keep thinking about the future, you know, and you know, and I don't think I'll meet anybody now, you know, because I've never had any luck with women anyway, like, and you know, and I you know, I've always been withdrawn when I was a kid, and that, like, you know, my mum was like looked after me, like, but she'd let me mix with other kids till I was about 10, like, in the street.
Right.
And, you know, and then I went to a special school because I was dyslexic, but I don't understand it then. I can read a bit better now. I couldn't read a novel, like, but I can read, like, my film books. I can read about bits about different films at the film books, but then I have some problems with some words, and I have to, you know, pretend I'm something else and try and make sense of it. You know what I mean?
I know, mate. Listen, sometimes you don't want to talk to people, or you don't want people to, because, you know, we're blokes, right? And we don't always want people to know that we're feeling like shit because it makes us feel weak.
Yeah.
All right. Well, at least it does for me, right? Sometimes I feel that I should be able to deal with how I'm feeling, and sometimes I can't. So what I do is I just phone somebody up, or I'll message them, and I'll just say, "What have you been up to?" And I'll just start a conversation with them. And I don't need to tell them that I feel shit at the time. It's just somebody to talk to.
Yeah.
You know, so if you ever feel that way, and it's a Sunday, especially if it's a Sunday and I'm on a live stream, all you got to do is phone up and just say, "What have you been up to, Dan?" And just, you know, just let me talk if you want to. But, you know, until you feel a bit more comfortable in talking back to me, it's fine.
Yeah.
You know, it's what I'm here for. You know, got a great community here, and I want to help people if I can. And, you know, being somebody that suffers from mental health issues, I know what it's like. And so, you know, let me try and help if I can.
I mean, like, you know, I've got a few friends who come round, and they're quite a few friends. But, you know, I start thinking about getting older, like, because, you know, the years seem to go, the time seems to go quicker, like, and then I'll start thinking about the future. And, you know, I've only got my sister in my family. I got my cousin. I should go round and see my cousin more, but they've got their family, you know, and I don't, you know, and I mean, if I went around, they'd probably call me in, like, and give me a slice of cake and that, but, like, you know, I don't know, sometimes, you know, I feel, you know, about, because they got their family, you know, as well, like, but I keep thinking, like, about the far future, and then I start thinking about, you know, what happens if my friends are here then, like, and my sister, you know, and I don't want to be on my own in the future, you know, like, and then
nobody wants to. Sorry, nobody wants to be on their own, okay? And thinking like that, okay. I mean, I've been on my own for a while now, and I've got no family around me. Like my closest family is 250, 300 miles away. Okay? None of them have ever come to see me. It's always been me that have gone down to see them. Okay, and I've only been down there 3, maybe 4 times. Okay, in 20 years. Now, I'm supposed to be arranging to move back down there. But things are taking their time, and I think to myself now, I think if this takes another 6 months or another year to be able to move, I could very well have another stroke in that time and die before I get a chance to see the rest of my family properly. And I'm not saying that to be dramatic or, you know, looking for sympathy. It's a fact. It's a fact. I could have another stroke, which could be the one that finishes me off. I don't know. But if I let that niggle away at me, I'm not going to be able to enjoy the time that I've got until I do kick the bucket.
Yeah. Because I remember you saying when the lockdown was on, but that's when you had your first stroke, like, and I've been thinking like, I hope Dan gets better, like, you know.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. As I say, you know, some of it is lifestyle, and that's my own fault.
Yeah.
But since the first strokes, it's very difficult. My life has changed a lot since the strokes.
Yeah.
I can't walk to the local shop, which is only a 4-minute walk away anymore. I can, but I have to stop 3 or 4 times. I can't get down to the local village without having to take a taxi, and that's an 8 or 9 minute walk away.
Yeah, it's expensive these days as well.
Well, it is. I'm not so worried about that, but it's just the getting out. Even walking down to the marina, I've done some videos in the past, short videos, and I've put photos on my Instagram and Facebook where I've gone down the marina. I can't even do that anymore. I can't even walk down. I can't walk down there to enjoy the sunset anymore, and you know, things like that. So I've you know, my life has changed an awful lot because of the strokes. But if I sit here and feel sorry for myself, and I overthink what could happen, I'm not living that day. I'm living a potential future that may or may not happen.
Yeah, so I think that's what's happening to me. I keep thinking about the future, like, you know.
Yeah.
You know, when because the future's scary, like, and you know, you're getting older and older, and you know, you're thinking about the future. You're thinking about yourself, you know. Oh, I don't want to end up in an old people's home when I get old, you know. Even though I'm only 58, and you know, and all my collection, like my films and stuff, you know, you're thinking, well, you know, I got that many, they wouldn't let me take them in with me anyway, and I don't want to, you know, and I like me, you know, I like my collection, and you know what I mean. It's my life, like, you know, and my friends and my family, and you're thinking, well, you know, they wouldn't let me take, and you know, if I lost them all, you know, it would feel like being robbed. You know what I mean? It feel like being broke into and robbed.
I get it. The unfortunate thing is, and this might not be the most sensitive thing to say, but the unfortunate thing is, whatever happens to us in the future, we can't take what we've got with us. So at some point, we've got to let everything go.
Yeah.
You know, and I know it's hard to let things go. You know, it's hard for me to let things go. You know, but it happens. It's going to happen to every one of us.
Yeah.
So, you know, to remember that it's not just you that has to suffer that, or it's not just you that has to go through that. We all do at some point.
Yeah.
You know, but by dwelling on it, what you're doing is you're not living today. You're not enjoying today. And that is, you know, it's sad when that happens. It's sad when you can't enjoy today because you're too busy thinking about what might happen or too busy thinking about what has happened. And I'm a fine one to talk because I have overthinking problems. I do think a lot about what might happen, and I'm always thinking about the past.
Yeah.
But I try and tell myself, and sometimes I can manage it, sometimes I can't. It's not always easy, but sometimes I can think about today and what's happening today and how grateful I am for today. Like now, I'm grateful for the fact that I've got this community, nearly 200 people watching, people calling in because they trust me to talk to me about how they feel. You know, I'm grateful for all of that stuff. You know, and I've made some great friends on here, and I've made some friends with people that I've never met. but I still regard them as friends, you know.
Yeah.
And I have to do that on, you know, I can't do it every day, but I try and force myself to do that and to try and think about today and today only, rather than what may or may not happen in the future or what has already happened in the past.
Yeah.
You can only control what's happening today.
Yeah, because like, okay, I said to my mate quite a few times, like, I was thinking about making a will out, and he says you can buy one of the ones, you know, I shouldn't really be thinking like this, and I don't want it to depress you, like, you know, but he says you can buy one of the ones for about 10 or 20 quid, and you fill it out, and you give it a friend to look after, and I says to him, say if I ain't got no friends by then, you know what I mean? Or if I pay for my burial, what in the future? What happens if I got no friends? How do they know where to bury me with my dad? Like, you know, and all this, you know, and
I put a post on my Facebook timeline. It came up a few years ago, and I post it every year since. Okay, and that is, I've just realised. I haven't even got 6 people to carry my coffin for me when I die. And do you know what? Right? I mean, that's a bit of a lie now, because I have made some friends. And I think I know that if I die, or when I die, Lost Souls Paranormal, Roger Whittington, Sonic probably wouldn't. He'd probably just come to piss on my grave. But, you know, there's some people out there that I'm pretty sure would attend my funeral when I die. But I only see these people rarely. We'll talk almost every day, but I see them very rarely. I see them, Lost Souls Paranormal, maybe twice a year. The rest of them, may at the moment, once a year on my birthday. You know, and I look forward to that. I look forward to seeing them, although we do talk every day. But I haven't locally. I don't get out, so I don't mix with people around here. So I'm cut off. Ultimately, I'm cut off from my family and from other people around here. And that's partly my fault, because I have chosen for a while not to go out. Plus, I've got my anxiety in meeting new people as well, which is why when I do go out, I'll have a drink before I go. But it's sad to hear you talking like that. Okay, I don't mean you're sad. I mean, it's upsetting to hear you talk like that.
It nags at me, you know what I mean?
Of course I do, of course. But you need to try. And again, I'm a bit of a hypocrite because I can't do it all the time. But I do try to think about each day. Sometimes I mean,
sometimes, like, of a week, like once a fortnight or something, or every 3 weeks, one of my friends, I meet down the pub for a drink, like. And there's a couple others I know down there. They don't come here, like the one's been here once or twice, you know, but when my brother passed on, like, to see how it was. But the others, I just see them down the pub. But when I go down, I only go down really to have a chat to them, and you know, when I go out, like, you know, if I go down there to the pub, like, because it was a rock pub, but now it's just rubbish. Like, it's all modern rock music, and it just, I hate to say, I just don't like the music, and, you know, and it just, it's just that, like it used to be. Well, it wouldn't be, but it had like good music, like it was in the 80s, and I don't really like the place that much. But I just go down to see my friends, like a couple of friends, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And sometimes when I'm down there, you know, sometimes I get fed up, like, and I thinking to myself, oh, I wish I was back home now, like, you know, and it's like open till 2 in the morning, and my mate goes about 1, and after about a couple of hours, I've had enough. You know what I mean? Yeah.
No, I do. I genuinely understand where you're coming from. I mean, I think about moving back down to Essex, where I come from, and being around my family, and, you know, having that extra support and stuff. But that's not happening anytime soon. And if I sit here worried about how long it's taking, or worried about you know, as I've said, I could have another stroke before I move back down there.
Yeah.
It could be the one that finishes me off, and if that's my future, then so be it.
Yeah.
But if I sit there and dwell on that rather than just try and enjoy the now, then I'm effectively giving up. I'm effectively, you know, I'm effectively dying now, and not living my life to the best I can.
Do you think I should try and put it in the back of my mind?
I think it's important to think about it.
Yeah.
I think you shouldn't, you know, your feelings, you shouldn't bury your feelings. So if you feel sad, just burying it and ignoring it completely is not a good thing.
When I think of the future, like, and what could happen, and what, well, I know things got to happen eventually. Like, you could stop aging, you could stop death, you could stop people from dying, like your friends. You know, I mean, some of my friends might live longer than me, but, you know, and my sister, I keep thinking about my sister, like, and they're 75, I'm 48, and I'm scared of losing her, like, you know, when my sister means everything to me. And, you know, and I don't, it just makes me, you know.
The thing is, the inevitable is going to happen no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just scares me.
Of course it does. I mean, you know, expect losing somebody or dying yourself is going to be a frightening thought for a lot of people. Not everybody, but a lot of people are worried about that kind of stuff.
I mean, you get friends like, and they get, well, you know, they say, so you're only 58, it ain't that old, like, but, you know, you just see, you know, you think to yourself, like, well, you know, I remember, like, you know, in 85 and 19 and when I was 20 and in the 1990s, and it does seem 5 minutes, you know, and you say, well, if that does seem that long, you know, the next 20, you know, so 15, 20, so 25, you know, it's gonna go like nothing.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, so you got the present, the past, the present, and the future. And when you think of the future, it feels like it's already here waiting for you. Do you know what I mean? Trying to grab you.
Well, yeah, but there's some things in the future that are inevitable. Some things will never, ever change. Okay, like getting old, like dying, or other people dying. You know, that kind of stuff is inevitable. It's going to happen. It's going to be sad when it happens, but you can't change it. All you can do is accept that that's going to happen, and try and live your life now as best you can. And yes, again, as I say, I'm a bit of a hypocrite because I struggle doing the same thing, right? I've got EUPD, I've got depression, you know, I've got anxiety, and I stopped myself doing things because of that reason. But I will also push myself sometimes. You know, sometimes I feel strong enough to be able to push myself through that anxiety, and I'll go and I'll do things like with my birthday. Yes, I've got to have a drink before I go and meet everybody because it's going to fucking fry my brain. But whilst I'm there, I'm enjoying myself. I will deal with the consequences and the anxiety afterwards. I'll deal with that after. But if I don't go, I'm effectively punishing myself because of how I feel. Why should you punish yourself? You know? So you've got to accept your feelings. Okay, your feelings are there for a reason. Okay, they are a warning system ultimately, right? So you have to understand that you've got feelings for a reason, and you have to accept them. You have to identify and try and deal with those feelings, but rather than dwell on them, you need to try and figure out how you can then enjoy the rest of your life or today, not even the rest of your life, because we don't know, we could get hit by a bus tomorrow. You know, so you could be thinking, you know, oh, I might, you know, I could see somebody I love die in 10 years time, but you know, the world could end tomorrow. And if we're all sitting there dwelling on what could or may happen or what has already happened, we can't enjoy and live our lives now.
No. The like where you know, when I start worrying, start worrying about you know, makes it more stronger. You know what I mean? Makes you think about it more. You know, and then you know, I feel down after. You know what I mean?
I know, man. I know. But I just want you to remember that we, you know, although it's only once a week, we're here.
Yeah.
If you need to call in, you know, it says it right there on the screen. Talk crap. Call me names. You know, if it cheers you up, phone up and call me a fat wanker. I don't care. Right.
My friend, he went to Blackpool last week and a few weeks before for went on the Thursday night, stayed on the Saturday, Sunday, and come back Monday night, and he gave the cats and forward, and he was going to give me the keys to come back and look after the cat, but he didn't come down. And so he said, because he thought the cat would be okay. The cat was okay.
Yeah.
He left some food and water for the cat, but all the time he was away, I was worrying about his cat. You know what I mean? Because I just worry about animals. Like I love animals, and I was worrying about his cat being okay. But he asked me if I wanted to go with him, and I says, "Well, cool, really." I said, "What? Well, I could probably get me other mate to look after the cat and me 2 rats, pet rats." But
you know I'm an animal lover, didn't you?
Yeah.
Right. If I sat there worrying about what could happen, again, you know, I'd never have let the cat out the house.
Yeah.
Right. Now he did. He was stupid enough to go and get himself run over, but and that was upsetting for me. Lost Souls Paranormal will tell you, I phoned. She was the first person I phoned, and I was crying. I was gutted.
I remember it. You sad.
But if I'd have worried about that constantly, that he could get run over, then he would have been a house cat, and he wouldn't have been happy. I don't think he would have been happy being stuck in all the time.
No.
I wouldn't be able to open the windows or open the back door. I'd be pissed off, and the cat wouldn't be happy. So I had to let the cat go, and I enjoyed the cat whilst he was here. Smudge, I enjoyed him whilst he was here. But then he went and got himself run over. And you know what pissed me off the most is the fact that he had a collar on with a phone number, and the person that ran him over didn't call me. You know, I didn't. He was run over. It happens. But the fact that he was just left at the side of the road to rot ultimately is what pissed me off the most.
Yeah.
But again, if it was going to happen, it was going to happen, and there's nothing I could really do to stop that. But I couldn't keep him in because that wouldn't have been fair for him. I had to let him go out and then be relieved every time he come home. And he'd come home and he'd sit on my lap and fall asleep, and I'd sit there stroking him for hours, all that kind of stuff. And I wouldn't have got all of that stuff had I kept him as a house cat. I mean, I'd have got to stroke him and stuff, but I wouldn't have been relieved every time he come home and been as affectionate, I think, towards him, because he would have just got on my tits if he was there all the time.
My 2 cats, Blackie and Smudge. Smudge is black and white, and black. But I let them go out in the gardens in the daytime. Smudge goes, I don't know, it goes somewhere. They come back like. But I got them in tonight because of the storm. A bit of a storm. The sky went all black, like, so. I think there's going to be a big storm either tomorrow, like,
I think the thing that's pissed me off the most is I cut a hole in the back door for a cat flap.
Yeah.
That only got used for 16 months, and now I've got to replace the fucking door when I move. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Little fucking sod, that cat. Made
me 2 rats, Ben and Socrates, named them after the film Ben, the film, the 60s films, Ben and Willard, about rats. Anyway, I took off I got the name off the film. Anyway, there was my mate's rats, and his missus, his girlfriend who lives with him, the bitter a few times, like the one bitter, the white one bitter a couple of bitter. Ben he'd outbite mush, and he'd outbite like. But anyway, my mate says, "Can you have the rats down yours?" Because they fell out, my mate and his missus are back together now. But
Right.
they fell out, and my mate says, "Can you have the rats down yours till my missus moves out?" Like, he says, because, the one bitter, like the white one. And I thought, well, I don't blame it, because I don't blame it. I would have bitter if I was the rat. Anyway, so I had them down there, right? And my mate stayed at my house, about 2 weeks, like, and because Becky was still in his flat, well, I don't want to mention them. His missus was still in his flat, like,
Right.
and I says, what's happening about moving out? And he says, well, it's put a name down on the rent book for a flat, like 1-bedroom flat, so I should have one soon. And anyway, nothing happened, and he was here about 3-4 weeks. And I says, you had to tell her, like, anyway, just after, like, he says, like, I went back together again now. I don't think we had any. I don't think they had any. They got back together again. I don't think they even put down for a flat. You know what I mean? I think it was just staying at his, and he come down here and stayed for a bit. Anyway, he got back with her, and you know what? Guess what?
Go on.
I want the rats back, so I stuck with them. And the rats, like, the more but in the cage, and not take it, take the top of the cage off and put the bottom on the settee, but they won't come out the bottom now. They won't come out the bottom since I had them off my bait. In kids' course, them used to staying in the cage. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they're not used to staying in the cage. But the overweight, I tried cutting them down on for food and that, but they're still the same size. Like, they shouldn't be as big as they be.
I know how that feels.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
So I'm lumbered with them now. And I put them, one of my mates, his friend, he was going to have them off me. But he's all right. His mate is like my friend's friend, like, he was going to have him. But he's got a cat, and is it a cat or a dog? I can't remember. He's got a cat or a dog anyway, or a dog and cat. I think he might have both. I don't know. And he's got 2 pet snakes, and he was going to have them off me. And I changed my mind because I thought, well, well, if he's got the snakes, like, say if the snakes get out, you know what I mean? And they get the rats. So I was a bit iffy and hesitant, and I was probably a bit scared of that. So I says, like, he decided, told them, like, my mate, like I says he don't want to part with the rats after, like, because I don't fancy, the rats being somewhere where the snakes, you know what I mean?
I know. So it's just the fact you've got these animals as well is a reason to enjoy what you've got today.
Yeah.
Like I say, when I had the dogs, I enjoyed the company, even though they never done it. I mean, the dogs were different from the cat. Cat fuck off out. Do you know what I mean? But even just knowing that the animal was there, for some reason, kind of broke the silence. Even if it was quiet, it broke the silence rather than just me being in that room on my own, knowing that there was another entity there, so to speak. Made things feel a little bit better. You know, and I know that it's not like you can take them out for a walk or let them go out and then come back when they're ready. I know it's slightly different, but you're giving these cats, you're giving the rats, somewhere to live. You're feeding them. You're giving them affection. As best you can give a rat some affection. And you should be grateful that you're able to do that right now.
I wish I could let them run about the floor, like I got my stuff, and they could chew through the wires, or and go behind things and get stuck. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I used to have a snake. When I was with my
Yeah.
youngest boy's mum, we had a corn snake. It was almost 5 foot long. It was
Oh,
a big
that's what my
bastard.
mate's friend's got, 2 corn snakes.
Well, this one used to get out. And I know they're clever, right? But this one used to get out. The lid was on, and it used to have stuff on the lid to hold the lid on.
Yeah.
And this fucking thing still used to get out. But it would only go 2 places. It would either go underneath the telly, because we had one of the old CRT TVs, the big fucking square things, every 10-ton fucking things.
Yeah.
It used to either get underneath that, or it would go up behind the radiator. So luckily we knew where it would go. It wouldn't go somewhere where that it shouldn't be, so to speak. I know it's different when you've got rats, and rats like chewing things and all that kind of stuff. So I know it's more difficult in that respect. But again, just having an animal kind of breaks up the
The cats don't bother with the rats. Like, sometimes I have a look at them, but that's about it.
Are they good with it? Are they? Yeah.
I mean, Blackie's on the stool there, and the rat cage is next to him, and he's just lying on the stool. Yeah. They don't bother with him. The other one I had, the other cat I had, passed away about a couple of years ago. Blackie's sister, Tig, I wouldn't have let up with the rats. I would have kept on until I got them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love Tig, but since Tig, I think I had a heart attack or collapsed, and I went 2 years ago. But Tig, when I was alive, I used to bring everything in, killed everything and brought it in the house.
Well, somebody's just put in the comments, don't cats bring dead prey in as a gift for their owners?
Well, these two now, the other one did.
I would say that they don't bring them in for their owners. I don't believe that they bring them in for their owners, and I'll tell you for why. Smudge, I've got a video of him on my phone. Smudge came in with a mouse, and he came in, and he came into the front room where I was. Normally, he'd run into the bedroom and under the bed, and he'd play with it for a little while. And sometimes it would escape and go behind the fucking wardrobe, which was an absolute nightmare to try and get.
Oh, I had that happen a few times.
But this time he came into the front room, and I was sitting on the sofa watching the telly, and he'd bring in this mouse, and he was playing with it. It was still alive. It screamed a little bit, and as horrible as it might sound, that's nature. As far as I'm concerned, it's nature. It's how things work. A bird will eat a worm, a cat will eat a bird, a dog will eat a cat. Nature is nature. So I didn't try and take this mouse off of him. I just thought, such his life. And he fucking ate it whole. He didn't even chew it. I'm telling you, this mouse was about this big, and Smudge was only about that big at the time, and he ate the whole thing whole. And I was astonished. I was like, oh my fucking, he's just swallowed that whole thing whole. It was like a snake. He just took it out, gone. Fucking what?
I mean, Blackie and the Smudge, like, I brought no animals in. It was Tig, his sister, who passed on. I used to bring all the animals in. I brought dead birds in, mice in alive, and then, I had to catch them from outside or kill them. What else did I bring in? Baby chicks out the nest, which are, they like that, are they like any animals? Big black birds, and then Blackie had a bird once, and I think that was because he was trying to, because his sister got one, because Smudge got one, and he wanted to fit in, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think he just killed it to fit in, but he killed nonsense. And then Smudge come back with a wing once, but that was it, I think it was Smudge leading him up the wrong path, you know what I mean?
I'm actually thinking Smudge might have suicided himself. And I'll tell you for why. I know it sounds a really silly thing to say, but Smudge brought in a baby magpie. Roger and Lost Souls and some of the other mods will tell you about this. He brought in a baby magpie. And I don't even know how he got in. with it because I had the door shut. I was outside and he was outside, and I closed. This is before I had a cat flap, and I closed the door. And then after about 5 minutes, I came in, and as I came in, I saw a smudge in the bathroom. And I thought, what's he doing in there? As I walked in there, he's got a fucking magpie, baby magpie, which I managed to get the magpie off of him. Took it out, because the reason I was outside is because the magpies were going mental, and I wondered why they were going so mad, the noises they were making. Yeah. So anyway, I took this magpie outside, and I put it over the back fence in the trees where it come from. And I knew, I thought to myself, Smudge will probably get it again, but at least I've put it back. It was only, a proper baby one, didn't have time to even grow proper feathers and stuff. So anyway, these fucking magpies used to go after him because they're not stupid magpies. Every time he used to go out, he'd climb up on the fence, and these magpies would dive bomb him and try and knock him off the fence. It was funny as fuck. I used to piss myself. So I think that I think that he was a bit worried about this summer. I think he thought, I can't go outside with these magpies. They're going to want to peck my fucking eyeballs out. So it was funny. It was funny. It was just something just pops into my head there. So
I remember him. He was a black and white one, black and white.
That's right. Yeah.
So you used to put him on the live stream when you used to go to the toilet.
Yes, and I had. I don't know if you remember as far back as when I had the dogs. They used to come in every live stream, and they'd get their 5 minutes of fame on the live stream. And I think people used to come on to see them more than they used to come and see me, to be honest. But I miss them. I do. I'm glad the dogs had to go to a new home because I couldn't walk them. And I miss them. I've still got I've got photos in the lounge of them still. I see every day, but even with the cat, the cat, it upset me that Smudge went and got himself killed. But again, if I'd have sat there worrying about that happening, I'd never have let him out, and it wouldn't have been fair on him. So I had to let him do his own thing. Just like as I was saying to you earlier, we have to do our own thing each day, rather than worrying about what could happen in the future, because what could happen and what will happen are probably two very different things. And what will happen is going to happen regardless, so we've got to try and think and live for the day. It's not easy. As I've said, I'm guilty of not following my own advice sometimes, but I can tell you that the days that I do follow my own advice are the days where I'm a lot happier.
Because when you start thinking about things in the future and you start visualizing them, they seem to be like more like memories than of something what's happened than something what happened. They seem to be more real when you visualize them more.
Yeah. Well, the more you think about it, the more vivid the memory, the visualization becomes.
Yeah.
Which is why you need to try and find something that takes your mind off of it.
Yeah.
If you can. And again, I know it's not always easy, and I'm guilty of giving into the darkness, shall we say, rather than thinking about the good things. And I'm guilty of that. And I won't lie about it. It's not easy. But the days that I can do that are the days where I can tell you now for a fact that they are much better days for me.
My cat Blackie in the mornings, sometimes in the mornings, early in the mornings, I start mowing because she wants to go out, I think, or wants to eat. But I've had it overnight as well. When he mows overnight, I feed him well, and he eats and eats and eats. He overeats, and I try to cut him down a bit because he eats and eats, but there's been times in the middle of the night and he just starts mowing like a 3 early hours in the morning, when I have to come down and I stroke him, and and he starts again sometimes.
Do you know what? One of the things I don't know if you've got, I can't remember if you've got children or not or anything like that. No.
As I said, there's only me and my sister, but my sister don't live here.
Right. One of the things that I had to learn when I had kids, when I became a dad, is that sometimes kids and animals are very similar. Sometimes they will just cry.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just fucking make noises because they've got nothing better to do. And problem is when it comes to animals as well as children, when you pander to that all the time, they get used to it and they're like, oh, every time I do this, I get that.
Yeah.
You know, and that's not always a good thing because they see that as a reward for bad behavior. Sometimes, you know, if a dog sits there whining all night long, nobody wants them to whine all night long.
Yeah.
But every time you go down and sit with them and cuddle them and stroke them and all the rest of it, they get used to that and they're like, oh, I get some attention every time I whine.
Yeah.
And they'll carry on. So sometimes with a cat, sometimes as annoying as it might be, they might sit there meowing sometimes, especially in the middle of the night when they should be out fucking hunting or whatever it is they're doing anyway.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just an attention thing, and the more attention you give them, the more they're going to do it.
Yeah.
You know, and that's not good for you if you've got to keep getting up in the middle of the night to go and pander to the cat.
Yeah. Do you remember? I don't know if you remember me when I found in the lockdown, and I told you about my brother who passed away. Like,
right.
And anyway, my sister. Well, I say nothing at the time, like, because you know we had my brother like passed on. We had the will going on at the time. Anyway. I could tell you now, like, because it's past now, like, but what happened, my sister's, it's still eating her up, like, what happened was, my brother, when he passed away, and he left the will, he left me something, some money, like, he left me sister some money.
Yeah.
And then, because his wife had already passed away, he left his wife's sister's daughter. I mean, with me, his wife's sister's daughter. He left her some money, and he left their brother some money.
Yeah.
Now, even though, like, he thought of him as his brother as his relation, even though his wife had passed on, you know. But the war really connected. There's only family by marriage to him, you know what I mean? But he thought of him as family because he never got married again, and there was this relation to his wife. You with me? Like, and anyway, what happened is we told him, you know, but my brother, but he wouldn't listen, and he asked me. My sister, when he was alive, if I wanted the house, and my sister says, you know, now, like, he says, you know, leave it to Brian, like, that's me. And anyway, my brother says he was gonna leave it to me. He said because I got a council house and I'd have to pay rent on it. And I said, yeah, but you know. If you know, I wouldn't like anyway. I don't like mentioning it that much. And he told me he was going to leave it to his wife's sister's daughter.
Right.
And anyway, he left it there, right? Which was, you know, I know it was a lot of money the house, but that ain't what's bugging my sister, like, because me, you know, once someone's done, you can't change it. So, you know, but what happened was when we had the funeral, this was 2 years ago. When we had the funeral, his wife's sister's daughter, I are using the name on it, say June, we call her June.
Okay.
His wife's sister's daughter, June, turned up at the cemetery, you know, when we was burying my brother, and I had a brother with her, and I had a dad with her. you know, from me wife's side.
Right.
Anyway, after like, but they said, you know, the solicitor says we could go in and add what we want, like out of his house. Well, you know, that with that, you know, I you know, really want anything, but you know, it was going to get chucked anyway. But when we went in and we went up the attic and all the stuff, they've been in June, like been in and had all the good stuff, you know, ransacked the place. But and he previously left the house, you know, before the will. But
Yeah.
my sister had the keys, but I wanted the keys, and I went in and had all the best stuff, you know, which she agreed, really, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
He already left her the house, and he already gave us some money as well. And anyway, when turns out the neighbour, right, my brother's neighbour, now I racialist, like, but my brother, this Jew, I was married to a Muslim bloke.
Right.
Me and my sister told her, but there's a good chance that, you know, when anything happens to my brother, but would sell the house. Well, not sell the house. Would the what's it called? The bloke who I got married to would come back over here because he's supposed to have left her and gone abroad. And gone abroad, left her and gone abroad.
Yeah.
He says there's a good chance he come back and, you know, have the house. And after my brother passed away, my sister told her this, and it says, Jude says to my sister, it says, oh, I never thought of that, but he'd come back and have the house, so I have to be careful, like, you know, because he's supposed to have left and gone abroad, because my brother, they want, you know, well, you know, I race it, like, but my brother, they want foreigners moving into his house, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, anyway, the next door neighbour found my sister up a week after because I found out, but he never went abroad. I got 2 kids by him. The boy or husband who's supposed to have moved abroad. I got 2 kids by him. He was living in Albury, and they kept quiet about it for all the years, like, because I knew if my brother had found out and had still got, I was married but to him, like, and he hadn't gone abroad, he wouldn't have left her the house. And
Yeah.
I even tell him, my brother, but he's got 2 kids by this chap, like, and he never moved abroad. So I lied to my brother just to get the house, and I'd even come to the cemetery when we was burying him. We've had the kids and we've had her husband to make believe that there was on the air, like, and lied to my sister after my brother had died,
Yeah.
saying like, oh, I'm scared in case he comes back, which was all a lie, just to get that house. And then the shares, because he put the shares down as being in the estate, I got the shares as well, like. But what my sister's, what's eating her away is very lied to my brother and I lied to my sister just to get that house.
Yeah.
You know. But I seen her and I had it out with her, like.
There's sadly some very horrible people in this world.
Yeah.
And you know, I some people call me horrible. Some people call me, you know, apparently I'm some kind of antichrist to some people on YouTube, because of, you know, I won't I give people time, right? I give people the benefit of the doubt far too often. But
You're a very nice person and a very helpful person.
Thank you. If somebody disrespects me or disrespects my friends, then that's the kind of thing I won't have, right?
Yeah.
So I've booted a few people for being disrespectful from this channel. Doing that makes me a bit of an arsehole, apparently. But there are people in this world that are absolute scumbags. You know, that's a polite way of putting it.
Yeah.
Again, if we worry, if we sit there thinking about these people and what they've done to us or what they could do to us, what we're doing is we're taking up that valuable time in our own head thinking about good things. And again, it's difficult. I understand it's difficult, and I could never say to somebody, stop being silly and start thinking because I'm guilty of doing the same thing. But we have to try and learn to try and put that aside. Yeah. You know, and I get what's happened to you is a wanky thing for anybody to do. Right? I get that totally, and I'm not taking away from that fact.
Yeah.
But when we sit there and we think about these things and we go, you know, living in the past or living in the future rather than living in the now.
Yeah.
As I've said a couple of times tonight, that when I live in the now, like when I do these, when I do this channel, I'm living in the now. I'm trying to help people now. I'm not thinking about what's happened to me in the past. I'm not thinking about what might happen in the future. I'm concentrating on what's going on right now, right here. And these are the best days that I have.
Yeah.
You know, but again, I understand that it's difficult. But I want you to understand, and I'm going to have to wrap this up because I need to go I need to go to the toilet. I'm sorry. I need to go for a wee, and then I need to go bring the panel up. But I am guilty of doing it. And we shouldn't be ashamed of being guilty of being that person that thinks about the past or thinks about the future. All we need to do is we need to say to ourselves, right, I've spent enough time thinking about that. I'm not thinking about the here and now. I'm not doing what I can do to make this the best day that I can.
Yeah.
You know, and as difficult as it is, and it is difficult, the more you try to do that, the more it will become normal for you and the more better days that you'll have. But I want you to remember that although we're here most weekends on a Sunday, apart from the first one of the month, which is a members stream, we have the Discord channel. There are ways. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. The other channel besides this one.
The Discord channel, which is like a chat platform, Discord.
Yeah.
But you can always reach out to me. There are ways of reaching out to me.
Yeah.
All in the description, you've got lots of ways of contacting me. And if it's not me, there are other people in the chat who I know would give you the time to listen to you, or to try and offer you some advice, or to try and help you if you just want to talk, whatever it might be. But just be aware that we are, you know, every Sunday. If you need to phone in every Sunday, then by all means phone in every Sunday. I don't care. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you
What's
need
the
to
other channel called?
Well, it's on Discord. There's a link in the description.
Yeah.
To a platform called Discord.
Yeah.
It's a bit like Telegram, if you know what Telegram is. It's a fucking fly in it. It's pissing me off. But if you can get to grips with it, then you can come into our server on Discord, and there'll be people in there that are more than happy to speak to you if you need to. All right.
Yes. Thanks.
No, listen, I appreciate you calling in. Oh, there we go. It's been put in the chat. The link has been put in the chat. If you need to click that, and you can go to the Discord. You might need to download it if you're on your phone, but if you're on a PC or something, then you can access it through a web-based browser.
Yeah. Can you access it on the phone from a web-based browser?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I do everything through apps on my phone. So I don't know if you can access it through web-based on the phone. But I mean, give it a go. If it's not for you, then it's not for you. Do you know what I mean? But there's lots of ways to contact me if you need to.
It's better on my phone, like because on my PC I can like a lot of the stuff on the net, because my mate, he's gonna build me another PC, because the one I got is out of date, because I got XP, and XP, stopped supporting a lot of stuff. Stopped supporting it now. Most stuff. Yeah.
All right. Well, listen, man. I want you to look after yourself. Just remember that you can reach out if you need to, and you're always welcome to call in on a Sunday if you just need to talk. All right. So,
thanks.
Never feel that you can't.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, man. You look after yourself.
And you, Dan.
All right. Take it easy.
Hope to speak to you soon. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to go for a piss. And then when I come back, I will be opening the panel for those of you that want to come on the panel. But before I explain a bit more about coming on the panel, I've got to go for a pee. So I'll be right back.
You are watching the Police Abusing Powers channel. Your host, Dan, is currently taking a comfort break and will be back momentarily. Your patience is appreciated. Please check the video description for channel social media links, where we share alternative content, not necessarily in video format. Did you know, contrary to popular belief, it is not legal for a pregnant woman to urinate into a police constable's helmet, unless of course their head is on fire. Due to the nature of the content and limits YouTube place on freedom of speech, your support is important. There are ways you can support the channel listed in the description. Why not participate? You can contact Police Abusing Powers using the phone number on your screen when the lines are open, or you can Skype using Dan Pap as the contact. That's Dan P-A-P.
And we're back. I know you like that music. Just want to answer a question, a comment. Planks for the memories. I will listen out for that. And I will try and remember to listen out for that. But can you do me a favour, Planks? If I miss, or not if I miss it, but when it happens, can you just favour and message me and let me know? So I can, if I have missed it, I can then go and check. I'd appreciate that if you can. I'm sorry, Skype callers, but Skype chat is now over. I have to be quite strict with when it's over, it's over. Otherwise, we don't get the panel going, and I want to try and give people different ways of being able to get involved in the channel on a Sunday night. So let me get the invite link copied. Let me pop that in the chat, and I will pin that once it moves up past this stupid fucking love heart thing that won't piss off. But I can't get to the 3 dots. Somebody put a comment so the comments move up a bit. There we go. That'll do. Thank you. There we go. I can pin that comment now. Thank you, Brian. Much appreciated. God help the UK.
For once, I get to come first.
Well, not what your wife says. Oh, sorry. Roger, I know that's you because you laughed at his, God bless his comment there as he said it. So I know that's you.
He only just beat me because I was faffing around with a fucking camera again.
Yeah. That old chestnut.
How you doing, guys?
All right.
Jack,
Everyone's calling me now. Hang on.
Right. Someone's got a loop going there, Dan.
yeah, I think that was God bless.
No, it's not. Listen, 1, 2, 3.
Well,
Hold on.
can't
I
hear
muted
you.
because someone's calling me.
Yeah, I think that's what it was to do with. I think it was as your call was going.
Okay, come
There's
on.
nothing else.
It's not me. I just muted, and it's not me.
Yeah, no, it's not me.
I can't. Can anyone else hear a loop? I can't hear an echo.
Oh, hang on. It might be me. Hang on a minute. There you go. I hadn't muted the other stream.
Oh, God, Roger, come on.
All right, Dan.
One second, Jack. Let me just bring up I want to bring up Tina. Hello, young lady.
Hello, Tina.
And DJ Cocksucker. I mean, sorry.
Hi, DJ.
Oh, yeah, Cocksucker.
Hi, Roger. Hi, Mrs. W. Hi, Dan. Hi, Jack.
No,
Do you know what, Beardy? You're the first one that's noticed, mate.
You've got your vest on. Oh, look, it looks like Jason Statham now. Hello, Charlie. Hello, everybody. How are you all doing?
That's a worrying thought. My daughter fancies Jason Statham.
Jesus, that's a bit concerning.
Okay. Okay, TikTok, yeah, Tic Tac rather. There we go. Rabsy Nesbit, we'll have to call you.
He's scum, but he's good scum.
Oh, I did put a t-shirt on earlier, but I sat here and started sweating. Coming straight off.
It's warm, that's for sure. It is warm.
Well, I've got a big fan going in the background there.
I need something in here. I need to sort something out, but I just feel like no point in doing too much in here because although I doubt I'm going to move anytime soon, I will be moving at some point, and I don't want to do too much in this room to change it around and all that kind of faff. So I'm just kind of putting things off at the moment. But hello, Charlie.
The more you get in there, the more you got to move, isn't it? So
that's very true. Thank fuck, Sonic's got a strap on. Oh, Sonic's got a top on. Sorry. Sonic's got a top on. Sorry, my mistake.
I can change that if you want, man.
I've got slightly posher than a fan, Roger. I got air conditioning.
Ooh.
If I get me cans of Coke out the fridge and stand them in front of it.
I bought them in the winter last year. The small one for the bedroom is a 4 litre. It's got an ice box at the top, and that is so fucking nice at night. And the big one is an 8 litre on wheels, and it literally cools down the whole house.
I've got like I've got one that accepts that you put ice in the bottom. It's only small. It's about 12 inches tall.
Yeah.
I know 6 or 8 inches wide. It's a little thing that goes in the bedroom, you know, and you put ice in it in the bottom, and it sprays it up like really fine spray in front of the fan, and the fan blows it around the room. But it doesn't work anymore. It's in the bedroom.
Well, the small one in my bedroom, Dan, is 3 foot tall. The one downstairs is 5 foot tall.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
So they're quite big. But I literally cool the whole house. Everybody comes in. Like this afternoon, we got 22 degrees, and it's like, fuck no. So yeah.
Well, it must have been, you know, when I got on the live stream, it must have still been about 18. I mean, it's 17. It's telling me it's 17 degrees now. So it must have been 18, 19. Oh, good for you.
Horrible.
Trouble is, when I'm on the stream, I have to keep the bloody windows shut so we can't get any breeze because we got all the plants out there and the fucking flies come in. And,
I don't keep the windows open because it's just bringing the heat in and all the bugs. So I keep that shut, and then I just turn on the aircon. It's great.
Oh, I do them.
Yeah, no.
Well, I've got one fucking flying around here. Keeps landing on my screen because the screen's warm.
No, it just looks like Andre Agassi fucking holding that thing.
Just get those blue lights down that plugs into your electric. Hang it from your pole, and it zaps the bastards before they can get to you.
Hang it from
Not
where?
that pole. Not that pole. I can give you electric shock on that pole. But you can get these blue zappers. You can get them from outside as well. It's a blue light, and as soon as they hit it, it's gone.
Roger, do me a favour.
Ultraviolet light is best.
Roger, do me a favour. Can you say yippee yippee ki yay, motherfuckers?
Yippee-ki-yay! This ain't even my jurisdiction.
So, Dan.
Yes, Tina.
I saw the bit about your the stroke details. They said you had number 5, yeah?
They did.
So, are they sending you a letter?
For what? To tell me that I've had.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've got a letter saying I'm going to the cardiologist.
Right. If you can copy that to me, because I want to send it up as extra evidence.
Right. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'll do that. No problem. I've got they've put me back on physio as well now, and I've got a physio coming to the house rather than me having to go to the hospital.
That's good. Yeah. So you should. Yeah.
So
while the physio is there, ask for hydrotherapy treatment.
Right.
Right. So what that is, you go to a hospital. It's a hydrotherapy pole. It's fucking hot. I'm warning you now. You've got to wear shorts. You can't go naked. Okay. You scare the old ladies. So, so what it is you don't swim. They will teach you to walk and move the limbs which are stiff. So they give you physio, but in water. And I've got to say, it works. You only get 6 weeks of it, but it bloody works, mate. It really makes you feel better.
The only thing is, I've got to get my fat belly out.
Nobody cares about that. I've seen some horrendous images. Trust me. So
I care about it. I care about it. There's the anxiety.
Don't be so stupid.
Tina, you said he's got to move the limbs that are stiff. Don't encourage him to do that in front of the fucking poor old woman.
I saw a woman being placed into the post. They had to have a hoist for this woman into the post. She was 30 stone, bless her. She was so embarrassed, and she had a top on with shorts because she was so. And I said, "Don't be embarrassed, honey. We've all got different shapes and sizes." Oh yeah, but people take. I said, "I know they annoy you." I said about your weight. I said, "Don't worry about it. Let it go." So,
but I wouldn't mind so much if it was ugly women that were working in the physio department. I wouldn't mind that.
No,
but most of them are quite fit. When I had to go for physio I had to go for physio for massages a few years back before the stroke, and I was in the hospital and I had this woman that used to have to give me a massage. Take the top off. I have to lay on this fucking bed thing with my head through the hole. Not like that, Sonic. Lay there, and she'd give me this really deep massage, and it was fucking amazing. Every time she'd stop, she'd go, "Right, you can get up now," and I'll be like, "Yeah, in a minute."
You were a bit too quick there to defend yourself, son. A bit too fucking quick for Andy to get a word in. You sure that wasn't how you fucking done it?
Oh, dear.
She lying in bed. No, not that way. The other way.
Yeah, no, because I know what you're like, Sonic. That's why I know your mind works quite quickly sometimes.
Oh, spend too much time.
Backwards other times, but quickly sometimes. When it comes to slagging me off, your mind works very quickly.
Of course, it fucking does.
But I don't mind. So listen, guys. So sorry, Tina. So I just want to get this out before I finish. Hang on, get it out.
No.
Roger, Sonic, Tiff, Lost Souls Paranormal, who may or may not be watching at the moment, Danny Austin, who also may or may not be watching, and anybody that is in the localish area. Next Saturday night, next Friday night, or next Friday is my birthday. And Mrs. W, you come as a package, so I either say you or
a package.
I post my packages.
Well, you made something laugh there.
Sonic's choking.
So my birthday on a Friday. The Saturday we're meeting up. Be the same as last year, Roger. And Sonic will be going to that pub that we went to, which was, and I'll get the name of it. So if anybody else wants to turn up, I'm actually hoping that Benson turns up.
Well, we'll be going to the pub with you guys anyway because our hotel's out near you rather than down in the city. So.
I can't remember what it's a Wetherspoons. I know
it's opposite the bus station and the car park, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the name. I know it's not great going to Wetherspoons because Wetherspoons is a bit shit, but tough. That's where we go. I can't remember.
If we got to wait to grab a table again, we'll wait.
The Richard John Blackler.
That's it.
So the Richard John Blackler in Liverpool, kind of opposite-ish the Lime Street train station. So if anybody wants to come along, then you're welcome to turn up and see us. We'll be there from probably around 5 or 6 o'clock. But that's where we're going to be. So if anybody wants to come along, if you want to meet me or Sonic or Mr. and Mrs. W, yeah, Mr. and Mrs. W, or Holly or Tiffany or Danny Austin or whatever, then by all means, you will be welcome to come and meet up with us. Last year was a bit different because Crinkle paid for the event. This year won't be quite as extravagant in how many drinks I can buy people, because we don't let Crinkle on anymore. But I will be buying some rounds of drinks, and it will be nice to meet people as well. So just wanted to get that out. Anyway, that's next Saturday night, Richard John Blackler in Liverpool. Anyway, moving on.
Hey, Dan.
How is everyone? We're looking very young there, Jack, tonight.
Let me just turn it off. I forgot I had it on, to be honest.
It sounds like a fucking restaurant in here.
Without going into too much detail,
that's me. I'm just scraping the plates and I'm washing up.
All right, I was just wondering where that noise was coming from.
He's jealous you haven't let him lick the plates.
I've got a dog, I'm afraid.
I'm not liking it after the fucking dogs licked it.
Oh, you want
to go? So just do me a favour tonight, Jack. Do me a favour tonight. No sound effects, please.
Yeah, no, that isn't on. No, I've not got that. I've not got that up. No, I actually wanted to just to say something. I wanted to get off my chest because it's a good thing, not a bad thing.
Is it a bra?
No, it's not a bra.
Oh, right, okay.
Although the parents keep saying I'm going to need one if I keep getting more. I keep getting bigger.
just be careful before you open your mouth. I don't know what you're going to say, but I'm just going to say to you before you do. Remember, this is a public live stream.
Yeah. No, that's why I'm not going to give out too much. That's why I'm just going to say. I'm just going to. All I was going to say was I've made the decision now.
Nice one. Glad to hear it, mate.
Yeah.
That's providing that's what you're talking about. What I think you're talking about. Next one.
Yeah. If you know what I'm on, because I mean, you kind of heard it last night, Sonic.
Right.
Yeah, you were playing Xbox, weren't you? Or PlayStation?
How dare
whatever.
you? PlayStation, Xbox is shit.
PlayStation shit.
You're playing fucking PC. You think you're doing them or shit?
Yeah, but I haven't played Xbox in years though.
Right. Charlie, I've just muted you for a moment, only because the noise is a bit loud. So I've muted you for the moment. Just for when you come back on camera, I'll unmute you. Okay. So just because I can't hear you say unmute me now, obviously. So come back on camera when you're ready to come back on, and I'll unmute you.
Anyway, the problem I'm having at the moment, my stomach's absolutely killing. Like I've not had any food, and I've had
PMT. PMT.
I've eaten.
Dan?
Yes, Tina.
Right, so new things are happening within government. So if people want to know what their MP for each department is doing, I've done it today and it's been successful. Basically, I've looked up the name of the MP for the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, clicked on his name, and an automatic thing comes up. Would you like daily or weekly updates from this department? All you've got to do is put your email address in, click yes, and it will send you everything they do within that department will come through to your email. All right, some people might not want it, but I think it's interesting to see what they're planning and what they're thinking about changing in the future in the pensions. But there's lots of other departments you can also do this too. It's open government, and they've been advised they have to set this up. So you go on to gov.uk, check the MP's name, click on the name, and it come up, do you want daily updates from this department? Click yes, or weekly updates like I've done, and all of it will start coming through, and it gives you updates. It lets you know in advance what these idiots are planning to do with that particular department, if that's any help to anybody.
Right. I'm sure that helps some people. I get so much shit come through my email as it is having to deal with these fucking cretinous cops that I deal with. That having more emails come through would just wreck my head. But if anybody comes across anything that especially if it's to do with the Home Office and policing, and you think it's interesting, by all means, chuck it over to me in an email.
No need. It's an easy answer to that. This is going to fuck everything up.
Yeah,
there is that. Yeah.
But when they start doing bills and plans for the future, they have to give out to the public the details of what they're planning to do. So that's an easy way for people like us, if we disagree with a particular plan, to go back in and start attacking it for the reasons we choose. You can actually challenge it at an early stage.
Normally, because they have to publish it by by law. They've got to publish stuff. Not everything, but they've got to publish certain stuff. But what they do is they publish it in a really obscure place of their website, and they don't necessarily link to it very easily.
Yeah.
But as long as it is still accessible, even if it's fucking really difficult to get to, as long as it's still accessible, then that's all they need to do.
This is better. This is direct access to that department. So whatever department you're interested in, like the police, like housing or whatever, there's now a direct link to that MP running that department, housing and communities, that offers services. There's all these things that have now been set up, so you will get updates about what they're doing.
Cleaners,
Right.
member,
Yeah, I know.
don't think big in
What have I missed? What have I missed there, Mrs. W?
No, she was just talking to me about something else.
Oh, sorry. Okay, my bad. Okay. So anyway, anything anybody wants to talk about other than that? I'm open to ideas.
Next Saturday, don't Witherspoons do the thing where people can ring in and pay over the phone and order drinks to a table?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's been going on for years, hasn't it? That's been going on for
There
years.
you go. If you can't be there, ring up. We'll give you the table number at some point through the evening, and you can buy a drink.
Didn't do that last year, did we? Mind you, we didn't need to because
Fuck me. It's fucking Jackaways.
So yeah, by all means, I'll on the Saturday. Well, to be honest, I'll probably do a little live stream anyway.
We did last year, didn't we? Just for 10 minutes.
Yeah, probably won't be a long live stream because the more I have to drink, the less I can hold a phone.
That's when we start taking phones and cameras off of him.
If we end up doing a live stream on the Sunday following, probably end up doing a wee fucking puppet show again.
Jack in the back of the Jack in the back of this in the back of StreamYard, can you do me a favour? Just touch your nose with your right hand for me, mate. Much appreciated. Thank you. It's only right. I'll bring you up before I explain it. Hello, Jack. It's just because sometimes we get people come on that we don't know who play videos in and pretend they're somebody else. And I think this is the first time you've been on here.
The videos are all right. We just prefer to watch them in private.
Sometimes I have to ask don't know
You don't have
to
to worry
do that.
about this bloody American.
No worries. How you doing? How you doing, Jack? Whereabouts in America are you?
Actually, I'm in the Philippines right now, but I'm
right.
half black, half Filipino.
So you're living in the Philippines at the moment, or
Yes,
you're there on
sir.
holiday? Yeah. What's it like over there?
It's not bad. I don't use Celsius. I use Fahrenheit. It's 80 degrees right now.
That's thrown me. That has. We got another user who lives in the Philippines that comes on. He's gone for this evening, hasn't he, Roger?
Yeah, he actually he's living in Dubai at the moment because he's working there, but he does live in the Philippines and he's got a Filipino wife.
80 degrees Fahrenheit is 26 degrees Celsius.
Right, well, it's still warmer than it is here.
No, it's not.
No.
Well, it is at the moment. It's 10 degrees warmer than it is where I am. Mind you, it's night time, but there we go. There we go. So what?
You know that liquid cooling system you got round your computer?
Yeah.
If you make 2 coils in the loop out of it, you can slide your feet in them. That will keep you cool as well.
So, Jack, what took you to the Philippines? Is it your partner or you just there on holiday, or not on holiday, but are you there like working or something?
It was a holiday, but since the C word came up
Kool-Aid.
years ago, I've been here for about 3.5 years.
Oh, okay, fair enough. You must like it over there.
It's not bad. I have family here. I have uncle and aunt and cousins here.
Are they Filipino? Because you did say a minute ago that you're half Filipino,
Yes.
Filipino, didn't you? Yeah. So
Yes.
take it that family are Filipinos.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, at least you got family over there.
My mom built like 6 houses here
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
for all the family to live in.
Nice. Very nice. So, what brought you over to what brought you onto the channel tonight, then, Jack? If you don't mind me asking, I'm very curious, by the way. So, forgive me for asking questions. I like to ask questions.
Just like the pig.
Was you just
turn my volume up on here so we can hear? There we go.
What brought you onto the channel this evening? Were you channel surfing and for live streams and came across the channel, or have you watched the channel before?
I just came by just looking on live streams and see who's up for talking.
Cool. No, no problem. By the way, I'm just curious. That's all. What are the police like over there? What are the police like over there? That's our favourite subject on this channel.
What was that one more time?
What are the police like over there? Because that's our favourite subject on this channel, are the police.
Few, far, and in between.
Are they well behaved, or are they as bad as they are in America? Or worse?
Bless you.
You barely see the police. You
Really?
barely see the police here. They're like a police car. There's nobody in it.
Mind you, you barely see the police over here when there's a crime going on.
They're eating lunch. You're just making money doing nothing.
Yeah.
Just sitting around. But they don't patrol really anywhere. And the police cars are like old taxi cars, which are like old, like little 4-cylinder beaters. I'm like, what are you gonna do with these used up cars? They don't make any sense.
So I'm just answering.
Oh, excuse me.
Copy that.
Yeah, you say the same to you.
Yeah, but yours are verbals.
I don't remember you being a cat or a dog.
Yeah, mine might be verbals. Yours are cum bubbles.
So, yeah, but you gave me 80 quid for it, so I fucking can't complain.
The police back home are more prevalent and they patrol more.
Whereabouts in America are you from, Jack?
Michigan.
Michigan. I don't really know. You know, my geography of America is shit, but it's nice to know where people come from still.
Up, let's say, up north. Well, it's gonna be hard to explain. North, on the east side of the country.
Well, yeah, it's just to the east of centre, isn't it?
Let's see, the shape is like a mitten.
So I'm just looking now. Michigan. It's just to the east of Chicago, and that's just to the east of Mid America, isn't it? Basically.
Yep.
Yeah. My geography is terrible. I don't even know places in England, to be honest. But yeah, just being curious. That's all, Jack. I don't think I'm being rude, mate.
I got arrested over there.
Jesus Christ.
This is, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago. Wait, maybe 20 years ago. It was like 5 o'clock, maybe 5:30 in the morning. Just because I was walking down the street with my neighbor to go get my car. And I don't know, I guess the police are bored.
Listen, a black man walking through the streets at night time, it's got to be dodgy, isn't it? Fucking hell.
Dodgy. And then 5 cars came up, and there's like 7 cops rolled up. I'm like, oh, what the hell? I got arrested. My neighbor got arrested. His son got arrested. We're allowed. We're drunk and disorderly. No.
You got arrested for being drunk?
Yeah. It's 5 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, as you say, the police must have been bored. I mean, if I was a copper and I saw somebody drunk in the street, I'd go up to them. I would ask them if they're okay. Well, first of all, that'd be the first thing. Are you okay? Right. And if they're on their way home, I'd be like, right, where are you going? If it's close by, then I'd make sure they get home okay. If it's not close by, I'd be like, well, look, you need to get a taxi or something like that. I wouldn't go around arresting people just for being drunk in the street, right? Unless you was being naughty, Jack. Unless you was
I was
being
like
naughty.
3 houses down from my house.
And they still arrested you?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. They must have been bored. Fucking hell.
I lost my mind. Then I blacked out. And they start beating up cops.
You started beating up cops?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to say bad. I'm not going to tell you off for that.
It took 5 cops to hog-tie me and throw me back to the cop car.
Well, as long as you put up a good fight, I suppose that's all that matters, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Did they breathalyze you in the end?
And I didn't get in trouble for getting in a fight. I got a breathalyzer. Yeah, so when they arrest you, they breathalyze you. You got breathalyzed like 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
I wasn't able to go home until it was like almost 8 p.m.
Wow.
That's how my blood alcohol was.
Oh, it's mental, isn't it? Madness.
Blood alcohol. I need a beer.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Bottoms up.
Was you in the? Oh wait, no. I think he's gone to the fridge, isn't I?
So let me just say, Charlie.
Yeah.
How old did you say you were?
50.
Excuse me for asking. Can I? And I'm not flirting, but you don't look 50.
Oh, bless you, mate.
No, you don't know. You don't. Does anyone else think she looks 50? Honestly, be honest.
No, you don't.
Maybe 50. No fucking
in
chance.
In the 30s, I'd say.
I'm
No.
surprised at that with all the bloody stress I've had. Oh, thanks. That's all right.
I'm only
20.
20.
Early to mid 30s.
I'm only 24, 25 next week.
Keep
Try
talking.
doubling it. Try doubling it, son.
You know what? Guess my age.
I would say, I personally, I'd say you're not quite 40.
Yeah, I'd go around there. You've got a little bit of grey in your beard.
You're definitely in your 30s.
Mid 40s.
You might be going grey, but I was going grey when I was in my 30s. You know what I mean? So
mid 40s, Jack.
No, sorry. Sorry,
just turned 42 on the third.
They're quite old, mid 50s, even 60.
I'm going to say 37.
you turned 32 last week. 42 last week.
Yeah, you just turned 42 last week.
Are you still the youngest, Jack?
I think. Well, yeah, I think I still am the youngest. It's, pushing almost 21 in 8 days' time. Yeah, I'm still the youngest.
Yes,
I'm 62 in July, so.
Stop lying.
I am.
I'm not saying a word here, me. I'm not saying a word.
Are you 62 already, Roger?
Hey?
You don't look
When's your birthday?
Tina. No way.
Well, put it this way, I got
Thanks,
a son
Charlie.
the same age as Dan is.
Twist my bollocks.
I was going to compliment Roger and say his birthday's every day.
Yes, it is, Ricky. Next Saturday, same place as it was last time, mate. If you're coming along, be nice to see you again, brother.
Oh, Ricky!
Yeah, it'd be great to see him there. Same place, same time.
When you say birthday bash, you plan on bashing people up when you get there.
Step of Style 54 on the 6th of June. Happy birthday for the 6th of June. Happy birthday for last week. Was it last week?
Matt even said Tina looks younger than Dan. Seems about right.
You know what? You seem to forget the power that I have on this panel.
There we go. Oh, Lord.
Read the comment.
Now you can go at the bottom. Go at the bottom now for being cheeky.
Must make a nice change for you being fucking able to say that instead of being told it, eh?
Yeah, it'd be nice to see you too, Ricky.
No, I'm never on the bottom. It's only
right.
I'm not. It's not gay if you're a giver.
I always heard it's not gay. It's only gay if the ball's touch, or it's only gay if you've got socks on.
It's only gay if you push back.
I always leave my socks on in case I used to have to do a runner. Shush! That was my circulation ones. Otherwise, there's nothing going to happen, is there? You know what I mean?
Night pot's quite entertaining.
Put compression socks on once a week to make sure the blood goes to the right place. Here we go.
Tablets. If you're having problems, just take some tablets. Take some Viagra or something.
Well, it's easier than fainting because there ain't enough blood for the two of us. You know what I mean?
Well, you know what?
It's never going to take long to hit the Roger.
Here in the Philippines, you drive down the main road here, and there's guys like, like, I don't know, America, whatever, like walking down with like sodas or beer or popcorn or whatever, and the tray. You see them on the fucking road. down in the middle of the intersection. Cigarettes, Viagra, Cialis, more cigarettes, towels for sale. I'm like, what?
Well, I don't know what it's like to live over there, but I'm sure we've all heard what it's like in the Philippines.
It's like he's like a walking vending machine
where you go and take your pick.
It's like a walking vending machine, like they have over here. So we've got vending machines that have like you can get like condoms and stuff out of it. It's like that, but it's like he's a walking vending machine full of tablets and
The
towels and
condoms
stuff.
here, they don't sell the same size that they do in the U.S. They're smaller.
Bearded vet, you look after her, mate. You know, your missus is more important than being on here, mate. You make sure that she's okay.
It's like you buy a condom, put it on here. It's like getting.
I used to. I think there used to be. I think there's still a challenge. It's called the condom challenge, where you put water in it and you put it over your head and see how long it lasts. But that's a stupid challenge, to be honest.
I can't say you've ever heard.
No, I've seen the YouTube video. It makes your face go all funny and disformed and stuff. It's hilarious, but it's also scary because, well, if you did it to yourself, you could drown effectively.
Listen, people do the weirdest things on social media because they think it's funny, and to be honest, the people who do that kind of thing deserve what happens to them.
Yeah,
you know, I don't think anybody deserves to die, but when people do stupid things, you win stupid prizes, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah,
totally.
Yes,
But like that Mizzy bloke.
Oh
yeah, he was a prick, him, wasn't he? I mean, going on TV as well. Piers Morgan, and I think he was on GB News as well at one point. I mean, he's a fucking arrogant little twat, him, wasn't he? What a fucking idiot.
Yeah,
He said he was going to reform, and then he went out and got arrested again the next day, and he's been arrested again since.
Well, I said in a comment on Facebook, I think it was. I said, if anybody done that to me, come up to me and said, "Do you want to die?" I know it was a hair dye, but not the point. If somebody come up to me and said, "Do you want to die?" they wouldn't get to finish their fucking sentence. They'd be on their arse.
Yeah, you have the right to remain unconscious.
Yeah,
Anything you do, so be highly unlikely.
Do you want to die? Do you want a broken jaw, you prick?
The thing is, he is a complete tosser. He thinks he knows it all just because he's a TikTok famous celebrity.
He's just an attention-seeking little brat, Jack. That's all he is, mate.
Yeah.
You see that one YouTuber that I think it was in a store, some kind of store, clothing store or something like that, and he's doing this prank on this guy. I forgot exactly what it was, and he got shot. The guy got mad at him and shot the YouTuber.
Good job.
Right, can't have been over here. We ain't got no guns, have we? So.
As I say, stupid prizes for stupid games.
Well, we do. It's just you don't see them every day. I mean, compared to how it used to be, there's far more guns in the UK than there was before. At least that's how I see it anyway. But
you're probably right.
I have a 40 caliber handgun back home. Of course, I can't bring it here to the Philippines because I'd be arrested for that.
What was it? Dan, did you report on a sergeant? I'm not sure, a sergeant about a year or so back that was actually shot by. So someone was basically being given a stop and search, right? They had ammunition.
Yeah, he was shot by the guy in handcuffs.
That's right.
It was on mainstream media again the other day because they'd released a load of information about it.
That's right.
It was the anniversary of it as well recently.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I remember. He was a Kiwi, the copper.
That's right. Yeah, we had someone over here, Jack. Some coppers nicked a bloke. took him to the police station. I had him in handcuffs, his arms behind his back, and they didn't search him properly. He managed to pull a gun out from his waistband whilst he was at the police station and shoot the gobber that nicked him whilst he was in handcuffs.
And then shot himself in the head.
Yeah, apparently shot himself in the head whilst he was in handcuffs with his hands behind his back.
I've seen one where the guy was in an interrogation room. They didn't search him very well. No handcuffs on. And while he was in there by himself, he pulls the gun out and just...
Unfortunately, Jack, over here, the police are more interested in searching children, strip searching children, than they are. Yeah, unfortunately, there's been quite a few episodes of children sort of between the ages of, 8 and 15 that have been getting strip searched by police without an appropriate adult with them. And whilst members of the opposite sex are in attendance as well. Absolutely sickening.
Right. It's got to that point now, nothing surprises me about them anymore. Nothing.
Well, we know. We know that there are police officers that are. Unless it gets reported on, but you've reported on quite a lot of police officers, Dan, that have been proved to be paedophiles, or have messaged children or something around that nature, right? But we know there are people like that in the police service, not just the police service, but for example the police service, that do that kind of stuff. That especially in those situations where they're strip searching children, they would effectively get off on that. And I know it sounds disgusting to even think, but there are people that do that. They get off on that stuff.
It's true. There's been an increase in mental health patients as well, being taken into a police station rather than a hospital on a Section 136, and especially the younger women. And they've been sexually assaulted by both sexes, male and female. And several of them are going through court cases at the moment because they were so badly treated. They had to go to hospital. They were treated so badly with the actual search. It led to physical injury, so they had to go to the hospital and they had to do rape kits.
Well, that's going to slow down now, isn't it? Because they're not going to send...
Well, the Met Office have suggested it, but whether it transfers outside the Met Office, Jack, is another story.
Yeah.
So
I've just seen your email, by the way, Tina. Thank you.
That's quite a cheap one. That's my little one.
The biggest crime here is rape. The legal age years ago used to be 12.
Ah, dear God.
Yeah, that's crazy. 12 years old. Let's be honest. Doesn't matter how mentally mature you claim to be at 12. There's no way that you can make those decisions at that age.
A baby can't raise a baby.
It's true. You're right.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
When I heard of one story, I heard of one story where a 14-year-old, a teacher. I'm not sure if it was a primary school or if it was a secondary school, but I think it might have been secondary. Teacher was actually flirting with, or doing something that was considered flirting with, a 14-year-old, one of her pupils, one of her students in her class. And what would happen is after every after every class, or at the end of every, the school day or whatnot, she would ask if he wanted to go around our house, right? And he was reluctant at first, but eventually he did and whatnot. And let's just say she was actually she actually asked him if he wanted to do cannabis with her. And then it went from there to the point where I think this might have been the same one you reported on, Dan, where they went to a car park one time, and a 14-year-old, I think it was 14-year-old.
We're talking about the woman teacher, aren't we?
Yeah. They had sex in the car park, and did she get? No, she didn't get reprimanded, did she? She didn't get punished, did she?
She went to court. I'm sure she did.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
went to
she was
court. I'm not
so-
sure.
We're talking a year or more ago. I can't
Yeah.
remember.
It was a while back. But just
I
like that,
don't
right?
think she went to prison. I think she got a sentence suspended and got put on probation.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, right, is regardless of how old he is, right? She made that conscientious, whatever you want to call it. She made that decision, right? Right. It doesn't matter. It's not like she was obviously of the legal age. She was over 18, so she simply could have said to him, "No, right? It's not acceptable, right? And it's certainly not the right thing to do." And also, at that age, they're not. They don't have the legal right to consent until they're 16. That's how that works, I believe.
Well,
You can't.
it does and it doesn't. So if you have a relationship, it depends on your age, Jack. So if a 21-year-old man dates a 14-year-old, the police would consider that a statutory rape. But I had a situation with
Sorry,
my
Dan, did you see that comment there from Woodstock? I don't know whether you want to address
it's on the
that in a
screen.
minute.
I'll answer that in a second. We'll
Yeah,
finish this
so
conversation.
basically I had a family issue. My nephew was 17, the girl was only 13, and they started a sexual relationship. So me, as a friend of my sister's family, it was her son, so she got me involved and we called the police, so did her parents. The police came in and talked to the girl. Because she said it was consensual, even though she's only 13, they did nothing. But the legal age for consent is 16.
Yeah, and
But
it's
they
still
did nothing.
wrong. But they're trying to change it, aren't they? Still, they're trying to. Apparently, from what I can remember, and it's not something I've covered for a while, so I've not looked into it. But from what I can remember, there was a time, not that long ago, excuse me, where some members of Parliament, I think it was, were trying to suggest that somebody in their early or late teens is okay to have a relationship with somebody in their early teens. And I can't remember the ins and outs of it, so you'll have to forgive me. If I knew this was coming up, I'd have looked into it. But they wanted to change it so that the bigger the age gap, the worse the punishment.
Yeah.
Basically.
Right.
So if you was 15, or if the girl was 15, for example, and the man was 17, it's only a couple of years age gap. And I say only, that's still, as far as I'm concerned, you're above legal age, she is not, so it should still be, statutory rape. But they're trying to suggest that is more okay than somebody in their 20s or 30s doing that to a 15-year-old. And ultimately, this is the problem with law. It gets watered down a lot. Law is black and white. You either did it or you didn't, as far as I'm concerned. There should be no grey area when it comes to law.
Yeah.
Because this thing is the thing that governs us all. This is the thing that separates us from many other species, because we can govern ourselves and we have moral compasses and things like that. There should be a hard line, and it doesn't matter whether you're 50 years older than that line or 2 years older than that line. As far as I'm concerned, the crime has been committed and you should be dealt with appropriately.
But that's what the law says, isn't it, Dan? Consensual consent is 16. That's what the law currently stands at. So that's what I couldn't understand. And this is 20 years ago. I said, I don't understand. It's 16, not 13. But the police wouldn't even touch it. And we were so frustrated. My sister was frustrated as the parent, her parents, and it literally separated them and said, you're not allowed to meet again, ever. So, we cut it out that way. But the police had no interest in pursuing it. So,
well, that's stupid, though, isn't it? Because, they're supposed to be doing a job and they're not. They're supposed to be protecting vulnerable people, such as children, because especially in the position they are, and especially how young they are, until they hit 16. Really, until they hit 18, they're not an adult. But, they're not classed as an adult legally, by the way. Obviously,
well, you can leave home at 16 in the UK. In Scotland, I think it's 14. You can leave home. You can officially leave home from your parents.
Outside appearances, somebody can look older than they are. Okay, which I get, but inside their body, and their mind is never going to be mature enough at the age of 15, probably even 16, as far as I'm concerned, to be able to make those kind of decisions. But the law is the law, and it says 16. But so based on the law, anything under that, even if you may look older than you are at that age, You are not physically within your internal structure. Your body is not ready for that kind of shit. And I want to be careful what I say here because I don't want to get the channel shut down and my video cut off.
So it's basically due to the prefrontal cortex is not fully developed until roughly the late teens, early 20s.
Well, yeah, your body and your mind is not prepared for that kind of stuff as far as I'm concerned. They do say women mature quicker than men, but at that age, how can anybody, I don't give a fuck who you are, whether you're a woman, a man, or fucking in between, whatever, you cannot say that your mind is in a position to be able to make that decision at the age of 15, possibly even 16, as far as I'm concerned. I think, personally, it should be fucking upped to me. As far as I'm concerned.
Some states in the U.S., like, they say it's like 17 years old with the consent of the parent. But
which, to be fair, that's not such a bad idea if the parent can consent to it, because the parent knows what their child is like. If they're 17, that's different. They're still still older than a 16-year-old here in the UK. And
the guy's like, I'm 35 years old. Can I smash on your daughter? I'm like, nope.
Yeah, if I could smash you in the mouth, yeah. and you're right, absolutely. But I think fair. I think if you say 17 with the consent of the parents, or 18 without the consent of the parents, I think that's That's very, very different.
If the age is like a little bit off, like he was 18, 19 years old, yeah, that'd probably be fine. But not. Yeah,
the thing you don't
prison.
Sorry, Jack. The thing they don't think about, having worked with social services and all the different agencies in my lifetime, they've allowed these kids to get pregnant, 13, 14, 12. And then as soon as they realize they're pregnant, social services are on it like a hot fish. And they will literally pressure those children to give up that baby or go to court and take it away. So that's where it lets the children, these young adults, shall we say, down, because they've fallen in love. The parents are okay. The police are okay with it. But then social services will go in and say, you're not mature enough to have a baby. Gone. That's what happens.
So you need to be careful, though, Tina, calling certain people young adults. 17 is a young adult as far as I'm concerned. 16
young children. Children
is on the verge of being a young adult.
I've seen too many of these children lose their babies because of social services, because they declare them not mature. They didn't care about them having a sexual relationship underage, but as soon as that child's born, they want that child.
Yeah,
it's sad.
It's big money. That is.
Yes, it is.
Setting the kids off.
Oh, it definitely is. It's not cheap to buy a baby.
I saw. Let me bring it up. Sorry, Jack. I just want to bring something up really quickly because I will forget. So please forgive me for interrupting you there.
Of course.
I posted it on my YouTube, on my Facebook. Let me just bring it up. I didn't. I posted a comment. I was disgusted by what I saw earlier. Right. Basically, it was a council. It was a newspaper, basically saying that a child. It was a child's last opportunity to be fostered, right? And that was the words they used. I'm pretty sure that was words almost verbatim. Just bear with me, and I'll give you exactly activity log. That's what I want. Comments. Right. Where the fuck is it? It was today. Why is it not showing on my comments group here? Or was that it? In Ian Ashby's post. Let's have a look at this. No, come on, show. No, don't. You twat. Right, basically, I don't know where it is now. It's not allowing me to click through to the comment through the activity on in my Facebook information. Anyway, basically it was a post from a newspaper saying, but blah blah blah, it's his last chance at being rehomed. And there's a lot of people saying, oh my god, I can't believe you're fucking advertising children, right? So this about this newspaper. And I went on there and I said, and I said, this is disgusting. I said, why is it his last chance? What is he fucking stuck in the RSPCA and he's going to get put down if he doesn't get rehomed? You know, what the fuck are you talking about? You can't use a child and say this is their last chance to be fucking homed. It's a fucking child, for God's sake. And it's, you know, it's 13 or 14 or whatever he might have been. You don't talk about kids like that. I mean, what the fuck is wrong with some people?
That sounds fucked up.
It is. You can't turn around and promote. You can't turn around and make an article in a newspaper that says, "Come on, guys, it's this kid's last chance to be." What is he going to get fucking, put down if he doesn't get rehomed?
Sounds like that, doesn't it?
It does. The way that they put it across is absolutely disgusting.
A fucking dog.
It's just bad.
Exactly, and that's why I said, what is he in the care of the RSPCA, which is an animal charity? The thing with the RSPCA, which is the only royally assented animal charity in the UK that I know of, they will put animals down if they can't rehome them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I said, what is he in the care of this particular charity, and he can't get rehomed? He's going to get destroyed. How fucking dare you talk about a child like that? It's just,
was that an English version or from another country, Dan? Was that UK?
No, it was here.
Wow.
I know.
Wow. I had a nephew that went through the system, and I had 3 of my family members go into social services care. Now they are responsible as the guardian of that child. They are supposed to make sure, as the legal guardian of that child, they are educated, cared for, etc. Not one of my family members were ever allowed to take GCSEs. They were never allowed to take any exams. They took them to school, but from 14 to 16, they didn't study and they were not put forward for any GCSEs at all.
Wow.
So they failed in education of 3 of my family. Totally failed. They don't take them through schooling, but that's their job. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to take care of these kids until they're 24 if they want to go to college and university. Yeah. They're supposed to pay for it, but they don't. They bury a lot of stuff, those people. It's maddening.
The statistics for children who've been looked after children and what they go on to later in life are terrible.
Yeah, mental health, PTSD, sexual abuse.
Prison, prostitution, drugs, you name it. And it all goes in a big loop because then they get their children taken away.
Yes, they do.
It's disgusting.
That's what society has become when it comes to children with social services. It's just a cash cow to get money. That's all they want is a cash cow.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think my comment's been deleted because I do know that a few people liked my comment on that post, and it was in my notifications on YouTube, but I've just gone back through my YouTube notifications for today and it's gone. It's not there.
Wow.
No, it's gone. So it looks like my comment has been deleted from that particular post.
Okay.
What a joke.
Yep. I've seen it with my own hand, and my family have lived it, so
it's sickening. I just want to respond to a comment in the comments that was left almost quarter of an hour ago, to be honest. But we've been involved in this conversation. But Woodstock has asked if the coronavirus Act has ended, and he also mentioned about the doctors. The Coronavirus Act said that only one doctor has to decide whether you're mentally unstable to section you. I believe, I might be wrong. Again, it's not something that I've looked into recently, but I don't think that the act has actually been repealed, so therefore it is still in place, ultimately. A piece of legislation can only be overturned if it's been repealed. If it's still in place, even if it's not necessarily being used for much at the moment, if it's still in place, then it's still legal until it's repealed. So I'm pretty sure that even now, only one doctor can decide whether you need to be sectioned or not. But again,
Like-
I might be wrong. It's something that I've looked into
They
recently.
put all the coronavirus laws and restrictions on the back burner. They're not enforcing them, but they did threaten to enforce them and reinstate them anytime they want.
Right. As regards psychiatric units in Exeter, you have to have a policeman, you have to have a psychiatrist, and you have to have a social worker to make that decision. That's not stopped even through coronavirus. You have to have 3 people to reach a decision in no more than 15 minutes with a patient already on board and at the building, but they will not be allowed in unless there's 3 people present: police, social worker, psychiatrist.
Yeah, but it's the psychiatrist would be classed as the doctor.
Yes,
in this,
but you have to
in
have
this
the other 2. It has to be
But-
3 different organisations that make that decision.
Understandable, but I think the difference is previous to coronavirus.
Yeah, it was made quicker. Yeah.
Had to be 2 doctors.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then the police and maybe a social worker.
Yeah.
But then obviously that changed to 1 doctor because obviously the doctors were so overwhelmed during COVID. But yeah, it's not been repealed. So even if they say it's not being enacted at the moment, it doesn't matter. They can say that all they like. Unless it is repealed, it is always going to be there to be enacted.
The other thing I've been concerned about, Dan, I don't know whether you've heard any information about this one, is there are a lot of people talking on chat programs I go on about they've been arrested, they've been taken to the police station, and because the police are saying they're unruly, a doctor or a nurse has gone in and forced them with the sedation to keep them quiet.
Right.
I don't get
Right.
that, because unless you've got medical issues and you're mentally unstable and you're a threat, but you can't give somebody a medical treatment without their consent.
No, Section 6, I think it's Section 6 of the Human Rights and Bioethics, Declaration of Human Rights and Bioethics, I think it's Section 6, I might be wrong, states that any medical procedure, preventative or whatever it might be, but any medical procedure can only be carried out with the consent of the person involved, and the person involved can withdraw consent at any time. Now, I do understand that under some situations, somebody is deemed as not compos mentis, and therefore somebody can make a decision on their behalf. But I do think that level generally is supposed to be quite high.
Yeah.
So it would be very few cases, I would suggest, where people would be overruled. The odd case I can understand. Yes, there are people with severe mental health difficulties, psychosis and all that kind of stuff. And in a certain situation, they could be deemed as incapable of making those decisions. But that, I would suggest, is a very small percentage of the overall number of people present with
I think they can if there's a danger of harm, but these people are talking about normal everyday folks been dragged into the cells, whatever, and the doctors and nurses are coming in and forcing sedation to keep them quiet.
Yeah, and that, as far as I'm concerned, is a breach of human rights, and not just the Human Rights Act, but also the Human Rights and Bioethics Declaration, I would suggest. Now, again, I'm not a solicitor, I'm not a lawyer, and I can only base this on what I've learned over the years that I've done in this channel. But
but it's on the actual hospital website. You cannot force, coerce, persuade, or push anybody to have a medical procedure. You can't. It's against the ethics of the hospital. So
which is why you'll find that some people will actually refuse operations in some cases. They have to take it to court in order for a court to rule for them, or the doctors have to. But what you're saying is it doesn't get that far, and it should. If somebody is deemed as incapable or incapable of making those decisions,
they can go to court.
It should be taken to a judge, to ask a judge. And again, I don't trust judges, but at least it is another step that could prevent this shit from happening. But making a doctor making that decision, as far as I'm concerned, is wrong. It needs to go.
This is where the power of the doctors got a bit skewed, I think, because they tend to believe that you've got to do exactly what they say just because they got the word GP or specialist or calling them a sir, which I've never fucking done. But I'm a sir. I don't give a shit. You're not knighted. So I don't care if you're a sir or a doctor or Mr. Yeah, no. Because when I refused my chemo for my breast cancer, the look on his face was he went, what? What did you just say? No, it's the word. You're not giving me chemo. You're not going to give me radiation therapy. That's poison and I don't want it in my body. So you do the surgery and you leave me the F alone and we'll get on with each other. I've never been told no. First time for everything. Welcome to my world. The answer is no.
And we've got to be strong. Listen, we make decisions, right? And we've got to stand by those decisions, haven't we? You know, we can't be allowed to be coerced and controlled into doing something.
No.
Because let's face it, there are laws now about coercive and controlling behaviour. Okay. And as far as I'm concerned, that doesn't just affect people in relationship, like sexual relationships, shall we say.
Yeah.
Coercive and controlling behaviour can be from any motherfucker, whether it's a doctor, copper, whether it's anybody. And unfortunately, people see that behaviour as something that is only a problem when it's a relationship, when it's happening to, like a physical relationship. I don't see it like that.
No, it's everybody. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because even the nurses, my specialist got the nurses to try and talk to me. I had the surgery, as you know, and I come out of that, thank God, clear now for 6 years. So that's great. But they tried to give me a chemo tablet after the surgery within 6 months, even though they found no further cancer in the lymph nodes. Why would I take a chemo tablet? Absolutely not.
Dave Kelly's just put an interesting thing in the comments. He said, my girl's school require consent for pictures to be taken. Now, that's very interesting because they require consent from the parents for people to take, or for even for you, if you want to take a picture, if you want to take a video or picture of your children in a school play, they've got to get consent. Basically, got to get consent from everybody, right? But yet they can push all sorts of crazy shit onto our children without our consent.
Yeah, don't make sense, does it?
And you know what I'm talking about when I say crazy shit. You know,
I know. Yeah.
Oh, you don't feel like you belong in the boy's body? Oh, well then you must be transgender. Let's rush you through to surgery as quickly as possible, and back up every fucking delusion that you've got instead of going, well, you know, it's fucking madness. Jack, where you gone, brother?
He just said he's not feeling very well and he's getting too warm, so he's dropping out.
All right.
Take it easy, Jack.
I hope you feel all right, Jack.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but that's the whole point. They will only give consent to you to make you feel better. It's like when you walk into a hospital, you're supposed to have this air of what's the word? Admiration for your specialist.
Yeah.
He's the specialist. They know what they're doing. They're up on this fucking pedestal. I soon brought him down a chew or two. I'll tell you that now that he went really red in the face. I've never been told no. Even now, they keep trying to get me to take stuff. They offered me, what was it back along? HRT. I said, what do I need that for? Well, it's hormone replacement therapy. I haven't got a womb. I just directed me when I was 40. Fuck you. I'm not taking it. It causes heart attacks and strokes. No thanks. I'll carry on as I am. I use a lot of herbal medication for my treatments, and I will find a solution to whatever they try and give me to do my own treatment, and it works.
Yeah, good for you.
I don't like to conform. You can see that, can't you? Yeah, I have to be the odd one out.
Stepper style. I realised I had mental health issues when I was 15.
Mm.
I hate using the word mental health because when you talk about mental health, so many people think that you're fucking nuts, right? And it doesn't mean that at all, right? It could mean any number of things. I had mental health issues when I was 15. That's the first time I tried to kill myself. Okay. And it took until I was almost 40 to be diagnosed. So from 15 to 40, it took me before I was diagnosed. So I think the average time for diagnosis, I know they might say it's 4 years, but I'm certain it's far longer than that.
It can be a lifetime.
Yeah, it can be. But if you look at the kids today, a lot have got like some kind of mental health, but they won't diagnose anybody under the age of 21. That is again down to social services and the NHS. So what they do is they mark these kids as ADHD, troublemakers, all these issues. It's only when they become adults they find that they've got autism, autistic symptoms. They've got borderline personality disorders when they're adults. It's sad they have to wait that long for treatment, but they won't treat them under 21.
Tina.
Yeah, Crafts, I can see that. Don't worry. Crafts has said that she's had to go into hospital, Tina.
Right, okay.
Blood pressure's 130 something.
Oh, crap. Well, stay well, Crafts.
Mine was 180. Mine was 186 over 94.
Really? So. Shit.
First time I did it
Sorry,
live
Charlie.
on here, it was over 200. But I think it was 205 over.
Oh, see.
100.
Always got a one up me, haven't you, Roger?
Yeah. After that,
okay, Dan. Do you want to get one upped, mate? Do you want to get one upped on your blood pressure? 120 over 77. So.
How about
Well,
116 over 56?
How about 3 strokes in a day and 5 strokes in a day?
That's enough about your wanking.
But yours are confirmed. I've got one that isn't.
Well, no, you're a chronic masturbiter.
Did you say something, Charlie?
Yeah, I was going to say, do you know what the waiting time is to see a paediatrician for like ADHD or autism in Kent?
It's about 5 years.
It's 3 years. It's 3 years. 3 years.
I know, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. The amount of children I've met in my time. I knew a young lad, and he was marked up as being a bad kid, got kicked out of a lot of schools. They said he didn't have mental health, and I said, he's autistic. And they said, no, he's not. I said, he's autistic, because he was controlled about what he did. And I met his mum. He used to fold up his clothes, really, but he was an absolute star at maths. I used to watch him looking at maths things he put on a map on the wall, and he'd do all these I thought, what the hell is he doing? And he was like a Stephen Hawkins. When he got to 22, a university guy met him, and they took him into uni, and he ended up being a wonderful mathematician and science person. So yeah, but they wouldn't diagnose him because they said he was just a bad kid. It's bad.
But mine were regularly up over 180
on
a daily basis.
He's got a chart.
No, that's because of my condition. I have to keep records and keep my blood.
I got a smartwatch. I know what mine is. So.
I've got a smartwatch, but I don't use it very often.
What you need to do on yours is set your walking target each day. Just start off. This is what I want you to do, Dan. Make sure you do it. I want you to set it to do up to 500 steps a day around your flat. Start at the bottom and work your way up. And you'll bring your blood pressure down if you start moving. So stop sitting on your ass.
105 at the moment. Mine is. Doesn't tell me what it's over.
That's not bad. That's good. That's good.
105 at the moment.
If you want to check yours,
oh, you say it's good. It says the resting heart range should be between 61 and 77.
But mine's enough to give me 2 inches.
Right. This is a blood pressure monitor. This is a monitor for yourself. It goes on the wrist. Okay. I've taken this into hospital in my bag, and they've actually used it on other patients because they can't believe how accurate this thing is. And it's a memory of 99 memories. These are only 20 quid to buy, right? So this checks your blood pressure, and it records up to 99 recordings on it, which you can then send to your doctor through an app. Okay, so when I sent my doctor my last one, she rang me up and said, "Are you sure that's your arm?" I went, "Really? I live by myself, you twit. Who else is it going to be?" So, oh God, she didn't believe it. My resting rate is 120 to 77, and my physical exercise rate is 180 over 90. And she hates the fact that I got perfect blood pressure. Weird.
Hello, Mr. Kelly. How you doing?
Hello. Hi, Lover.
Hi, Lo. Hi, folks.
Hi, Lover.
Hello, Lover.
But it is crazy with what the children miss out on. If they had that mental health treatment early and got the proper diagnosis, they would be better off.
I was actually relieved when I was given a diagnosis. I was actually relieved because after 20 odd years, 25 years. 25 years. After 25 years of not knowing what the fuck was wrong with me, I got a diagnosis. Even if it was the wrong diagnosis, at least I was told there's a reason for how
you've been feeling. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very important that a child knows what's going on within their body and to be lied to. And the favourite one that was made up by a doctor years ago is ADHD. Some kids I know have actually got ADHD. One young man I used to work with, or used to throw my dog into fits. She died under the table because she was so scared of him. He was literally high. But I've met other kids who didn't have ADHD, but they were diagnosed simply because it was easier for the doctor to write a prescription for the drugs and get them out of the doctor's surgery.
Yeah. Yeah, because they don't want to deal with people. Listen, the more people they deal with, the more money they get.
Yeah.
You know, this is why you can't go in there anymore and have and talk about two things in an appointment. You can only go in and discuss one thing these days per appointment. You know, so per 10 minutes, I think they give you 10, maybe 15 minutes, I think, at the most. And if you want to talk about two things, you've got to book 2 appointments to talk about them, and it is fucking ridiculous. I remember going to my doctor, Dr. Buckley, his name was, family doctor, worked out the downstairs in his house, you know.
Wow.
And it was just him. It was just him, and he would deal with as many patients that he had, and he would deal with them. But then again, we had dozens of doctors back then in the town, and they worked out their own practice. But now
I was even used to cancel appointments if he needed to come out and see us.
Yeah, but now you've got these what they call medical centres where they've got 20 doctors that they can call in at any one time. In fact, I haven't been to the doctors in the last, I would say, 10 years and seen the same doctor twice.
Yeah.
And that is an issue because especially when you've got mental health issues, you go to a doctor, you want a doctor to know you. When you go to the doctors and the doctor goes, so tell me what's wrong. And you're like, well, my notes are there. Fucking read them. Well, I haven't got time. Just tell me what's wrong. And then you've got to go over everything over and over again, time and time again. Yeah. And if it's something that upsets you, you've got to fucking talk about it every time you see a new doctor because they're number one, too lazy to go and look through your fucking records. Number two, it's a different doctor. So even if they did go through your records at one point, you wouldn't see them again for months. And when they saw you again, they wouldn't remember who you were anyway.
The biggest thing you got at the moment are the lies being told by GPs. And that is the biggest one we got at the moment is the type 2 diabetic target they put on people because you may be a stone or so overweight. All right, that's what they're saying. You've got this diabetes type 2. Then they want to send you to a hospital for diabetic treatment. What does that mean? Someone's going to check your feet. Why can't you do that in a doctor's surgery? Why can't you do the blood results in a doctor's surgery? Why have I got to go to an hospital?
To be fair, Tina, I've been told that I'm borderline diabetic. Okay, because of my weight, right? And it's embarrassing, but we talk about it because it's important to talk about. I've been told I'm borderline diabetic. I'm not diabetic yet, but I'm borderline diabetic. So they've given me some tablets to try and bring cholesterol down and whatnot. But I'm several stone overweight at the moment. Like I'm about 3 stone, 4 stone overweight, right? But you're right. There are a lot of people that will get told that they're diabetic when they're not actually diabetic, and they'll go to the doctors or they'll go get sent to the hospital. Again, I think this is because of the money involved. Okay, because if a salesperson goes to the doctor and says, "Oh, well, we'll give you bonuses this week if you sell my product rather than somebody else's product," and it turns out to be, I don't know, atorvastatin, for example, cholesterol tablets, then what they'll do is they'll go out of their way to fucking prescribe it, so they get bonuses from the pharmaceutical company. You know, it's
diabetes. It is about money, but diabetes doesn't just come from being overweight. It can be genetics. Yeah. It can be medical history. You could have had surgery. You could have had trauma. Anything can set that off. It's not just about that. But they reckon that we've got a massive obesity in this country. People are different shapes and sizes. We're not all built the same. Yes, we know as we get older, we pack on a few pounds. Some of us do. But that doesn't mean we're going to be unhealthy. Like in my doctor, I do regular blood tests because of my thyroid every 3 months. My sugar levels come back perfect. They are in line. I'm not type 2, but my doctor keeps saying I'm type 2. I get the prescriptions done. I get the blood done. The results come back, no further action. She texts me the same day, I want to talk to you about your diabetes. There's nothing wrong with my sugar levels. What's wrong with you? You've just had the lab results. I'm not coming down. No, absolutely not. Everything's normal.
Blue bottle. Apples contain some natural cyanide as well, which is always good for getting rid of doctors. Well, they do say an apple a day keeps the doctor away, as long as they eat the pips.
Well, yeah.
The seeds contain cyanide.
Don't get me
Sorry?
going on cyanide and apples, because some guy, because he was gay, ate an apple contaminated with cyanide because he was convicted because of his nature. The guy invented the decoding device that beat the Nazis in the Second World War, Alan Turing.
Loafer, they've all got cyanide in. The pips of apples have traces of cyanide in.
Yeah.
All of them.
They
I'm
do,
pretty sure Harold Shipman would know a bit about that.
The old deer killer. I'm sorry, I have to inject a little bit of humour occasionally because it's a coping mechanism.
No, I know. Oh, we've got Mike in the chat. Hang on a sec. Mike, I'll bring you up. Just do us a favour, Mike. Give us a wave. No, don't blow me kisses. Give us a wave.
Hello, mate. Good evening.
It's the radio voice.
Oh, I say.
Right, Mike.
Oh, my word.
It's Microphone Mike.
How are we doing?
Hang on. You've got the same microphone as I have. How comes you sound better than I do?
I don't know.
Maybe because he's not a cunt as much as you.
Wait, fuck off. See you later.
I've got no idea, mate. I don't know. I plug it in and it'll work sometimes, but most
because he set his upright.
No, put him as well. Then go on.
What is it you got? Is it one of the Australian thing? Roadie.
Yeah, NT1.
Yeah, NT1A. I got.
Yeah, I got. I know mine's not. I mean, mine is it's about 10 inches from my face, right?
That's what it is. Yeah, mine's more. Mine's 15 inches, so it's bigger than yours.
I try getting closer to mine, but I can't reach it. Sorry.
If I get as close as you are to your microphone, I don't know what this sounds like, by the way, but it certainly doesn't sound.
Hey, Dan, that sounds sexy, mate.
Well,
Watch it. Start having
right. Mop it up, people. Get the mop out. Get the mop out. How are you, Mike? Anyway,
no, right. I'm not bad, mate. I'm not bad. All right, struggling like the rest of us, but we're here and we're in one piece and trying to get through all the shit. That everyone else is trying to get through at the moment. Yeah, so it's not bad.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. W.
Sure, she's certainly not talking about you, you fucking jock twat.
Sonic, you all right, son? You all right?
All right, mate. How you doing?
I see old Jimmy Cranky got arrested today. What do you think?
But she's been released without charge.
Yeah,
I was just about to say that I don't see her getting charged. Fucking bitch.
Which you would expect. She was the first minister. Listen, has any prime minister ever been fucking actually charged?
Apparently she was arrested on this one over £600,000 that isn't accounted for.
Oh, we can account.
To be honest, the one she's got to really worry about is the one that she can't account for 23 million.
That's even bigger, yes.
I can't have fucking selective memory. She can't account for a lot of shit.
Just the camper van, 90-year-old mother-in-law's house, whatever it is, that big camper van there. That's $100 grand's worth at least, isn't it?
106 grand that was.
Fucking hell.
How much?
106.
No, they're not cheap.
For a motorhome. A normal camper van at a transit size will set you back 45 grand.
Where's my spanner? Where's my spanner, mate?
What the fuck did I just say?
Oh my god!
We've got
that shit means.
Jack, we've got a Canadian with red hair just came in. I don't know what you think about Canadians, but we've got one down there.
I know a lot of people from the UK crying about Spanish.
What the hell is that?
Where's my spanner?
Listen,
you had some.
Most people wouldn't pass the initiation to get a spanner on here.
Oh my god.
Is this a Prince Harry thing, or is this that? Who's that singer? God's sake.
Don't ask, Mike. Don't ask. It's a long
Dan,
story.
I'm going to shoot off, Dan. All right. Good night to everybody on the panel. Nice to see you all, and I'll catch you guys soon. All right.
Tina.
Good night, all.
Tina.
Keep going. I've never seen Ginger Scouser until I've seen Dan just then. Hey, mate.
I'm not Scouser.
Well, yeah, no, come on, you're a plastic one, aren't you? You've been there long enough.
It's a bit like a Scouse perm, though, isn't it? It does look a bit like a Scouse perm.
There you go.
Hey, calm down.
Oh, wait. Oh, give me a second. I'll take mine off too. Owie!
How you doing, Jason? You all right?
I'm all right. Just coming up. For
So
the love back. What's good?
Crikey, we've got a Canuck in the chat.
Cat was on here earlier.
Was she?
But yeah, she came into the chat earlier. But she disappeared. Has she got a stream going herself at the moment? Do you know?
Probably.
She's always got a stream going.
She didn't live.
Yeah, another American in the panel.
Sorry, Jack.
We got another American in the panel, I think.
Canadian. Is a Canadian.
Yeah, close enough.
Is a plastic. Is a plastic Yankee.
Close enough.
Close my feelings.
Well, he's closer than the rest of us, anyway.
Mm-hmm. Jason, where are you from?
Stop hurting my feelings. Prince Edward Island, Canada. I'm just, you cross the water, I'm the first place you'll hit.
I have no idea where
Unless
the
you
hell
keep
that is.
swimming.
I'm from Michigan.
Michigan? Oh, shit.
That's across the lake. Michigan's across the lake, isn't it? There's a big lake. Lake between you two, isn't there? Is it Lake Michigan? Is it called Lake Michigan?
See, when I was living in Toronto, I could have said that, but now I can't. So now
It's not between them. Between them, I think Lake Michigan's like a U shape, if I remember rightly. Without checking it, it's almost like an upside down U shape, if I remember rightly.
Detroit down the bottom.
But that's kind of that's just to the we discussed this earlier. It's just to the east.
Shut up, Pap. He was raising his hand.
Just to the east of middle America.
It's not the middle of them. I wouldn't say it's the middle of America. But it's
the most
to the east
in the world.
Sorry, Jack. Go on, Jack. Sorry, mate.
Michigan has the most lakes in the world and the most golf courses, and I own one of them.
Hell yeah!
I've got to say, I'm not asked about golf courses, but fishing. Fishing, you've got my attention. Or lakes.
Jack,
do fishing.
In the lake, I went to. Have you heard of Grand Blanc or Grand Blanc?
Grand Blanc.
It's right by. It's north of there. It's Flushing.
Yeah, right.
FlushingValley.com. FlushingValley.com is the website.
Sorry, Jack. There's a delay here, mate. It's probably my end. It's me. I'm senile, I think.
I think you got problems.
Yeah, I was in 1998, Grand Blanc, and we went up then to much further up via Kalamazoo. Is it Kalamazoo? Kalamazoo, and then we went up to the Grand Rapids.
Yeah.
Right, and that was fantastic.
That's going west.
Yeah. And then up to the Grand Rapids. Excellent. Loved it. If you've ever seen a fat bastard canoeing, right, and breaking a sweat just trying to get into it, mate, I'll tell you, this is it here.
Listen, I break the sweat.
I hit the local beer store twice a week.
I break a sweat going with the tide. Never mind again.
I break a sweat walking on the stairs.
Cheers, Mike.
Break a sweat trying to get a fucking
walking to
seat.
get another beer.
Madness. So Jack's he's in Michigan, is he? Whereabouts?
Yeah, he just Michigan. He said we haven't got a.
Jack, whereabouts in Michigan are you? It's a big state. Oh, Red Horse.
Red Horse.
Oh, shit.
God damn it, boy. God damn it.
Red Horse.
What, Jack, whereabouts in Michigan are you?
Y'all fucking mute me while I drink.
Motown City? You down there?
I'm gonna say.
What did you say then, babies?
Oh.
I don't want your address.
Miles away from there right now.
Oh, are you? Okay.
Is this light out?
No, it's on there. It's on.
I put a piece of plywood up there just to block the sun.
Oh, that's the sun.
Do you know what that looks like? It looks like a scene out of Poltergeist.
Poltergeist.
It's 7:30 a.m. here.
Don't worry, Jack. I got you. Listen, they all see you got stairs, and they're all getting old. They can't handle stairs. They're like, why the fuck would you buy a house with stairs?
You want stair lifts?
Don't worry, you're good.
I can climb these goddamn stairs. Oh, yeah. Brick a hit.
Well, I've just looked, right, and I've got to say it's a good thing that Michigan isn't in Texas because they've got a town there called Gaylord.
You would know.
There's a place in Pennsylvania called Intercourse.
Intercourse.
There's one in
Oh, that's where all the fucking.
Don't check out the towns in Newfoundland. Then you'll not like that shit.
You know what?
Oh, what are they guys called, man? It's all the old styles that we have all the, like the horse-drawn wagons and shit.
No, we just said that purposely.
There's actually a Hell, Michigan.
Hang on, Newfoundland. There's hardly any fucking towns there.
You may,
They're all around the coast.
You may find one called Penis.
Cheers, Wolf.
Fucking saying.
Well, the most stolen place sign is fuck in Austria.
You know what? I'll tell you what's interesting. They've got this place called. There's a town called Newfoundland and Labrador. Woof. Now, Newfoundland is a dog anyway, and so is Labrador. It's very weird to see Newfoundland and Labrador in one place.
Oh, hail the Queen.
That's next to Labradoodle.
Unless you're on the fucking RSPCA kennels.
It's also the selective breeding of dogs for the traits, for the behaviour, for the physiognomy and the psychology of different dogs. If you selectively breed dogs, they can be bred for different traits. I think there's a breed of dog that's actually got webbed feet, and you've also got your lap dogs and all that sort of stuff. It's just one of them things.
Newfoundland have got webbed feet.
Yeah,
check it out. Dildo, Newfoundland. Dildo, Newfoundland.
Dildo.
The Labrador was originally bred for catching fish in shallow streams.
Dildo. I see it. Dildo, Newfoundland. I see it.
I'm tempted to breed that shit so be a bulldog just so I can have a bullshit.
Oh, fuck.
I'm trans species. I'm across half human and half dog. I'm self-identifying as half human and half dog, but I'm a quarter Shih Tzu and a quarter poodle, so I'm a half Shih Tzu.
Right.
So, how would you like to be treated while you're here?
I don't know. Flush me down the U-bend.
There's actually a south dildo in Newfoundland. South dildo. I mean, what the fuck?
Jesus Christ, man.
Seriously?
Well, you don't need to, do you, if you got one?
Here's over.
Oh, man.
Oh, since we're on different place names, I believe there's a place in France called Condom.
Absolutely right.
Well, they call it condom.
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 Apparently, tourists keep going there and stealing all the fucking signs.
There's a place in Michigan. It's called Hell, Michigan. Google that
Really?
shit. Yeah.
A cockering off.
Like, somebody told me to go to hell. I'm like, okay, give me 2 hours.
Look.
Well, there's a pregnant pause, so if I can interject, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about this. I'm going to have to pick up the camera. But there's an argument going on, and it's been raging for weeks and weeks and weeks. But there we go. Can we see that?
Whoa!
Oi,
Holy arguments!
Wow, who's that good-looking bastard in the bottom right?
Oh, that one. There we go. That shirt is definitely purple pout.
Purple pout.
It's purple pout.
No.
I rest my case.
It's not. Listen. The colour on my camera's not dialed in properly, and it looks
bullshit.
But it's not. It's blue.
I'm gonna go walk up my fake stairs.
Listen, I've not dialed in the whiteness properly, so it just looks.
Yeah. The purple flopper.
You know, I think I needed one of those.
Listen, if you want me to show you what, if you want me to show you what purple is, just say so.
I might get banned. It's no fucking dialed in, right? Sure he'd.
I might get banned from YouTube, but still.
Blue.
Sure he'd. It's no fucking dialed in, right, son?
Oh, sorry.
No, you won't.
Oh, we do like to have a laugh on it. I thought what's his fucking name? The human centipede was coming on here at some point. Didn't he say he was going to try and get on the chat tonight or something?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking Upton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He probably knows he's going to get a roast.
Someone politely informed him that he was blocked.
The human centipede. Really, seriously, is there someone called that?
No, he just looks like
not quite. That's just what we called him because he looks like the bloke out of Human Centipede that wanks himself off with sandpaper. That one.
He'll be the heat end of that Bobby Wake. He's a fucking arse end, isn't he?
Oh, let's not bring that. Let's not bring him up.
Slug.
I nearly said something that would cause problems then, but I held myself back. You know what, Mike? I'm an arsehole apparently. So, because I don't stand for shit, I get blamed for causing shit on other channels that I don't even go on.
Look! We've been there, Dan. It's like this is the thing. This is the thing that I find funny about YouTube. It's just there's great places like this. There's great places like other channels and stuff like that. But you always get that element that's running underneath that wants to bring it all down. And they're so fucking miserable that they've just got to float around between different channels and do their best. And, it's really pathetic. I find it, I don't know.
Well, you are wearing a Ford shirt. Come on now.
I'm sorry, yeah, but hold up a minute. It's a Ford Capri, right? The fucking best car that was ever made by Ford. In America, you didn't even have it. It was that good. Or Canada, we had the Ford Capri, which was right.
Sorry, Kraft. Sorry, Kraft, but I'm starting to think you're making this shit up now. Seriously, got to somebody do me a favor and Google this shit. Apparently, right, there's a place called Wanker's Corner in Wilsonville, USA.
Wanker's Corner.
Wanker's Corner. What the fuck?
I know what you're saying, mate. You just got to let it go above your head, mate. Don't worry about it.
There is a place called Wanker's Corner, just to the south of Portland, Oregon.
Oh, fuck off! No, you're joking now, aren't you?
No, I'm not joking. And I'll prove it to you. Let me bring it up on the screen. Screen share.
There's also another place called Wanker's Corner that's next to his fucking couch behind him.
Put it on the big screen.
Right there in the middle.
Fucking hell.
Wanker's Corner. See if we can if we can get in a bit there. Wanker's Corner.
Is that next to Crinkle's Bottom?
It's just south of Portland, just to the west of Oregon City. And we've got a Wanker's Corner Cafe.
Yeah. What in America does wanker mean the same thing as it does here in the UK? Have you heard the term wanker?
Possibly.
I know the term wanker, but we
show
don't
Mike
use
that one, Dan.
Back home.
1 second, Roger. Go on, Jack. Say what you're saying. Sorry.
Yeah, we missed that, Jack.
We don't. I know the term, but we don't use that term back home.
Does it mean something else in America though? Wanker? Would it mean, or does it mean nothing? I don't know.
It means nothing.
It means a lot in shit British films. That's what it means, doesn't it? When you hear shit British films, you hear that word a lot.
Now,
Jack,
Jack,
I don't know what it is, mate. I just love the sound of an American accent. Whoever saying that word, it's just fucking funny as
It's
fuck.
great, isn't it? Yeah.
They are, Mike.
But hey! I'm new from planets. It took me a week to learn a harsh word, and I had no fucking clue what it meant. But it was
what harsh word?
Get out of this one. This word was nonce.
Nonce.
No, nonce.
Yeah.
Nonce.
Like, this motherfucker don't understand what you people are talking about when you said nonce back in the day.
Jason, can I just give you a word in elocution here? It's nonce, not nonce.
Okay,
nonce. Say it again.
So you gotta do it. Nonce.
Nonce. That's it.
Now,
Nonce.
just me hearing it for 1 week, it took a lot of fucking learning to get.
It's a difficult
It
word.
hit me hard. I'm like, what are you fucking
Well, we've
talking
mastered
about?
it here in the UK because the UK is fucking full of them. That's the trouble.
Like,
Who's got the
here
Canada,
in Canada, it's either pedophile or fucking weird ass creep or I've never heard this mysterious turn of nunts. It's just he's a fucking child rapist.
No, not nonce, not
mind
nonce,
blown
not
when I heard
nonce.
nunts.
I believe it means not on normal courtyard exercise.
Sorry.
Right, okay, right, guys. I just want to say, and I think we should all say, hello, Miss Cat. Everybody say hello, Miss Cat.
Hi, Miss Cat.
Hello, Miss Cat.
Hello,
Cat.
Hi,
Right,
Cat.
now-
Hi, Miss Cat.
Hello, Miss
Now everybody say fuck off Upton.
Oh, Richard Upton. Fuck off, you twat. Right, this is the lives in Spain, is it? Apparently, he lives in Spain. Richard Upton.
He does. He does. I know
Which
he does.
you ask.
I'm not going to go into detail, but the only reason I'm saying that is because I know that we're being restreamed at the moment, which is fine. Miss Cat is absolutely hi, Miss Cat. I hope you're well.
Richard Upton.
Fine. But Richard Upton doesn't like the fact that we're being streamed on another channel at the moment, and I just want to say boo-hoo.
Fuck off, Richard. Well, it's
if you
funny
don't like it, what he says.
Richard, does it really look like we give a fuck?
Yeah, that's what I say. It's funny we were talking about nonsense, and then Richard Up Your Arse comes in. That guy, right? He thinks he's clever. He goes around all these channels, and he goes around with all these little girlfriends that all mix up, and he tries to come on, let's go on Dan channel. Oh, come on, let's go on Dino channel. Come on, let's go on Civil Disobedience channel, and let's have a row.
I'm surprised. Sorry, Mike. I just say I'm surprised that while this live stream's being streamed elsewhere, I'm surprised that he wants to get involved in slagging us off because
it's a twat.
The people that stream this and the people that see this might get to see and hear about what he's actually like. And I'm not going to go into it. I really don't want to be talking about him on here.
Dan, I know.
I wanted to say hello to Miss Cat. But I don't like Upton, and I don't hide the fact that I don't like Upton. He's not allowed on this channel. He did say that he was going to try and get on here today to another channel. Yesterday, I think it was.
Dan,
but I don't.
Has he ever come on one of your streams? Has he ever come on?
Well, he's coming to the chat many times, but he's only come on the panel once, and that was when Fluke Dog wanted to have a go at him. And Upton came on, and his ass fell out, and he was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Fluke. I'm just a troll. I like trolling. I'm sorry I trolled you."
I'm just having a laugh. It basically sat there like a little fucking schoolboy.
He admitted on the stream that he was a troll and he enjoys causing trouble. That's what he does.
That's right. That's what he said. He said, "This is what I do." He goes, "I enjoy it. I like causing trouble." And the stream's
still up, by the way, if anybody wants to go back and check on it.
Oh, can
Just
I go?
don't ask me which one it. Just don't ask me which one it was because I can't fucking remember.
It should be on there. Thumbnail.
Don't surprise me. Live stream. I was in a friend's live stream a couple of days ago, and there was a troll there, and he was making fun of one of the guy that was on the panel. I'm like, he asked him, "Do you have a speech impediment?" He's autistic. You're an asshole.
Sorry, I missed what was said then. I do apologise. Sorry.
This troll came up on my friend's panel. Another guy that was on the panel, he's autistic. And the guy posted on the chat, "Do you have a speech impediment?" I'm like, "Oh, you're an asshole, dude."
Yeah, but what if he did? What if he did? You know, people do have speech impediments. I have a speech impediment after a couple of pints. But the thing is, if you're going to use that against someone, you know, to try and bring them down or pick up a piece of their weakness or whatever, that's fucking shit. That's below the belt behavior, isn't it? You know, someone who's got an impediment. That's just not on. If you're going to use that against them, and if that's your strongest tool, is to slag them off because they have, or you know they've got some sort of ailment that's against them. That to me is below the belt, and it sort of makes them lose the argument a bit, Jack. If you know what I mean. If you've got a troll doing that, it makes them look weak to me because they haven't got an argument.
Yep.
And that's it. They've got to be personal about it. And that's, you know, I'm a fat bastard. I get called that all the time. But, you know, at the end of the day, you know, I don't mind. But there's some people out there that have got real problems that, you know, they try to use it against them.
Some people have real problems. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
You tell me somebody that says I've not got a problem, and I'll show you a fucking liar.
Exactly, Sonic. Yeah. I ain't got a problem.
Problem.
There's problems everywhere.
Problems.
Exactly, Jason.
Muy grande problema.
Right.
Whatever he just said in a different language.
Let me find it. I want to share something with you.
I know exactly what clip you're looking for.
No, I'm not looking for a clip. I'm looking for an image.
Oh.
Dan?
Stuff, is it, Dan?
Yes, Roger.
Can you just share this one for a sec for Medway?
Thanks for having me up, Pap.
Roger, do us a favour. Just look in your look in Discord for a minute.
Ooh.
That was Roger many years ago.
I'm just surprised that picture's not in fucking black and white.
Got stuck in a loop there, Dan. Stuck in a loop.
Where am I looking, mate?
General chat in a circle.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in there.
Oh, it's in a circle one. Right, I'm looking in the wrong fucking
Roger, nice cars, mate.
Yeah, I used to do a lot of drag racing and hang on, where am I looking at? I can't find anything in there, mate.
Was that a Trans Am? You daren't say that today because it's all.
Yeah, it was the Firebird, but I blew the 400 cubic inch up that was in it and fitted
Nice
a 7.4.
I know it's a gender non-specific vehicle.
What am I looking at?
It's a Trans Am.
Oh, you want it in Discord? Okay.
This
Please,
is
mate, yeah.
purple.
Right. Okay. Let me.
This is
This is
purple.
blue.
Dan's blue.
Thank you, Mrs. W. Mwah.
Nah. See you next week, Danny.
Do you want the solo or the full one, Dan?
Solo would do, please.
Oh shit! Didn't mean to.
I hope this is clean. It's Sunday night.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, no.
that fucker. So debatable.
It's fine. It's fine.
There you go.
There we fucking go.
Oh, here we go.
Right. Okay. Right. Let me just.
Look, correct me if I'm wrong here, right? But does he not fucking look like the stereotypical paedophile priest?
No, you're wrong. Not right. You're wrong. Not wrong.
Honestly, fuck, look at the state of this cunt, man.
I can't see it. Yeah, I can't see it. But I know what you're just.
What's interesting is this person.
Oh my God.
Has posted a comment on this chat saying, "Why are you live streaming this turtle-necked goon?" And I'm just wondering why somebody that looks like that has the audacity to call me a turtle-necked goon.
No, he's probably talking to me.
Oh no, he's definitely talking about me. Don't worry.
Who said
Projection,
that?
Your Honor.
Who said it? The name, hang on. Look at the name. Look at the name.
I can't see it. Hold on a minute.
Oh, sorry. I need to enlarge myself tonight. Hang on a sec.
Beg your pardon.
Sorry. Let me do it that way.
No, that's what
that fucking works.
Do that. There we go.
Oh, fuck. So is that Richard Upson?
Yeah.
Something poked out my fucking ring earlier, looking like that. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ!
I'm not normal. I'm not normally the type of person that would mock somebody for the way that they look, but somebody like that who sits there tugging themselves off while they're wearing their mum's underwear, those kind of people deserve it, unfortunately.
Fuck's sake! Oh man, I think I need counselling after that. That's fucking terrible.
Now say 3 Hail Marys and touch me right here.
I say, and touch the tip there.
Is Lover Sheffield? Is he a DJ?
He's apparently he does karaoke on what's that Benidorm minute down that way. He does karaoke down there, and is a karaoke king.
I just thought, what if you put that up again, Dan, and paint it like green? It looks Jabba the Hutt.
You can imagine the sight of that fucker getting up to sing, "I am the one and only."
Terrible.
Fucking hell.
Oh,
I got that filed under video nasties.
So I don't need to say anything else. All I needed to do was to show that picture. That's all I need to do.
Show it again, Dan. Show it again, please. Let's have a look.
Don't get me wrong, right? I'm no Slim Jim. Right? I'm no Slim Jim. But the problem is, when you're a horrible bastard as a person, then you just, you don't need to fucking worry about what, other people look like. You just need to worry about yourself when it comes to
Just to put those in the picture that don't know, that was the arsehole that called my missus a bouncy castle.
Fucking look at it. Fucking hell, man.
Judging by that, cunt, it must have been wishful fucking thinking.
Is that what we're up against?
I'm afraid so.
Morning, Rex.
Fuck's sake. Richard up his arse. I don't know.
If you strike me down now, I'll become more powerful, and you can never be imagined. Now, excuse me while I touch myself. Fucking
Okay,
pervert.
just I just want to point something out. Okay, you know we said about human centipede.
I'll go for it.
Oh no!
Yeah, mate, put the two of them up, man. Do a comparison.
Oh, fucking hell. Shit
That-
boy.
No, that's the guy from the Human Centipede film that tugs himself off with sandpaper.
Mike's blood pressure's going up. He's visibly going red here.
I'm going to explode it in a minute, mate. Fucking hell.
So if that person ever comes on your stream or on your channel or anything like that and starts giving you shit, just think back to those pictures and ignore the prick. Or just boot him, just think of those pictures.
We've just given him something to talk about tomorrow night now.
I've got to fucking turn my thing off. Hold up.
I was watching Dan's last night and they all upset my face.
Oh, fucking hell. I knew it would get onto this eventually. Mike's lost the plot.
Frank,
he's turned the camera.
Plank, what do you mean, mate? I don't know what you mean.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
He hadn't laughed that much since his auntie caught her left tit in a mangle.
Oh dear God. Mike, do you need some medical assistance?
It's like having me fucking balls tickled.
Planks, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about, Planks. You need to at least try and explain to me what you mean. I don't know what you mean, mate. I've looked further up, Tiff, but I don't understand the comment.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, now you get them all, don't you? Planks, what's this, good or bad? You choose your bad, Tiff. Your choice is the sweetie.
Planks, explain, mate. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Mama Cat, I'm a cat. I see you in the back there, Mama Cat, but I need to see a camera.
Dirty mods. What the fuck?
Oh, that's Cat.
He made a comment about Pandora's box.
Number one.
Sorry, say again, Miss W.
Planks made a comment about Pandora's box. I don't know whether that's the issue here.
Chiff just said it in there. He's just butthurt or something.
I don't get it.
I put something about it. I've seen it with my own eyes. Now, back up goes the cunt of the week. Dirty mods.
What? Hang on, what are we talking about?
That's
what
what
am I
his
missing?
comment.
Dan, I wouldn't worry about it because Tiff was talking to him. She's got a spanner and she's more than capable of dealing with it.
But Dan,
No, I know, but I'm just interested in if somebody's got an issue.
Dan, I wouldn't. Do you know what? I wouldn't even bother myself. Do you remember that one that was coming on here? And it was only a few months ago, right? What was a one-woman vigilante, right? Now, I watched her channel for a few months, right? And I thought, fuck me, this woman's got fucking serious issues here. And someone called her out, and I forget what the channel was called her out, right? And they were taking back pictures of her back in the 80s and 90s.
That was the American channel. There was a guy from America.
Yeah, and I just thought, do you know what? These there's lots of these people about, and every channel will have one of these. She was just a fucking total nutcase. All of a sudden, she's disappeared. I don't know if she's jumped off Beachy Head eventually or not. You know, Not that I wish that, but I don't think that's the case. I think these people are here to cause disruption. Whatever it is they're being their bonnet, they'll come along. We'll get them all. You get your Richard Uptons, you get your fucking one woman vigilante, whatever it is. You what's the other guy? Crinkle, Lords, not Lords.
You're only allowed to say his name once on here, never 3 times.
Yeah, sorry.
Here.
I'll delete myself if that happens again. I think these people are there, right? And I'm just like, these are what purpose do these people serve apart from causing shit on everyone's channels? I mean, civil disobedience. Probably realised by now that there was Richard Upton was doing the same thing 2 years ago on his channel. He was doing the same thing on here, but what he'd do, he'd go in the chat and he'd try to play 2 ways. These people, they're not very clever. You can see through them in the end. There's lots of them about her, that was it, one woman vigilante. I just like, well, hold on a minute.
Hello.
What are you trying to prove? What?
Yeah, the problem is a lot of people don't see what goes on. Okay, all they see is what they want to see. Okay, so somebody is, by the looks of things, somebody has seen me put a picture of Richard up. Okay, but what they don't understand is what's been going on in the background: the abuse, the slagging off, the mocking, all of that kind of stuff that's been going on in the background. So me putting a picture up and going, "Oh my God, look at that," is nowhere near the shit that he has been giving other people.
Yeah, but Dan is a good-looking bloke, and I can understand why he might be a bit, concerned about having his picture put out there, because the women might all go mad, and there could be catastrophe. You're exposing him, and he's obviously what's that?
Or you were just talking about being threatened by people on YouTube and shit. I get it every fucking day.
Yeah, that's the thing.
These are the charges I have on you and AC. I love you, portable document format. Bring it on, bitch.
Exactly.
Bring it on, son.
Right. Night, everybody. I'm going to go to bed because it's school day tomorrow.
Take care.
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, Medway.
Night.
Right. So you say the point is you came in here, told me about the new channel, and you took the videos down because Princess Angela asked you to. Listen, I've got to say, right, whatever I say stays on here. I never take a video down. Okay, so if I take the piss out of somebody, or if I help somebody, or whatever, it makes no difference. The video stays up. Okay, I will only ever defend myself against people who have attacked me. Okay, so I won't, for example, and I'll just use this person as an example because it's the first name I see in the chat. Moo Mahar has never come on here and done anything or said anything bad against anybody on the panel. Now, if somebody wants to jump up and call me names, that's absolutely fine. Jump up, call me names, do it to my face.
Fuck you, Lord Pappy, piece of shit.
Let's be fucking adult about it. See you later, Jason. Let's be fucking adult about it and let's deal with it, 1-to-1. The problem is there are certain people that won't do that. They'll go to other channels, slag people off. Okay, I don't slag people off on other channels. I'll slag people off on this channel if I need to. Okay, and that's rare. It's rare that I'll do that. But there are certain people that will come on here or go onto other channels and slag me and my friends and my community off, and I will stand up for them. But people like you, Planks, by the looks of it, obviously don't see the bigger picture. You see what you want to see for whatever reason that might be. Okay, maybe it's because Princess Angela is a sweet girl. Okay, and she comes across that way. Maybe you feel that you're more inclined to listen to what she's got to say. I don't know. Maybe you're listening to somebody else. I don't know, because you're not telling me. You're just coming out with some shit in the comments. But at least be fucking man enough to explain yourself properly, number one, and also do your fucking research. Okay. I've been doing this for 3 years. All of my fucking videos are still up, barring 4 videos, I think it is now, that have been taken down. Every live stream I've ever done is still up. I've never, ever taken a live stream down. You might ask yourself why. It's because I'm not ashamed of what I say. If I say something and it's wrong, I'll apologise later. And I'll go, do you know what? I understand I was wrong, shouldn't have done it. I'm man enough to do that. But there are people out there that want to come on, slag me off, slag my friends off, slag my community off, and I'm not fucking having it. I've had enough of it. So if I want to turn around and say, look at this fucking idiot who's been slagging me off, calling me a turtleneck, I can see my fucking neck, number one.
Richard,
right?
yes.
That fucking idiot can't. Right? So I'm more than happy. I'm more than happy to say, look at this fucking mug who can't even see his neck, and he's saying that I'm a turtleneck. Yeah. So if you don't like it, by all means, fuck off to another channel. Okay. Can't put it any clearer than that. Right? But if you don't want to understand what's going on properly, if you just want to jump on one person's word and take their word for it, that's fine. It's fine. But do it fucking elsewhere. Don't come on here fucking giving it the big one to me. You know, oh, you're fucking out of order. You shouldn't be doing it. You should be, you know, whatever it might be that you're saying. Don't come on here and do it to me unless you know the fucking full picture. Sorry, folks. I apologise for that.
It's probably Richard Upton on a sock account. That Planks is probably Richard Upton. I mean, I can't see many people sticking up for him because you don't seem to have many friends. I can see he's probably made that account himself, and that's his comeback. Is through.
So I noticed that. I reckon the fucking like all this butt hurtness. It came from a certain comment earlier, like a good bit further up in the side chat, something about spit roasting.
I must have missed that. I don't know.
Aye, because I think it was Tiff referring to fucking a while back, all these fuckers that try to come on and slander us and disses and all that kind of shit. And somebody fucking made a comment because when the last time we were down there, because it was me and Tiff doing on the live stream at yours. Remember somebody said something about, oh, me and you, I might be fucking spit roasted or some shit. Remember that?
I don't remember that. I don't.
Some fuckers bring that shit up. So that was basically brought up. And then because that fucking word was mentioned, oh no, that's not nice.
DJ Sonic, I gotta apologize. It was me. I'm sorry. I was just fucking with
I can't.
Don't apologize, man. Fuck.
Dan, Plank.
Fucking hell.
Angela came on the stream and got upset about a comment that was not to her, directed at her, or about her in any which way. That was the reason she was upset. And she took herself out.
If you got sent
that innocent fucking thing with a truncheon.
Hang on, yeah. Cat, I can see you there with your hand up, Cat, but your signal is really bad. You keep freezing. I don't know if you can hear us or not, but you look like you want to say something, Cat, because your hand's up. So please go ahead.
That must be a good cigarette.
Always been respectful to me on your channel, so I will be respectful to you.
Oh, there you are. Hi, babes.
The internet connection might be bad.
I just muted or what?
Everybody, I'm hearing them say bad things about Pat. I'm not sure who's.
Yeah.
You're really quiet.
The signal is very bad, Cat.
But no, I heard what you were saying. You've seen a lot of shit of people saying bad shit about Paps. Go on.
No, about Richard Upton. And
Richard Upton. Richard Upton was one of them.
Change on my channel. I expected better of him, and he did. And so he's been one, and he's been taking part in the conversations, not undermining anything. So he is capable of being decent.
Richard Upton might be capable of being decent to some people, Cat.
It's possible.
I can assure you, if and this is not against you, by the way, because as I say, you've always been decent to me, you've always been respectful to me, and I will be decent and respectful to you, Cat. The problem is that some people will pretend to be one way when they're talking and dealing with some people, and they'll be a completely different way when those people aren't watching. And unfortunately, there are some people out there that are just like that, who, if I showed you if I could show you some of the comments, some of the conversations, some of the videos that these people have been saying about me and my community and other people that I respect, I think you'd have a very different idea. But I understand that you have to see things with your own eyes. It's like me.
On my channel, it's calling me a fucking nonce on civil disobediences chat. The thing is, that guy is a dangerous idiot, right? He plays very nice in the chat between people, and all of a sudden, if he wants to put a rumor about, if he wants to spread, he's very manipulative, right? This is a typical narcissistic behavior he does between
Mike, let me just interrupt you 1 second. Kat is a lovely lady. Okay, please, just
respect.
I know.
I'm not having a go at Kat.
I know. We can get irate and we can get passionate about what we say, but please be careful with Kat, because she is a genuinely lovely person.
She's only for the first time met Richard up. She's only for the first time met him.
Right. Okay. Well, that guy, I'm going back 2 years ago now, right? When let
her do it.
Civil disobedience had his channel up, right? He was playing between you. He was playing between mine. He was playing between Deanology's channel as well. And this guy, what he'd do, he'd get people together, and normally there'd be Crinkle and the other guy, the posh guy. What was his name? Oh God. And he'd try and stir it up, and he'd have his little brigade, and they're all, let's get on so and so, let's get on Pap's channel because they're talking about this and we don't like it, and blah blah. Let's get on Civil Disobedience's channel. That guy, he's very dangerous, because what he'll start doing, he'll go on other channels and say, "Oh, this guy's a nonce," and let's go on his channel and let's raid his channel and just call him nonce and stuff like that. And, and I was like, why do these people waste week in, week out, right, playing these games when they're not very clever? Some people, a lot of people, they fall in the chat because they try and be nice to them, and then they'll drop a bomb now and again, right? And, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it like that. And this is how they come across. They'll be very... they'll sort of aim accusations at people, and then when they get a flat back from it, I didn't mean it like that. That's just what I heard. It's just what I heard.
They use underhand remarks.
Yeah, exactly.
When they're cornered, they try and defend themselves by appearing all fucking humble and sincere.
There are people that come off on this channel that say things that upset people. And I'll give them the benefit of the doubt several times. Okay, I will. I will be as respectful as I can to people. And most people that watch this channel get pissed off with me because I'm too lenient on some people, where they would kick them way before I do. And I will give them chance again. But when somebody is disrespectful to me, same as I'm sure you would be, Kat. If somebody's actually disrespectful to you, you'd kick them off your channel.
Yeah,
and
not without chiding them out first.
No, but obviously. But if they're disrespectful to you, you'd lose all respect for them, wouldn't you? And I'm the same, Kat. I don't go around slagging people off. Okay, there is somebody that is slagging me off. They've brought me up in a comment, called me a turtleneck. Okay, in other words, trying to say I'm fat and they can't see my neck. Okay, which is disrespectful. So I'm going to stand up for myself and say, who the fuck are you to call me that? And that's where it's come from. I don't want people to think.
Has this happened in the last few days?
Kat, unfortunately, he called me a turtle. He said, why are you streaming this turtleneck or something? And he said it on your channel.
Oh, I thought that was just a joke, like between you guys.
No,
this is the problem.
No, Pat, you got to understand your language is a lot different than Canada language.
That's how he plays.
You're right, Jason. You're absolutely right. Absolutely, Jason. Which is why,
like I said, I dealt with that for a bit. Exactly,
mate. Exactly. And this is why I've got no issues with you, and I've got no issues with Kat. Absolutely none whatsoever. Because there's a language barrier, and people can say things that maybe you don't understand, and some Americans say things that I don't understand what they mean. you know, and that's understandable, which is why I'm not going to fall out with anybody that misunderstands what's being said. But I do have an issue with somebody that is going to try and disrespect me like that. That's the only thing, Kat.
Right.
So I've got no issues with you, and I hope you understand that I've got no issues.
I do. I just was hoping that this wasn't. I thought maybe this was left over from before, like the last time you broadcast. Whereas in the last few days, it seemed like, and I am totally aware of people pretending to be nice, and then I just try to.
I got a turtleneck.
The best. Pardon?
I know. You're not stupid, Kat. That's one thing that I know is you're not stupid. Okay, and I've seen you react to people in your live streams, and I know you're not stupid. Far from it. However, there is that point. There is that language barrier, and it doesn't mean that people are stupid if they don't understand because they've never heard it before. Okay, so you know I have no issues with you whatsoever.
Well, I found out the bars he drinks in fucking Spain, and yeah. Well, roll on this summer, Mr. fucking Richard Upton.
Sorry, we needed a commercial.
I've heard about his karaoke fucking. I'll stop it here because I don't want to say too much. But I've been probing into Mr. Richard Upton, and he's not definitely
commercial break.
Jack, I'll come straight to you. One sec. Let me just say what I've got to say. I'll come to you, Jack. One thing is, what was I going to say? 47,300 people watch this channel. I have between 100 and 200 people watch on a live stream. If I was an arsehole, I'm sure I wouldn't have that many people watching, you know, or that many people subscribed. I'm sure that I would see massive declines, you know, in subscribers and things like that. I will stand up for myself and I will stand up for my friends. If I saw somebody slagging you off, Kat or Jason, who have never done anything wrong to me, I'd stick up for you. I can assure you of that.
I know. I would too. Same thing. But I just think that if I'm like, I don't even turtleneck seems like such a small, like I don't know if it's because in England everybody's so polite that turtleneck.
It's AV.
It's a way of saying you're a fat bastard.
It's the terminology.
So everybody would think that it wouldn't just be you because you're sensitive to what he says.
No, we don't.
Oh God, I'm not. Trust me, I'm not sensitive. I'll sit on the panel. I'm not sensitive.
Okay.
I have got very broad shoulders, Kat, but it gets to a point where after a while, and the problem is a lot of people don't see it. After a while, things will build up and build up and build up, and I'll keep my comments to myself, and I'll keep my comments to myself, and then all of a sudden, it gets to a point where I will just turn around and go, do you know what, sod you, and I'll give those barrels, you know. So that's. Anyway, Jack, I'm sorry, mate. I know you had your hand up. Let me come to you and see what you wanted to say there.
Thank you for having me here. I gotta check out. I gotta go take a nap.
No worries.
I gotta do a couple of things before I take a nap, and I'll see you back in your channel another day. How often do you do live streams?
Every Sunday, apart from the first Sunday. First Sunday of the month is a members stream. Every other Sunday is a public stream, apart from next Sunday because it's my birthday on the Saturday, and I may be recovering on Sunday.
There's no maybe about it.
Where's my spanner? Where's my spanner?
If you see me on the screen, you're more welcome to come on. It's always on a Sunday. If I do a stream, it's on a Sunday. If I do a stream, it's on a Sunday, and it's from 8 p.m. GMT. So by all means, keep an eye out. If you subscribe, if you get the notification that I'm going live, then please feel free to come over. You're more than welcome.
Yeah, I'm subscribed.
So how much does it cost for a spanner? And what the fuck is a spanner?
Spanner head.
I'll pick one up in Walmart.
It's out to Richard. This one. This year I'm off to sunny Spain. Luton. I'm
Right.
coming for you.
Hang on. Right. Careful.
Copyright strike.
I don't know if that music's copyrighted or not.
No, it's not. No,
Less than 10 seconds. I'm out of here. Nice meeting you guys.
Good night, Jack. Thanks for joining us, mate. Appreciate it.
Take care, mate.
Jack, take care, brother.
Take care.
Sleep well. Eat well.
So yeah. So as I say, Kat, you know, no issues with you whatsoever. You know, you're lovely. You've always been polite and kind on your streams, and you know I respect you for that. Even to people that have said things, and you've always given them the opportunity to explain themselves, and I respect that. I do genuinely. As I say, the only
you've been dealing with this for a long time, and you know the.
But I have an issue with the Miss Cat. She talks to my friends more than I get to talk to them. Next time you see Cool up there, tell him what's up, what's up.
Who's this? God bless.
I love you. I'm just playing, baby.
Maybe because it's you don't shut up long enough for them to talk back.
Boom. My God.
Right, and I just want to answer this comment that I've got on the stream as well on the screen. Planks, you were sent a stream of how your panel treated Princess Angela when she was obviously upset. Now, I don't know if you've actually watched before and after the part that Princess Angela might be talking about, and I don't want to be nasty about Princess Angela because she's always been lovely to me, right? Apart from the fact that she took that in that particular live stream, she took that to heart, and it wasn't about her, it wasn't directed at her, it wasn't anything to do with what she may or may not have been through in her life. I made a comment about somebody breaking into my house and what I would do to them if somebody broke into my house, and that is it. That's as much and as little as it went. Okay, and unfortunately, Princess Angela took it in a personal manner. And I've spoken to Princess Angela since then. Okay, she took it in a personal manner, and I feel bad for that. But I'm not going to change the way that I speak because a person might be upset about it. If I'd have said something directly to that person and upset them, then I might turn around and go, "Do you know what? I'm sorry I directed that at you. I shouldn't have done that." But when I'm talking in general, when I say something about a situation that has nothing to do with anybody, then I'm not going to take that back and apologize for it. See what I'm saying? That's what my point is. If I'd have said something,
no, exactly. You owe me an apology.
Listen, if I said something about people with red hair, if I said something about people with red hair, I wouldn't take that back. But
I love you, brother.
If I purposely targeted Jason because of his red hair, that would be out of order of me. Yeah, if I did it for no reason at all, and I'd apologise to him if I'd done that. Do you know what I mean? But I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't personally attack him because he's never been a cunt to me. But there are people out there that will be absolute fucking
But we can
wankers.
do it for fun.
Well, that's different. If you know somebody well, I mean, me and Roger, we
That's what I'm saying.
right? You know we do, right? When you know somebody well enough to have that kind of a banter with them, that's completely different from knowing that somebody doesn't like you and them slagging you off. They can't then turn around and go, "Oh, I was joking," because you know it wasn't. That's there's a fucking issue there. But there are people out there that will fucking whinge about everything. No matter what you do, they want to whinge about it. So,
aye.
What can I say?
I must say, Jason is looking a bit like Ed Sheeran tonight, isn't he?
Hell yeah! I seen love for me.
Darling, just dive right in.
You look like money too tight to mention. Who was that? That was Mick Hucknall. You look like fucking Mick Hucknall.
Mick Hucknall.
Yeah, that's motherfucker.
Money too tight to mention.
Fucking hell, tell us about it.
Holy
Fucking
shit,
hell.
4 hours. Holy
Listen, I know there's people that watch this channel that hate, that don't like wankers, right? Like actual wankers. Okay. Some people might think I am. I don't think I am, and the majority of people on this channel don't think I am because I don't go out of my way to. You might do, Jason.
Dan, honestly,
I don't go out.
Dan, do you give a fuck about them? Do you really give a fuck about them?
I'll give a listen. The people I give a fuck about are the people that I upset personally because of what I said to them directly that may be wrong.
Yeah, but the general wankers, do you give a fuck about them? You Richard Uptons and all that. Richard Upton, I mean, for fuck's sake, come on. You know,
okay. Can we sort this? Can we sort this one out, please? I'm new here. Wanker. Could you define it to like different terms to explain what a wanker?
Chronic masturbator.
So somebody that jerks off all fucking day, you're a wanker?
Yeah, yes, a jerk off. Yes, there we go.
Not looking. Night, darling. Okay. See you next week.
Good night, Mrs. W. Yeah, look forward to seeing you.
And anybody else that's coming, see you next Saturday.
Not me, darling.
Sorry if you were wanking before you went to bed.
Leave the husband at home.
I never, like wanker. I assumed it was jerk off, but it's way beyond it. And, like, you walk by somebody down the street and say, "You fucking wanker!" I'm like,
yeah, that. To be honest, jerk off isn't really used as a major insult.
But that is the overall term of wanker, though, right? Like,
yeah, a masturbator. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Damn. Sorry. Hey, Miss Cat. I was just learning about wankers.
She's back.
Sorry, I'm on my phone and
No, it's fine. It's absolutely fine, Miss Cat. No problem at all.
Hey, wait.
I can't eat a
Miss Cat,
slash.
could you top this conversation up? We were talking about wankers. What's your interpretation of a wanker?
somebody jerking off.
One of them. Oh, fuck yeah, we solved it. Hell yeah.
There we go. It took Jason a little while to get there, but he got there eventually.
Yeah, I needed a Canadian explanation. Now I got it.
I hear Australians say it.
That's that Faraday cage he's got over his head, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh fuck! Cheers, Mike.
Oh, my sake.
Oh God Almighty!
Some people like Roger. Roger's very good. Roger's very good at ignoring people. Me, on the other hand, I've got broad shoulders, but not as broad as Roger's. I will put up with a lot before it takes me to snap. So I think that's a good thing, because I will give people the opportunity to say what they've got to say on this channel, whereas a lot of people say in the comments, "Oh, I'll get this fucker off of the fucking stream," or whatever it might be. And I won't, because I allow people to say what they've got to say. I believe in free speech. But I also believe in defending myself if somebody slags me off.
There's a danger in that, Dan. There's a danger in that, Dan. I mean, when I had my channel running, people were saying, "Oh, go on, let fucking Crinkle on, let him on," and it was like, "Oh, for fuck's sake." I had nothing in common with fucking Crinkle, right? Everything he was about, I was against. But I caved in to what everyone was saying in my chat. But at the end of the day, it was that twat that had my channel taken down. It was me getting, and Fluke, we were getting phone calls 3-4 o'clock in the fucking morning from him. The guy's sick, they're twisted. Sometimes you got to put your foot down and just make a decision for yourself and think, well, it's doing my channel no good. These people tend to take the focus away from what you're actually, you might have a subject for the night, or you might have people want to chat about a certain subject. These people take that focus away. And it's all about them. Everything's about them and themselves and what they think and what they believe. And if anyone in your
chat on the Revs the other weekend, he was on there going on about something, and he was being quite reasonable. And then he must have gone and shot up, because he come back on and he was just a screaming bloody lunatic.
The thing about Crinkle. And Cat's met Crinkle as well, haven't you, Cat? Yeah, that laugh says it all, doesn't it? The thing with Crinkle is, and again, this is nothing that's not public knowledge, is he smokes crack. So when he's not on it, and I said to him before, I was on a channel where he was a couple of weeks back. I said, you know what, Crinkle, you're actually being quite reasonable. Then all of a sudden, he went off of the channel. He went off of the live stream. 10 minutes later, he came back, and all he was doing was going, screaming, where he clearly had a fucking, had a crack.
Dan, don't look. Listen, that guy's like Jekyll and Hyde, right? He will do that as soon as. Like, the thing is, what he likes is the attention, and he likes people bowing down to him and all this shit. Look, the thing is, I worked out a long time ago that there's something fucking mentally wrong with that guy. Seriously, mentally wrong with him. And to give him the attention, right? Okay, see, a lot of it, like civil disobedience and whatever channels think, oh, he's bringing more listeners to my channel. But at the end of the day, it's self-harm, because all you're doing, the guy is so fucking, what can I say, circular in his arguments all the time. It's all about COVID, he's a scientist, he's this. It gets boring after a while. He's a one-trick pony. Yeah. And, at the end of the day, your listeners fall off. And the same was happening with Civil Disobedience Channel, because after like 2-3 months of it, it come on and it was getting all the airtime, and then people would be fed up. Oh, we've heard this all before. It's just the same old shit from him.
But that's the thing. He was spouting off constantly about medical procedures and this, that, and the other. Now he hasn't got that, so he's moving on to other topics.
Yeah, but this is what I was saying, Mike. There comes a point where I will draw the line. Now, I do have broader shoulders than a lot of people, and a lot of people would have fucked people off way before I do. But I give people that opportunity, okay? And when they, as I say, when they disrespect me, when they disrespect my channel or the people that watch or are involved in my channel, then I will cut them off. I don't mind people having a laugh and a joke. Crinkle, Benson, for example, Nathan Benson used to come on. The first words out of his mouth was, "Oh, you baldy cunt." Now, a lot of people would have just get rid of him because of that, but that was who he is. Okay, so I allowed that. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and I just thought, okay, I didn't like it very much, but that's the way he is. It was only when he started screaming and shouting at me on a live stream where I kicked him off. But once somebody goes, they're gone. Well, I say that. There's one person that I've given a second chance to. I think it was one person.
And that bit you in the arse.
Thank you.
Eyes to see, ears to hear.
Oh, God, the religious guy.
Yeah, he was kicked from my channel by one of my moderators. A couple of weeks later, he phoned up and he said to me, "Can you please let me back on?" And I said to him, "I will let you back on, but you know what? If my moderators kick you again because you're disrespecting or not doing as they've asked you, then you're gone again." And it took
power of Christ compels you.
It took him one live stream before he got kicked again. And again, this is me being fucking. This is me with my broad shoulders, giving people a chance. But there comes a point.
If there was such thing as a Christian extremist, I think he's the epitome of it. Look, whatever people's religions are and stuff like that, I mean, I'm not a spiritual person or anything like that, but, okay, fine. We've all got our beliefs and stuff like that, but he was just like one of them.
That's exactly what we say.
Yeah, one of those manic preachers that, listen to this, the verse of Icarius.
If he was that deep into his convictions, why doesn't he start his own channel and preach?
Exactly. Yeah, these are distractors, Roger. There's lots of them. Crinkle's one of them. The other posh twat who pretended, the one who dressed up as a Nazi and was in the newspapers, Horace.
Yeah, we've had his presence as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't see through these guys, Richard Upton, Horace, and there was a band about 2 years ago that were constantly going around the channels, and in the end, I stopped my stream for about 2 months, and I thought, right, let's see what's happening here. These guys are connected, and I was absolutely determined to get to the bottom of it. I was watching your channel, Pap. I was watching Civil Disobedience. I was just watching Deanologies and a couple more channels, and it was like the calling. You'd get Richard Upton. Richard Upton was like the girl's blouse of it all. Like he'd love to stir up the shit on people's channel. He'd go to one channel and say, "Oh, it's kicking off on Pap's channel. We've got it here. I've got it all recorded. It's kicking off on Pap's channel. Let's get in there. Let's stir the shit up." And that's how these guys operate. He was doing it not just on your channel, Pat. He was doing it on mine. He was doing it on Civil Disobedience. He was doing it on Deanologies. And it's just fucking childish shit. These guys are just there to cause one thing, and that is to take away whatever subjects you're talking about, whether it's a serious subject about police and the same on Civil Disobedience or whatever the subject may be. They want to stop it, and it all becomes about them. And the whole stream that night becomes about them because they take the focus. They suck the life out of your channel.
Totally. I've got to love that comment here for Chris. Religion is like a dick. You don't wave it about in public. Yous are all gonna fucking burn in hell, Dan. I'm telling yous, you don't repent, you're gonna burn in fucking hell, man.
That's terrible. Yeah.
I miss Cat.
Hang on. Cat wants to talk. Go on, Cat.
Sorry. I ran into trolls the first time in like '96, and it was before there was any videos. We were just typing, and they are trolls are meant to distract you. They're meant to take you off
Exactly.
and so I became familiar with them a long time ago. Then when I ran into them doing these panel things in the last year and a half, trolling has changed. It's more like it doesn't just take you off the topic; it takes you off your course as a person.
Exactly.
So they attack you as a person. And what I've done is I've used this to make myself stronger, because I realize, I mean, these people don't know me. So for them to say anything about me is foolish, and anybody who believes them is foolish. Now, when somebody accuses you of something, like being as you guys say, nonce or something like that, of course,
I gotta say it right.
You need to stand up for yourself and put it out there that you're not. But at the same time, there's a lot of people that aren't worth. They're not worth trying to change their mind because they don't want to believe the truth. So then you spend up.
They're so fun to play with because they're so stupid.
Can you?
There you go, Cat. That's a screenshot. You always like to see proof. I know that.
Roger,
That tells you that.
Roger, press the control button and scroll up on your mouse.
I haven't got the rest of that. That's just a quick.
No. Press the control button on your keyboard and scroll up on your mouse, and it will enlarge it.
Well, yeah, I see that. Yeah, well, that's Richard Upton. In a nutshell, the guy's a fucking idiot. He ain't got nothing to do. Right, he can't work. He can't do fuck all. This is all he does all the time. This is his fun. This is where he gets off to. And we're talking about wankers and wanking. That's this guy's game. He's just a sad, very sad individual. I mean, a lot of people in the chat.
Mike, one sec. I need to go for a wee, guys. Sorry, I'll leave you to it for a second. Please don't say
Don't be going to fucking wank now, Daniel. Burning hell.
I can't. I can't do the help because
I
You're fucking burning hell if you're going fucking wank.
Give it a shake for me. Yeah, that's his game. That's Richard Upton's game. And, it's took a while for a lot of people to find out what he is, because he is clever. He tries to be clever. In the chat, he'll play the moderators off like a fiddle, and he'll tell them, "Oh, I'm ever so sorry. I didn't mean that. I was only joking. I was only kidding." When in actual fact, he does fucking mean it.
That's what he did to us, and unfortunately, you know what the mods are like on here. As Dan said, once we make a decision, they're gone.
they're
But
gone.
if you keep on trying to go against that, like trying to answer it back and forth, then they end up winning. That's how they win, is because they want to feel like they can pull your strings, and that they've got strings on your heart, and they can make you question yourself. If you do that, you're letting them win. So you have to be confident in yourself, knowing that what they're saying isn't true, and knowing that people who are good are not going to just believe them. They're going to get the chance to know you, and if they don't, they're not really worth trying to change their mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I can understand that. I mean, I've seen so many people fall for it in the past. These people are very manipulative, and it makes you wonder, if they're in a relationship with a partner or anything, what are these guys really like? And I looked into Richard Upton about 2.5 years ago. 2 years ago, and on his Facebook profiles, I saw where he lived, I saw where he was socializing, I saw what he's up to, and you can build up a profile about someone, and I thought, well, it's not someone I'd really want to hang about with, and and it comes across clear the way he manipulates in the chat, and he won't have to pause. He may have once on this channel tried to come on mine. He would never come on Civil Disobedience's channel. He would never come on because he's a fucking coward. He's a twat. Everything to him is funny. It's comedy. People's tragedy is comedy. He'll make light of it. He sounds like a very nasty individual. Someone I'd like to meet and read them their fucking tarot cards. But
Mike, can I just jump in there, Miss Cat? You were having a real nice conversation with young Jack on your channel the other day.
Right.
You remember the young lad?
A couple days, yes.
Well, I'll make sure I got the right one up here. No, hang on. I'll show you exactly what they were saying behind your back while you were talking to Jack.
While you're looking at that,
Good to see you, Roger. Good to see you, Roger. It's been a minute.
Oh, I can't get that up. Why can't I get that up?
This Lisa Sargent, who is a moderator on another channel, she's not a very nice person, but she's not been nice to me, told Richard Upton to get back on that channel because he was on your channel, Miss Cat. And Richard said, Lisa, no, this is fun, winding GB UK and Pap Up. And this was to do with your being on your channel. And again, I don't want people to abuse your trust and abuse your niceness to carry out shit.
And I will. If he was, did he do that before he made up, or was it after?
No, he done this. This was on your channel. I think this was during the week at some point. I think this was during this week. Let's just double check the date.
Because it's like maybe a few days ago, Thursday or Friday.
That one there, Dan, that I've just put up there, that was when Miss Cat was chatting to Fiery Blaze, young Jack, on her channel the other night.
This was less than a week ago, Miss Cat, that message I just shown you. That was on Wednesday last week.
Right, but maybe it was after that, because it's only just in the last few days that he started being nice and taking part in the conversation and not hurting anybody. Although he did say that thing today about the turtleneck.
That's how he rolls, Miss Mama Cat. That's how I've known him for the last 2.5 years. This guy will turn on a sixpence, right? He'll slag off, he'll take the piss, and then all of a sudden it's I didn't really mean it. I'm only joking. I'm only this. I'm only that. That's the way this guy rolls, and he's done it on.
That's what they were typing in Miss Cat's chat while she was talking to Jack. And the other thing to be aware with them is they'll make comments while you're not looking at the camera, and then they will delete them.
Yeah.
Let me make it very clear, though. I just want to make it very clear because it's, to be fair, it sounds like we're attacking Cat's channel at the moment, and we're not. That's
no, far from it.
No.
I want you to understand that I know that when you're talking to people on the stream, same as me, when you're talking to people on the stream, you'll concentrate on the stream. You don't worry about what's going on in the chat. Right. And some people will take advantage of that, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interject, but this is getting boring. It's obvious that there are people of midwits and trolls and they'll draw lines of allegiance between different people. They'll groom people into the way that they think, and they'll go behind your back and they'll diss you and disrespect you on other channels. How the fucking hell do you find the time to fucking find all this information?
Hell yeah, Loafer! Just saying, right? Don't worry, you're learning.
Look, if people can't be sincere and honest, then fuck them. Just get rid of them. Dan, you are far too magnanimous and accepting. You really ought to. You need to bring it down and get rid of them. Just get rid of them. This is. I'm sorry. This conversation is boring. All these screenshots of what he said, what she said, and all that sort of stuff. I've just poured another pint, and I'm losing tolerance for it. Just get rid of them. They've shown, if you want to find the time to find out that they're talking doublethink and talking behind your back and they're contradicting what they said, whatever in the chat and conversations have with other people, just get rid of them. I've no time for it.
No, and you're right. You are right, Loafer, and I agree with you. You are right. I just don't like the. See, for me, I'm like Cat. Cat says, "Show me the proof." And you know, Loafer, that whenever anybody says something to me, what do I say to them?
Me a right banner.
Has it been said in jest? Is it an edgy joke? Are you being sincere? And if they can't answer that question, then Occam's razor just takes. If they can't answer that question honestly, you get rid of them.
But that's a bullshit question. And I'll tell you why it's a bullshit question, because when somebody says, "Oh, I was joking," you got no way of proving that they're not. But you know in your heart when somebody says something about you that is meant as a derogatory comment, you know, because you know that person. Okay?
If there's an inconsistency in their argument, you see it across various streams, across various chats, then you've got to make your mind up, and you've got to bring out that guillotine. You've got to say, right, I've run out of patience with you. You're blocked. You're banned. Bye.
Loafer, what used to happen 2 years ago when Richard Upton come onto my channel, right? The thing is, it played the same old fucking tune. If you sort of ban, well, I didn't ban him straight away. I had a couple of moderators, and they'd like silence him out. The thing is, it'd be, oh, Mike West doesn't have free speech on his channel, right? And this is the same thing that comes up time after time. These guys play the same fucking tune, whether it be him, Crinkle, or fucking Horus or whatever. If you silence them because they're just causing trouble on your channel, it's nothing to do about their views. They haven't got no views, because if you notice one thing, any subject you bring up on your channel, they don't want to talk about that. What they want to do is just cause disruption on your channel. Now, this guy, Richard Upton, right, on multiple times done the same thing on mine, and after 3 times I went, right, that's it, you're fucking banned, you're gone. And all the guises that he used to come back on, we found out, because it's quite easy on fucking YouTube to find out multiple channels and who has them, and that's what happened. So we just blocked him in the end. And
well, fair enough. There's a consistency in the argument, but if they contradict themselves across from one channel to another, then obviously lying, and they can't be trusted.
Yeah, you know, I agree. Yeah, and you know, because I've done it so quick, I was like, tried to get on top of it, and other people were like sort of warning me. I thought, right, well, get him off, because every time he comes on in the chat, it just takes everyone away from the conversation we're trying to have, and it ends up in a row all the time in the chat. You're trying to deal with a topic, whether, you know, whatever it is, but in the chat, they're trying to take that conversation away, and they do successfully do it, because it ends up in a row in the chat. And it's just a waste of fucking space. There's no point having these people on your channel now. You know, it's like, well, I wouldn't even give them a 3 strike. It's just like, you want, you're out. Freedom of speech, right? Freedom of speech is something that's, you know, cherished for all of us here, but they haven't. The argument goes against them. There's no freedom of speech involved in it, because all they're trying to do is call shit on people's channels, and that's it. They've got no contribution or no input into the subjects that you're talking about, and that's what raises the alarm straight away. It's like, well, you're just here for a row, and you're here to cause disruption. Fuck off.
But now,
no, you need to ride with it.
You have to face it though, because trolls, all they have to in YouTube, you can't stop anybody from watching the channel, and you can stop certain people from speaking, but all they'll do is go get a sock account, which is just another account, and then just come in, and they can and trolls, they take their business serious. I mean, they'll get like 500 accounts, so they'll just keep on coming. So you got to find another way to deal with them besides saying you're not allowed in here. That's just not going to work. So it has to be a different strategy than just saying you're not allowed in here. Like I find the best way to deal with something you don't like is to find the parts that you do like and work with those. So
no, that's just never worked. That's never worked with me. If you try to accommodate them, they'd see it as weakness. That's the thing.
No, not accommodate. Because if you always maintain the upper position, they can't do it. If you don't let them pull your strings. If they say something stupid, just laugh at them. You know?
Well, this is why I don't get certain people onto the channel, because they've reached that point that I cannot go back from. You cross. There's a point. Is there?
Don't let them on the panel. No. Don't let them on the panel.
And there are some people like
in the chat.
No, you're right. You can't. They can. They're free to talk about you behind your back or whatever in other places. You can't stop people from talking about you.
Right,
and majority of the time, I will ignore it. But there are times where when you ignore something for a long period of time, it builds up and it builds up and it builds up, and eventually you'll snap and you'll say something. Maybe you don't want to, but you'll say something. I've never ever said something bad about somebody that I can't back up with proof. Okay. And that's one thing that I pride myself on, is I won't say anything about anybody unless I can back it up. But there are so many people out there that will just talk so much shit. And the problem is, throw enough shit and some of it will stick.
Yeah.
Well, you just have to make sure that you don't display those qualities, right? If you say, well, I never talked about so-and-so, but you do talk about these two other people, then they're going to see that you do talk about people behind their backs, and whatever you have to say, your word won't be as much.
It's not behind their backs.
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm jumping over to our karaoke panel. Sorry.
Bye.
No worries.
Wrapping up Steve's live. I'm going over to sing. Take care, everyone. Love you all to death. Take care.
Cheers. Take care.
Yeah, the thing is, Kat, I don't delete any of my videos. I've only ever had, I think, 4 videos taken down, and they were taken down by YouTube, not by me. I've never hidden a video or deleted a video on this channel. Everything I've ever said, I stand by, unless I'm proved wrong. And if I'm proved wrong, then I'll apologize, and I'll do that publicly. I've always done that.
It's called epistemological humility. When you prove wrong and the evidence is overbearing and it refutes any of your claims that you've ever made, you have to set your hand up and say, sorry, I was wrong. I've changed my mind.
Right.
Yeah, we're all allowed opinions, and our opinions will change depending on the information that we've got about those opinions. That's always been, and it will always be that way.
Exactly. I had an hour and a half show taking back something that I thought.
Unfortunately, there's far too many fucking people that, even though there's overwhelming evidence to point to the contrary in their argument, they'll still stick to their guns and say, no, that's wrong, I'm right, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. Ostrich parasitic syndrome, it's called. When they prove wrong, they're not willing to prove that they're wrong because they've got too much fucking pride. That's the word. Yeah. Thank you, DJ. They've got too much pride and they can't admit that they were wrong. I don't think always of the humility to say, I've got an opinion about something, and when overwhelming evidence comes to contradict my opinion about any particular claim, I've got the humility to hold my hand up and say, sorry, I've wrong, I've changed my mind.
I don't think it is pride.
Me and Dan have done it in the past and retracted what we've said in videos.
Pride happens before you fall. But
I don't think it is pride. I don't think it is pride. Okay, I'm a proud person. Okay, I say what I say, and I research what I talk about, and I don't slag people off, and I won't won't say stuff about people that I don't know is true. Okay, I don't like talking about people, but when people are slagging me off behind my back, then I've got every right to defend myself and say this person's talking shit. Okay, as I think we all would agree. But I don't think it's pride. If I say something wrong, I'm a proud person. I don't hide my wrong think because I'm proud. I would rather be proud and be honest and apologize. That's my pride. My pride says to me, be fucking honest, apologize to that person, and be the bigger man. So when you say pride stops you from admitting that you're wrong, I don't know if that's the right word or not. I'm sorry, Kat. I can see you talking, but we can't hear you.
No. Nathan's in my basement, and I said, come over to Paps and talk because I can't. I've got the sound turned off on my computer so that I don't make a echo here.
We won't have him in here, Miss Cat.
Nathan can't. Nathan's not allowed on the channel because he was one person who disrespected. We gave him time and energy, hours of time, and he disrespected me on a live stream. And unfortunately, I had to make that decision.
I understand. Yeah, it is pride. It is pride that you guys are talking about. It's also pride when you let them hurt you. It's like, why did their insult hurt you? You have to think about your own pride and go, okay, this is a story I built up about myself, and somebody's not buying my story. That's not really that you're lying. It's just your ego is talking, right? And so it affords you an opportunity to look at yourself when they do that shit. Obviously, you're not going to say thank you for disrespecting me, but at the same time, thank you for disrespecting me because you just showed me where I have a weakness that I worry about what you're thinking, and I shouldn't be worried about what you're thinking. That's my pride.
I get that, but if people come at me and say to me, look, Dan, I don't think you're right because of X, Y, Z. If somebody comes at me with a reasonable argument,
of course,
then I will accept that.
Yeah,
but if somebody comes to me and
you say, I'm sorry, I was that wrong, and I did a whole hour and a half on that. When I didn't disrespect anybody, but everybody was bugging me about a position I'd had, and because there was no proof, I was not just going to go along with the crowd. So, and then it turned out the guy ended up get found guilty in court. Now I have nothing to say because my argument was innocent until proven guilty. Now he's proven guilty. I didn't see the proof, but now I have to say, well, I was right about innocent until proven guilty. I'm not taking myself back that I'm not taking that back, but I am taking back that I thought that he was innocent personally, right?
Yeah.
It was so important to everybody else. And so I just said, okay, fine, I'm wrong. And I had to come out there. My thumbnail was, you know, that game where you throw the beanbag at the person in the water. They're sitting on top of the water. If you get the target, they fall into the water.
Yes.
That was my thumbnail because that's how I felt. My pride was, I was sinking into the water, but because I'm not going to feel good about my word and myself if I don't show, when I don't say that I'm wrong, nobody who's going to believe my word later when I say something.
Well, we all have beliefs, don't we? And our beliefs are based on the information that we have at that time, and we all process information differently. All of us. So because we might see a situation one way and somebody else sees it another way, it doesn't mean either of us are wrong at that point. We need to wait till the evidence is there to suggest one way or the other. Okay. Which means that if you're a decent human being and the evidence is put before you and you are proved wrong, then you say, okay, I was wrong about that. Now I see the evidence. Now I see the proof. Now I've been proved wrong. I will put my hands up to that and say, do you know what? My bad. I was wrong. Let's move on. But
makes
as
me
I
feel
say,
better to do that. Doesn't make me feel bad. It makes me feel better.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. And again, I mean, Lothar was right a minute ago. He said about, not talking about this anymore. And we will move on because I'm going to give it about another half an hour at most. And I'm going to have to call it a night, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm going to have to call it a night here, mate. I'm fucking absolutely bollocks. But it's been great.
It's nice to see you again, Mike. It's been a while. It's nice to see you again, brother.
Yeah, and you guys, and you, Roger, Loafer, Mama, and Sonic. Fucking thanks very much, mate, and all those in the chat. Good night, and I hope to catch you again.
Good night, young man.
Take it easy. Safe out there.
Take it easy, mate.
See you later.
Hello, mate. So obviously, with that said, let's move on to a different subject now, because we've got about half hour or so left before I have to hit the hay. So let's talk about something else. Anybody got anything they want to talk about?
Yeah, I won't be doing a video tomorrow. My notes are all over the fucking place again.
Well, I've got the physio coming on Tuesday, I think, the 14th. Is it the 14th? What's the date today? It's the 12th. Yeah, no,
12th today.
The Wednesday. I've got physio coming on Wednesday. I've got my birthday on Friday, so I've got to try and get some videos out. If I can get some videos out tonight, like later on today, I will do. But there will definitely be videos Wednesday, and there will definitely be videos on the 13th and the 15th. Well, I say definitely.
Did you post two this evening?
No, not today. I haven't. No.
Oh, I thought they must have been alerts from yesterday. Then that I just got.
You've just got them. Fucking hell.
Bloody you! To check your emails. I sent an email yesterday with those videos.
Oh, I was sleeping on and off, wasn't I? One of them's heading.
Hang on, Roger. Sorry. Go on, Kat.
I'm sorry. It must be some lag. I'm going to leave because I'm running out of battery on my phone, and things are starting to happen on my channel, and I'm just so I really appreciate you letting me up here, and I appreciate being part of the conversation. And great show, Pap. I know I fell asleep.
I appreciate you coming on, Miss Cat. Thank you very much for blessing us with your presence this evening.
Thank you. Bye,
You take care. Bye now.
Okay.
Yes. Well. Anyway.
Beardy just said he's took his missus to A&E and they're just checking her for sepsis.
Oh fucking hell! I hope she's okay, Mike. Genuinely, you know I do. But she's in the right place, mate. You know that as well. Yeah. You know that fucking more than the rest of us. But hopefully she hasn't, and hopefully whatever it is, she'll get over quickly. So my thoughts. And whatnot are with you guys. Anyway,
oh, my word.
Right. It's that time in the morning, isn't it?
Just a bit.
We have a certain hang on, maybe this will help you understand what I'm talking about. Pat, you can have the balls to let me on, slagging me off, giving half a story.
Half a fucking story. Okay then. Well, the other half would be fucking interesting, isn't it? The fucking bullshit half.
Well, I think Nathan is at the moment now on Miss Cat's channel on the panel, which he is. I've just seen it. And he's going to be explaining what an arsehole I am, no doubt. But, you know, remember, the way I see it is if I was that much of an arsehole, I wouldn't have 100 to 200 people watching my live streams, and I wouldn't have 47,500 nearly people subscribed to the channel. Yes, there are people out there that don't like me that watch his channel, but I never say anything about anybody unless I've got proof of what I'm saying.
Well, that's why I was showing them screenshots tonight, because when I was on Miss Kat's, she always said, if you've got something to bring up, you know, show me the proof, and you can't deny the proof was there.
No, and do you know, there's one thing I love about Miss Cat. She's always been, since I've been going on her channel for the last few weeks or so, since God Bless UK introduced me to the channel.
Yeah.
One thing that she always does is, if you've got that to say about somebody, show me the fucking evidence. Otherwise, you can't say that on here. And I respect her for that, genuinely.
And, you know, that's all. It's just proving to her we've got it. She deserves to know.
Of course. I don't go. I've been on her channel a few times. I've never got involved in the idiots in the chat on her channel because I don't want to bring her channel down. But there are people out there that like to bring shit up in other people's channels when they think nobody else is watching and they think they can get away with it. But anyway, we're talking about them again, and I don't want to do that. That was my fault. I brought it up. My bad. I apologise. Loafer, what do you want to talk about?
I've taken my shirt off and I'm on camera. I've just realised I've got man boobs.
Yeah, I saw that earlier, but I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to embarrass her in front
I
of
don't think you reckon that 42 double A was that?
Yeah, 42 double A. I'll get myself
battery.
measured. I'll get myself measured for a bra. I did
It's like
say
you watch
earlier.
batteries. You just keep. Oh,
I don't know what you're taking the piss out of, DJ. Yours is a double fucking D, mate.
Hey, you're trying to watch my figure now. I'm doing it a C cup at least.
Fuck off. C cup my ass.
Well, for your audios went fucking quiet there.
Yeah, your audio's dipped, mate.
I forgot to ask Miss Cat what time they all appeared on her channel.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Basically, pretty much live. So, which I wasn't expecting. Well, he has this thing called members only on there on his channel. He has a members only live, all right, where it's private, so you can't actually go and see now.
Right.
Yeah. Now I've still got the recording. What happened was I went on to there, all right, to go and say hello to Mark Kelly. Now my name got mentioned, in there by somebody called Eyes to See, Ears to Hear. So I basically I heard that my name was being mentioned, all right. So but basically I've gone back and I've been like, well, what's going on? And then I've literally heard me being slagged off without me actually being around when my mic was off, all right, and so is my camera.
Hang on, that doesn't make sense. He said I went in there and asked them what's going on, and then I heard myself being slagged off while I wasn't there. Well, how can you be on there asking people what was going on in the first place? Anyway, moving on. So yes, Loafer, I would say you look good, but you know, I'm talking about your boobs.
I'm still not really hearing them.
For 5 years old and losing my
Yeah.
teeth, I'm a
You're very quiet there, Loafer.
alpha
Yeah,
male.
your volume has dropped massively, man. I don't know what's going on.
Do I have to put this up close to my mouth? I've chucked it all up. Do I have to shout?
Try unplugging it and then plugging it back in, see if that fixes it.
Right, well, we'll go for that. Right, so I'm going to be.
You know what I'm going to have to do, Loafer? I'm going to have to do a fucking a charity drive to try and afford you a new fucking microphone because that one's shit, mate.
Need to get on one of these and a decent set of fucking headphones, man.
That's the microphone I give you, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good one. So I said, get one of these. Look at this, it's nice.
Have you tried turning it off and turning it on back on
There
again?
you go.
That's better.
Sorry, chat. I've jumped out of YouTube. I'm just on live stream now. Sorry, so I can't. If anybody's commented, I've bailed.
It's still quiet, but it's not as quiet as what it was.
Is it better?
Yeah.
A wee bit better, right?
Well, I'll go for
Yeah.
that then.
It's better than it was about 30 seconds ago. Oh, excuse me. Anyway. But yeah, we need to do something about that fucking microphone, man.
I am an absolute tech boomer. I don't know what I'm doing. I can't get back into Discord. I've cancelled my Hotmail account on this desktop. I can only get it into it on my laptop. I'm a lunatic. I just don't know what I'm doing.
I'm just thinking how much like a half decent mic would set you back. Because if we got a bunches to chip in, we could all set up a fund, we all chip in towards it and get low for a mic.
Right, I've got to be honest, anything's going to be better than what he's got at the moment. And there's one here at the moment called a V-Top USB microphone on Amazon, and it's 20 quid.
Send me
There you
the
go.
bloody link. DJ, I think you've got my email address. Send me the fucking link. I'll go and buy it.
Dan's
Yeah,
putting the thing there.
Yeah, I'll chuck it in the what's it called? The fucking what's it called?
The StreamYard
What's
chat.
it called? Yeah, the StreamYard private chat. I'll chuck it in there. Why can't I see the fucking private chat? What the fuck's going on? Why can't I see private chat?
I can see it.
I can't.
I
can't see the. Oh no! Hang on a minute. There it is. I was looking in the wrong place.
Oh, for fuck's sake! You old fart. How old are you on your birthday again?
Going
on 60.
Dementia.
Yeah, says about right.
Is that the answer to your question?
Kind of sums it up.
She should have come to me. She had a problem, but she decided not to. All right. Same with Tiffany Lewin. Now, at the end of the day, listen, it's up to you if you want to be offended by how somebody is. I'm not in control of your feelings. You are. And
Wait a second. Didn't you call Tiffany fat?
No.
Oh, really?
Who was it who called Tiffany fat?
It wasn't me.
No,
All
it
right.
wasn't me.
Because if you're saying things like that to people, I don't see
I didn't
why they should give you a chance. You know, it's like if you're saying those kinds of things.
I didn't.
Calling somebody fat and saying to them you're a cake eater is the fucking same thing as far as I'm concerned.
I
When you
think
say
she's
somebody
thinking back
who-
to the bit that I showed earlier, that screenshot. She's getting Tiff mixed up with Heather.
Possibly. But anyway, sorry. I like hearing what people have to say about me.
Well, the thing is, you know, what we didn't explain to her as well was the fact that we left them alone for weeks and weeks, but they just kept on and on and on.
Purple pout.
It's purple pout.
Planks. I've got to be honest, I really don't care because a TikTok video does not show everything. A TikTok video is a certain amount of time that you can put the video up for. You certainly didn't put a 7-hour fucking live stream on your TikTok. Sure. So if your video got 67,000 views, this is not the face of somebody who gives a shit. I can assure you of that. Okay. If people want to take what was said in the wrong way, that is entirely down to them. Nobody said Angela XYZ. Nobody. In fact, people tried to tell her several times it wasn't about you, Angela. We wasn't referring to you. It wasn't about you. It wasn't directed at you. We were talking about if somebody broke into my fucking flat. And if somebody wants to take that the wrong way, I don't know what I can say about it. But all you're doing, Planks, is making things worse. Okay? Because I have spoken to Angela since then. But you know what? You're making things worse. Okay? Because it now sounds like Angela's been whinging to you and you're now coming on here on her behalf trying to cause issues. And I really don't want to be falling out with people because of somebody else. So either shush your mouth, and if you don't like this channel, fuck off, or get over it. Quite simple. Sorry.
I wonder how many subs this guy's got, just out of curiosity.
Fuck knows.
Probably about 2.
One video, it doesn't say how many subscribers. Well,
that'll be 0 then.
You got one video on YouTube, but 67,000 views on TikTok.
Yeah, debatable.
Oh, it's on your other channel. Oh, you sound like somebody else I know.
As far as I'm concerned, TikTok is a channel or a platform which is basically devoted to those people who've got the attentions of a goldfish.
Yeah.
And it's not worth bothering with.
Well, anyway, don't you all recall somebody else saying to me, "I've got some proof about you, and I'm going to put it on YouTube." Okay, well, I'll wait for it to come up. Yeah, but it's not on that channel; it's on my other channel. But I'm not going to tell you what that channel is.
And then moan because he thought he had to pay for it.
You know what? Just when you're doing that there, Dan, for a second, you know what? Just put that right in mind. That little Britain, that but no, but no, but blah 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 blah.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, Planks. Do me a favour. Drop your TikTok channel in the comments, and we'll all go and have a look. We'll give you some views. You know, if you got 67,000 views, you might be getting paid for it. Chuck it in here. We'll get you another 100 views or so. Go for it.
Don't forget, only mods can post a link.
Good point. Actually, no, but does it not come up at all for mods? I think it. No, it wouldn't, would it? No. Okay. No. Okay. Jump on the panel. You don't have to come on the panel. Click the StreamYard link. Jump into the back of StreamYard. Post it in the private chat. Okay. And then I'll share that link.
Morning, Mickey. Thank you for that,
Mickey.
For those that don't know, we moaned earlier on to some of you about posting in all capitals. Mickey has dispensation from that because he has sight problems, and that is why he's allowed to do it. Just to let you all know.
All right, well said.
That's good, Roger. Really, it's good.
But yeah, Mickey just said it in there that he's talked to Angela and she hasn't got any problems with us. So, Planks, what are you on about?
Computer says no.
I did not know that parents. Did not know.
Shush. You shush.
That parents now get
up, you
fined
fucking
if their
idiot.
child.
Right. Sorry, I've just opened TikTok to see if there's any videos on there about me. So
let me guess. And our survey says.
I don't know yet. But obviously, this person's not going to give us his fucking TikTok address anyway.
I reckon it's got to be one of the ones. If it's there, I'll give you the money myself.
Actually, I can't look at it on the computer because I'm not logged in, so I'll have to look at it on my phone. TikTok, there we are. Oh, you shut up, Michael McIntyre. You're a prick. Search.
Oh, I don't know. Michael McIntyre's Maraude Show on the BBC, which I don't watch, obviously. He hosted a comedian called Steve Hughes, an Australian comedian. If anybody would like to make a note of Australian comedian Steve Hughes on Michael McIntyre's Roadshow, it's very thought-provoking. I'll leave it there.
Check it at some point.
Look, Digi, I'll find it in the. I'll post a chat in the live stream and. In the StreamYards, Michael McIntyre's Roadshow. It's very good.
Well, I've literally scrolled through about 100 videos on here so far, and there's nothing about me yet. And some of these videos have only got like 17 views. So I'm pretty sure yours would have come up at some point by now. But no, not there yet. Are you going to post your link in the private chat on StreamYard, or are you going to not tell us where it is so that we have to just go, oh, obviously you're talking shit. If you've got something to say, then prove it. Be a man, prove it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I will play it. I'll actually play it on here. I'll promote your channel on here.
There you go. Free advertisement. You can't say fucking bit on that.
Because there could be some people on the fence about me watching, and they might go, yeah, actually, he is an asshole. But do you know what? I want to see whether or not it shows the full thing, or whether or not it just shows a clip that supports a narrative. That's obviously very important, Planks. So Oh, I know it's on my own stream, but you're the one saying that you've got it on your TikTok with 67,000 views. So at least have the bollocks to share the fucking link with us, or fuck off. Quite simple.
We know what happened on Pap's stream, Planks, because we were fucking there.
Oh, I must have gone through 200 videos now. With my name in it.
Oh, so he says no. I said also on YouTube.
Oh, did you? I'm pretty sure you said TikTok a minute ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you said 7,000 views on TikTok.
Yeah, I saw that.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I can scroll back and find it.
So which one is it then? Make your mind up. Or is this just another fucking excuse to avoid the fucking, having to post shit because you have no fucking proof?
It showed all 9 minutes. Okay. And what did it say before that? Right. She's seriously ill, having chemo. Last time my video was up on here and TikTok got 67,000 plus views. And yourselves are the only ones think that what happened was okay. Okay, so you said it's on TikTok and on YouTube. By all means, share your YouTube channel with us and we'll share that on here. We'll show the people that are watching. Don't fucking bullshit. If you've got something to prove, fucking prove it, mate. Quite simple.
You can't put 9-minute videos on TikTok, can you?
I'm not sure. Some videos are quite long on there, to be honest.
I've only ever seen short ones when I've been sent links and that.
I'm not sure how long they can go for, though, to be quite honest, because I don't really use it.
So I would imagine it would have been limited up to 30 seconds or some shit. I don't know. I'm not clued up on that because I don't watch any of that shit. But
I'm not that fucking up on TikTok, to be honest. I don't use it. I've got a channel on there with one video, 2 videos.
Because I clearly go on fucking TikTok all the time with this fucking thing, didn't I? I'm an expert.
Let's have a look. Oh no, one video. Oh, that's right. My other video got taken down because I was exposing a police constable wanking in a park. Come on then, Planks. Come on. Don't be shy. Got something to say.
His pork in a park. I remember that one.
Let's have it. Because I want to get over this shit, man. And people like you bringing it up is just fucking ridiculous. Oh, actually, somebody's got a fake account of me on there.
Oh,
wow.
A fake account called Police Abusing Powers with the logo that I use on here, the black circle with the badge in it, which I don't use on TikTok, by the way. And their username is Roman Ruben 1967. Got no videos, but they're purporting to be me. Isn't that interesting?
Surely you can do the same as what YouTube does. If it's not your content or pretending to be you or somewhere else, you can flag it up.
Yeah, you can flag it.
Possibly. Quite possibly.
No, the algorithms aren't that particularly what's the word I'm looking for? They're not that good. I'm gonna put this is a public service announcement. I'm gonna log back into YouTube and get back onto Police Abusing Powers. I got a warning from I didn't actually. I got my online bank account come through, and there's been some rather unscrupulous activity on my bank account. I'm going to throw this in. I'm going to get back in. There we go.
No worries.
This came up on my online bank account. It's MKT. Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on. I should have committed this as memory.
I thought he was going to say Ultra then. MK Ultra.
Oh, yeah. AMZ MKT PLACE. There. It's got
Amazon Marketplace, that stands for.
Yeah, if you ever see that on your online bank account, if you don't use Amazon regularly, get in contact with your bank and they'll reimburse any fraudulent claims across, against your online or basically your bank account. AMZ MKT Place. I put it in there. the bank reimbursed all fraudulent claims against my account. And, you know, well, I had to segue it in. The only thing I ever purchased on Amazon, because I've got philosophical and moral claims against Jeff Bezos, second, third richest man in the world. We're going to get a booking, haven't we? This one. Yeah, you know me.
Low for the library, Sheffield, at your service.
Yes, indeed. I've got a lending account for a small fee. I'll lend you this book. If Saul's still knocking about, I recommended it to him as well. It's The Parasitic Mind Bag. How are you going on with Peter fucking Hitchens, Dan? Because there's another book, another bloody book. I like books.
I'm not going to lie. I've not read it yet.
Right. Okay. Fine.
It's here. It's right next to me. Look, it's right next to me. Right next to me.
Crime, Abolition of Liberty. Fantastic book. This is a guy by a Jewish guy had to get to Lebanon when the shit hit the fan in 1974. He's a professor of cracky. What is his? He's a smart bloke, basically. Parasitic Mind, Gad's Side. Read it, you'll be a better person for being so. It's really, really funny, and it's suffused with dark humor, because when you look at the condition of the human spirit and how people have been in conflict with each other according to their class or their religion or their race, this guy puts it all into perspective. Anyway, here ended the sermon, The Parasitic Mind by Gad Sad. Right, back to you folks.
So how much is your sponsor?
It's the only thing I ever bought. I had to set up an Amazon account to buy this before it was published. It's the only thing. I bought it in 2020, and yet that thing came through. Amazon Marketplace, please, folks, if you've used Amazon regularly and you buy things, it might not appear on your online banking. But I've not used it for 2-3 years now, and there's a scam going round. I had to contact with my bank, ring them up, and they just resolved it and said they'd pay the money back to my bank account, no questions asked. I'll bang it back in again. I'm AMZ MKT Place. You go on your online bank account, it's likely to be a scam. Anyway, there we go. Book recommendation. Over and done with. Well, there's a pregnant pause.
No, I've just said, Planks is still in the comments saying stuff. So I just said, come on, Planks, show us the link. Stop being a stirrer. Either show us the link that I can share. You'll get some views, or go away.
He'll be just sitting there silent in the sidelines now, just waiting to see if he's waiting long enough, if we'll actually go away.
Look, if you can show us the link, right, then I'll know you're not trying to be a dickhead, okay? And I don't want to believe you're a dickhead, but the way things are going at the moment, I'm believing you're a dickhead, right? Either share the link with us, so I will play it on here for people to see. You know, who knows? Some of the 87 people that are still watching, not as many that was on earlier, but some of the 87 people that are watching might turn around and go, actually, Dan's a cunt. Let's leave his channel. You know? Clearly, that's what you want. Otherwise, you wouldn't be fucking bitching in the comments. So, come on, grow some bollocks, share us the link. Let's get on with it, because I need to go to bed soon. So, come on, chop, chop.
Or maybe the channel's just so massively popular, you know, that he's completely forgotten to fucking name it entirely. And he's struggling to find it.
Well, there is that, obviously, yeah. I mean, obviously, you know, his YouTube channel that he thinks is, you know, says that he's got 67,000 views on YouTube and TikTok. I think that was. I'll have to scroll back to have a look. But maybe he's just got so many great channels with all these views. Maybe he can't remember which channel it's on. You know,
so many fake.
Yeah,
so many fake accounts. He's trying to remember which one he fucking posted it under.
Yeah, well, we need to take that into account. And Dave Barron's just said, "Block the line, twat." And do you know what? A lot of people would. I'm trying to give him that opportunity. He might need a little bit of, coaxing to have that opportunity to share his link. You know, I'd be more than happy if I had something about somebody that I've been talking about, and somebody said, "Show me the proof." I would be more than happy to show that. I've got no issues with that whatsoever. In fact, I'd be pleased to show it. I'd be happy to show it.
You know the old saying though, you can lead the horse to water and all that shit.
Yeah. Oh, Michael Wick is on Cats now with Benson.
Yeah.
So no doubt having a little bitch fest though. In fact, let's have a little listen while we're waiting.
That's right. I got it. Benson and shut up.
Mind you saying earlier, he's in Spain.
All right. So that is why it's going to brought me over to here, because they were talking to you about it. So I wanted to give, you know, basically my side of the story. Because at the end of the day, I know that you say innocent to proven guilty and all that, but I think in the day though, you know, they are now, in my opinion, abusing your channel because they know full fact of where it's all going to go.
But can I say something? Right?
Oh, fuck.
I've nothing to do with them for like 18 months, 2 years now, right? If somebody comes on this channel with a name, you always say it's me. It doesn't matter who it is.
No, they don't.
It's me. I have nothing to do with them, but you always bring my name into shit. And I tell the reason why I wash my hands with them. I had a 3-day-old baby daughter who passed away in hospital. I got told by even Tiffany admitted it. It was a boyfriend who said it to me. I'm glad your baby daughter died. Fancy having a father like you.
Tiffany's boyfriend?
Yeah, she's admitted it on one of the live streams.
Does he come in here?
No, it's not. Tiffany said it's Tiffany's boyfriend.
Ex-boyfriend now.
Ex-boyfriend, sorry, ex-boyfriend. But she was with him.
Does he come in here?
No, he doesn't.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Sad Cat, I'm glad she was only 3 days old.
I'm sorry.
Zach words were, I'm glad your daughter died because fancy having a father like you.
Well, I don't remember any of that.
That's the type of people you deal with.
But again, let's see the
Now,
proof.
I reached out to Nathan because I saw what he was doing to Nathan. He'd done it to me constantly, and he's still doing it to me.
Hang on, nobody's doing anything to Bobby because nobody gives a fuck about Bobby. And secondly, I doubt very much he reached out to Benson, to be quite honest, right? I reckon Benson has seen what's been going on. It's not Upton. I know who this is, Bobby. I know who this Bobby is. He got banned from my channel and from my Discord server. And he's butthurt, basically. But yeah, again, I mean, we've shown proof tonight that the person we were talking about was being a dick. But yet, there we go. We see people on fucking other people's channels slagging us off without a fucking iota of evidence.
He said he hadn't been around for months. Not under that name, he hasn't, but he has been under several others.
You. At least you're gonna go and slug people off, please. You're gonna.
Oh, yeah. I just put a comment in there, by the way, guys. So
yeah, I can see it.
Let's just see what he's got to say about it.
Bobby, it's every week that
who's in the chat.
I said something in the channel before, and you said that's not how you said it. You were actually quoting somebody else, and that's when you got mentioned. But otherwise, I haven't seen you mention. Except for that, I haven't seen you mention.
Could I? Dan, you said in your Discord somebody called Rob Jones. That's supposed to be me. The other week you said when Jack and Blaze put a funny face on. What did you say? It looks like Bobby. It's every week, Dan. So cut the crap, mate. You know it, and I know it.
Yeah. Dan, is this what you wanted, Dave? You to go and mention people tonight, yeah, and then they go and start up. Now who's starting the trouble? You, mate. You. At least you're going to go and slug people off, piece of user powers. At least have the audacity and the balls to let them come onto your channel, right, to go and fight their corner. Simple as that, mate.
Enough chances.
Okay.
Got to laugh how they've got to go into other people's channels to air their fucking grievances and shit about other people on other channels.
Okay, right.
Every time with this shit, man. It's getting pathetic.
Right, there we go. I've just unblocked Benson. Only for tonight.
Oh,
he don't want to work it out, Cat. This is what he goes and does. They don't want that. Listen, they don't want you where they want to go. They avoid coming here because of me. Now, Roger Whitington mentioned my name in his live stream the other day because I went and see it, all right, and he had the audacity, all right, to go and say that I've been mentioned. You mentioned my name, Roger. Roger, you was also there on Dan's members only when none of you, like only Tina, went and said, nope, don't go on, and the rest.
No, Bearded Vet, he's not been on for a long time, to be honest. I booted him a long time ago.
Of it, and I'm going to be, I'm going to be posting that video for everybody to see. You guys, you called this, all you lot did tonight.
You guys have to learn not to get so upset when somebody says your name. Like if somebody says something about you, it's better for you if you can learn how to just go, oh, that asshole, and then walk on. Like not this. So if you're going to get so upset about it, then people are going to know they've got you.
Cat, they all went and moaned the other night, all right, and they all jumped up on your panel when they heard me talking about them.
Don't talk about us then, you fucking idiot. Quite simple. Don't fucking talk about us then, you mug.
Saying that for everybody, not just you, Nick. I'm saying for everybody. It's like somebody said something you don't like, that one doesn't like, and then that person is so butthurt about it, it can't just sort of put it in its place. I mean, it's just somebody said something, and they don't even know you. They don't even know who you are, but they do know how you act. So if you act a certain way, people are going to react to that way. Otherwise, they don't really know you. They don't know what's in your heart. They don't know what's in your head. So how can the word really mean that much?
Hang on.
Dan, sorry, Cat. Can I just quickly go and say something? Dan, I'll tell you why I won't come on your panel. Now, not only I was only going to go on there because Miss Cat was on there, all right, and because of what you were saying, all right. But listen, I know exactly what you're like, mate. You'll keep sticking me in the back. You'll keep muting me, mate. You're not a fair fight, Dan. And that's a simple fact. I already know that about you. If you've got something to go and say, come up onto a panel where you can't actually go and put somebody in the back. As simple as that, mate. Everybody knows you're not a fair fight.
No, I've just unblocked you, you fucking muppet.
Come see me unblock. Oh, is he still online? Is his thing still going?
Yeah, I'm still going, Cat. I know you can't hear
He's saying that you can go on his.
He's on his ride.
Cat, why you can come up here? I'm not going on this. I'll tell you. So was this your sole intention, or was it, hey Dan?
Hello, Nathan.
Was your sole intention?
Was
this your sole intention, hey Dan?
What my sole intention? What
your sole intention of triggering people tonight?
How have I brought you? How have I brought you over here? You're the one that's just been slagging me off on someone else's channel.
Yeah, because listen, I heard you slugging me off, mate. You're going to go and slag people
on my channel. I wasn't talking about you on someone else's channel. I was talking about you on my channel. I talk
listen, mate. If you're going to go and slag somebody off on your panel, you can keep mocking on my speech, but I don't give a shit at this point. All right, listen. At least have the balls. At least have the balls to actually unblock that person, so they can actually have to say, then go and slag them off on your panel.
Right.
Yeah. At least have the balls.
Hang on.
At
least
going on,
Tyler. Hang on,
big boy.
What have I done?
What have I just have the balls, big boy, to unblock them? At least have the balls to unblock them, mate.
So, Judge,
at least Sonic, wait. At least have the balls to unblock somebody.
Yeah.
How the fuck are you on my channel? You fucking.
Because you unblocked me after hearing me.
What?
You were trying to go and turn her against people.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you was. Mate, I was watching it, you're a fool. I was watching it, Dan. You're a fool, mate.
For you.
You're a fool, Dan. You're a fool, mate. Listen, you go and do this, all right? Listen, Dan, you tried to get Glenn and Budge to block me, send all you guys to go onto the channel and know all about it. And that's what you're trying to go do tonight. You want her to go and block me so you can go onto her channel.
Evidence. Where's your proof?
Evidence of what?
Evidence of what you're saying. At least back it up with some fucking evidence.
Oh,
I can't because it wasn't recorded.
Dan, do you know, I'm going to go and release that members only, all right, of you and causing trouble on my channel. You're going to call this, mate. At the end of the day, you guys are going to target Richard Upton tonight just because he's got a freaking pair of headphones and a mic. By the way, all right, you guys also talking about fat shaming.
Why do it members only?
God bless the UK's. God bless the UK, all right. Kids went and called Richard Upton, the fat guy. And he obviously went and told me and said, so it's okay for you guys to go and fat shame people. But then other people...
I'm talking. How did he obviously tell his children to say that? Come on, I'll
you're going to go and mute me out, Dan. Good night, Dan. You're not a fair fight.
Because you don't listen.
I'm off, Dan.
Because you're not listening.
Dan, you just going to mute me, mate. Not a fair fight. Not a fair fight, Dan. You just going to mute me, mate. Not a fair fight. Come on, Catch Channel where you can't
Right, I have a question, Nathan. I have a question.
Come on to Catch Channel. Shut up, son, because I'm still waiting for you to come down to Shepherd's Bush. Hey, son. Dan, you're not a fair fight. You're not.
You couldn't even meet me in Essex, you fucking pussy.
Where you can't mute people, Dan.
Try answering the question rather than talking over people. Then maybe people won't have to mute you. Quite simples.
No, I'll just try and make a fucking.
If he's going to release proof, what is the point in doing it in a members only? Let's have it in fucking public so we can all see
just,
it.
If I can point out like a simple observation that I made, right? Judging what I've just heard there, just immediately prior to him coming on fucking here, right? It's okay for him to talk about fucking people, but yet it gets all nice and it gets all upset when people talk about him. So he can talk about other people, but other people can't talk about him. What a fucking hypocrite!
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to end this live stream. I'm going to nip over to Cats. I'll put a link in the comments there. So if anybody wants to come over, then you're by all means, you are able to do that. I'm going to nip over to Cats. And, you know, as he said, come over to Cats. As long as he shuts his fucking mouth when I'm talking, then I've got no issues with that. So, guys, I want to thank everybody who's joined us this evening for the last 6 3/4 hours. You're always welcome on here. If you think I'm a cunt, then by all means, don't bother coming back. But if you like this channel, if you like what we do, then you are always welcome on this channel. And as most of you, if not almost all of you, don't already know, nobody will slag you off unless you're a prick to the channel or the people that come on here. Other than that, everybody's welcome. I don't care if you've got a difference of opinion. If you come at me with a difference of opinion and you put it to me in a polite, respectful way, I will be polite and respectful to you. But if you come at me and you disrespect me, fuck me, I couldn't speak then, on my channel, and you disrespect my friends or you disrespect my subscribers or members, then yeah, you're gone. Simple as that. So the link I posted, and so has Tiffany. Thank you, Tiffany. I'm going to nip over to Cats. I'm going to go and have a chat with Benson. I wonder whether or not he's going to actually shut up and listen, or whether he's just going to try talking over me. Kat actually posted a meme on her channel the other day that said, I can't remember word for word, but basically the people that don't allow other people to speak are afraid of what they've got to say. And I agree with that 100%. Okay, so I'm going over there now, Bearded Vet. I'm literally going to shut off here. As soon as I shut off here, I'm going straight over there. So again, thank you to everybody that's joined us this evening.
Everybody in the chat, too many to mention.
That's appreciated. What now?
Here we go.
Let me quickly go and say something to you, Sonic. All right. He had me blocked in his channel tonight. Now, at the end of the day, all right, you guys you come onto Miss Cat's channel down the other night, all right, when literally you was able to get on there. I knew this was going to happen. Exactly knew it was going to happen. You're going to go and do all the slagging off where the people aren't there to defend themselves.
What's Dan blocking you? Got to do with me. It's his fucking channel, no mine, you clown.
Mate, I'm just going to call that out. I'm just going to call that out. Just going to call that out, mate. Just going to call that out.
Answer the fucking question. No. Answer the question.
Answer the
question.
Sonic, yeah?
Answer the
Dan,
fucking
you didn't
question.
have me unblocked to come on your channel.
Shit.
You didn't listen. Shut up. Listen. By the way, you're the one who are. Oh, mate.
Right, that is why you get muted. That is why you get muted.
Me
Because
because you're not a fair fight, are you, Dan? You absolute asshole. Good night.
I could have beaten you again tonight.
You're gonna keep muting me. You're an absolute asshole. You're
Well, then,
an asshole.
pussy that didn't bother his ass showing
You're
up
an
in fucking
arsehole,
Essex.
Sonic,
Pussy.
Sonic,
You're an
just a minute.
asshole, Dan.
Right, maybe if you shut up when other people are talking, then we wouldn't have to mute you. I haven't booted you again, have I yet?
Yeah.
So, you know, if I was that much of an asshole, I'd have kicked you.
You're a cunt. Oh, kick me then. Kick me then. You're an asshole, mate.
Yeah, go on. Say you was going to say something else then, beginning with a C. Anyway,
okay.
Let's see if I can find that. Right, I'm leaving it. Didn't know she was in hospital with a serious infection. Listen, Planks, I don't wish bad upon anybody, okay? But you're the one that's come over here having a go at me, okay? So, you know, you do what you want to do. You're not banned from the channel. Nobody's booted you from the channel, okay? But you tell me to read your last comment, and if there's anything about me, you will think about it. Well, how about if there's anything about you, you'll go and actually look at and watch that fucking clip properly and understand the full context of it before coming over here spouting off. Anyway, guys, everybody, Loafer, my apologies, but I'm off ski. I'm going to go over to Cat's channel and we'll see whether or not Benson shuts up and lets me talk. So
you home for.
Thanks again. I won't be over there long because it's getting late and I'm getting tired. But I'm you know. So if she does what? If she does what, Planks? The fuck are you talking about? If she does, well done. If she does what?
I think it's
stop being cryptic.
I may well go over to Cat's channel. Thanks for throwing it. I've got another window open. I'm going to pour another.
Oh, right. Okay, Plank. So what you're trying to say is it'll be my fault if Princess Angela dies. Is that what you're trying to say? You fucking scummy cunt. Go fuck yourself.
Not nice.
Sick bastard.
Sick fucking muggy
bastard.
Muggy little cunt. Go fuck yourself. You prick. Right, guys, with that said, I rarely get that fucking wound up with people, but, you know.
I've had my finger over the button for about the last half a dozen comments from me.
Somebody wants to come at me and say somebody's in hospital with chemo, and basically, if she dies because of you, then fucking, you know, good luck to you, right? Fuck you. Yeah? What a fucking piece of shit. Absolute fucking grade A cunt. Put that on your fucking put that on your TikTok, you fucking muggy little prick.
Interesting to see how many fucking hits that gets.
Right, I'm off ski. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. I think I'm shouting an awful lot, and I think I might get a knock on the door in the morning from next door going, fucking shut the door, you noisy bastard. But yeah, but I'm off ski. I'm off over at Cats. Thank you for joining us. I will see you during the week. Won't see you next weekend for a proper live stream, but I'll probably see you for some kind of a live stream or another. Good night to all, and much appreciated to the people that have chucked super chats out. Genuinely appreciate it.
And